Southpaw Sully, written by Stephen Carman, with a foreword by Jim Abbott, narrated by Josh Horowitz. Before we jump into the story, enjoy this short foreword written by Jim Abbott, a famed former Major League Baseball pitcher who never let his birth defect of having only one hand stop him from pursuing his dreams. Foreword by Jim Abbott. Southpaw Sully touches the heart. Faced with an unimaginable family tragedy, Sully is forced to choose how exactly he will go on with life. After losing his hand in a terrible accident that also takes the life of his twin brother, Sully has to relearn how to go about doing things he always took for granted. Easy tasks such as tying shoes or riding a bicycle will prove to be difficult, let alone starting over on a baseball field and trying to reimagine a way to follow his dreams of a championship. Adding on to all of this uncertainty, Sully and his parents struggle to manage the heartbreak of losing a family member. What I found most compelling about the book was the empathy and understanding infused in the characters and situations Sully must confront in the next chapters of his young life. Although he is fortunate to be surrounded by supportive friends and teammates on his journey, Sully learns the tough lesson that not everyone will be so kind. Even after suffering through such a traumatic life experience, Sully finds that life will continue to find ways in which to push him to find a necessary strength and resilience he never knew he possessed. Reading this book, I recalled many of my most ingrained memories from my younger days, laying in bed dreaming of how the world might view somebody who looked and did things differently than most everybody else, hoping for acceptance socially and among teammates, desperately wanting to prove that just because you do things differently doesn't mean you can't do them just as well. No matter what abilities you have or what circumstances you might be facing, I hope you will find Sully's courage to fight through any challenge to be an inspiration in pursuit of your dreams. Chapter 1. I stood atop the pitcher's mound, baseball in hand, my only hand. Perched on the stub where my right hand used to be was my baseball glove, pocket down. "Last one, Sully. Fire it in here," my friend Christina said, punching her catcher's mitt. The two of us had been practicing on the weed-choked youth baseball field for about 2 hours. Summer rays seared the back of my neck. A bead of sweat trickled down my cheek. I rocked into my windup. With my glove secured between my chest and right forearm, I kicked up my leg and added oomph to my fastball. On the heels of my follow-through, I slipped my hand into my glove, fumbling a bit, and got ready in fielding position. "Nice pitch," Christina said, hopping up. She jogged out to the mound, her brown ponytail swishing in rhythm with her long strides. "You're slaying today." "Pfft," I said, taking me way too long to get my glove on. "Nah," Christina said. Her cleat scraped a line in the pebbly dirt. "But to play it safe, maybe learn to catch comebackers with your teeth." I bit at an imaginary ball headed my way. Christina giggled. "On the real, though, you're playing awesome." It was one thing to play well in practice. There was no batter standing at home plate, no crowd of gawking peers and parents. Little pressure. It was another story to pitch in a tournament, which was what I planned to do in just a few days. The last time I laced up for a game was 3 years ago. That was back when I was headed into the 6th grade, back when my dad was the coach, back when my twin brother led our team in nearly every offensive category. Oh yeah, that was also when I had a right hand to catch throws with. It felt like a lifetime ago. Christina tossed her mitt near her feet. She wiped her palms down the sides of her mesh shorts. "How's that cannon of yours?" "Holding up," I said. Christina climbed the mound, stood in front of the rubber, then spun toward me. "I'd bet my Mike Trout rookie card you can still throw harder than anyone in our league." I whistled out a breath. "Don't. I already owe you for practicing with me every day." Christina looked away, a blush staining her olive-toned cheeks. "It's no biggie. My dad needs to hold another practice." Yeah, that would be cool, I said, shaping the brim of my baseball cap. It had been 9 days and counting since our last practice. We had practiced as a team a whopping 2 times. Yep, our team was super rusty, and opening day was looming. I wasn't blaming Christina's dad, Coach Carlos. At least he had the guts to step up and coach. More than I could say for my dad. Christina looked past me, her forehead creased with concern. I turned around. Trent Rigeri skidded his SE Big Ripper bike, dirt kicking up. He lived a few blocks down, on the other side of the train tracks. The bougie side. Trent played catcher for the Tannersville Bobcats. They were rivals to our team, the Collingdale Warriors. Their playing field was sweet, the grounds well maintained, the pitcher's mound, the stuff of dreams. Laying his bike on the ground, Trent approached the backstop and peered through the fencing. There was a disgusting brown splotch on his t-shirt. His lanky body cast a shadow that stretched toward home plate. Gesturing at his forearm, Trent said with a sneer, "How do you catch with that thing?" "Get lost," I said, my tone clipped. Christina approached me. "Ignore him." Trent spat on the dirt. "Sup, Christina? Want to ride with me to Vito's Pizza?" Bye, Felicia." Christina made a puking face. Trent scratched at his long triangular nose. "Oh, that's right. Sully's your BFF. Baseball freak friend." I wanted to disappear. No cap. Christina folded her arms. "It'll be dope when Sully strikes you out in the tourney." Trent bent at the waist and snorted a laugh. "Bruh, you're funny." "Just wait," Christina said. "The Bobcats are going down." Trent danced his fingers in front of his chest. "I'm so scared. Remind me, when was the last time the Warriors even made it to the championship game?" "Shut up," I said, my eyes narrowing to slits. Trent stroked his chin, throwing vibes that his brain cells were getting a rare workout. "Yes, now I remember. The Warriors never played in the big game on a minor league field. Not in 3 decades of trying." "Those were other teams," Christina said. "Other players. This year's Warriors team is different." Trent laughed some more and retreated to his bike. Gripping his handlebars, he said, "I'll almost feel sorry for you misfits when we destroy you on Saturday." I shook my head at his words. Trent rode off. Christina's face scrunched up with a look of distaste. "Could he be a bigger jerk?" I half smiled. That would be tough." Christina undid her ponytail, letting her hair down, revealing her natural curly locks. "When's your cousin supposed to arrive?" "Soon," I said, rolling my eyes. "My mom's probably already back from the airport with him." "Don't sound so excited," Christina teased. Christina knew how I felt about my obnoxious cousin Gus spending the summer at my house. Sure, he was the same age as me, but the fact we'd both been on the planet for 14 years was the extent of what we had in common. His punishment for getting into trouble in Chicago should not be getting dumped on us here on Long Island. Still, I couldn't expect Mom to not help her sister. It was what it was. Christina sat on the pitcher's mound and rolled up the sleeves on her tie-dye t-shirt. She glanced up at me, fingering back a coil of hair, looping it behind her ear. My heart did that weird flipping thing as I wondered when Christina had turned from tomboy into somebody that was actually decent-looking, if not pretty darn cute. I sat next to her with my legs bent in front of me. "Working your tan?" She laughed. "Obvi, on this beautiful beach of ours." I looked at the cracked home plate, the weeds, the rusted backstop. It's a real diamond in the rough. Christina reached over and picked up a baseball. "How lit would it be to make the championship game?" she asked, examining the ball. "For us to get to play on a minor league field? Maybe even end the streak by winning it all." I was about to say something when my brother Brendan's words echoed in my head. "The streak ends with us." All at once it came flooding back. A day 3 years ago. Brendan and I were too young to play in the Brookhaven Invitational Baseball Tournament, so we cheered on our hometown Warriors from the bleachers. Too bad for us, there wasn't much to cheer about. The Bobcats bounced the Warriors in the first round. Our dad was supposed to join us for the game and be our ride home. Never happened. He was too busy losing his paycheck at the racetrack. The umpire, a retired priest, offered my bro and me a lift home. Brendan respectfully declined. He wanted to wait longer for our dad to show. I pestered Brendan until he changed his mind. I could still hear Brendan in the back seat, jabbering on about the day we'd be old enough to play in the tournament. He smiled big, slapped his baseball glove on my knee, and said, "The streak ends with us." I never even had a chance to respond. Never saw the Mustang racing toward the intersection. Brakes squealed. Tires screeched. "Sully?" Christina said, nudging my side as I winced at the memory of crashing metal and glass. "You okay?" I blinked at my stump of arm below my elbow. "Yeah, I'm fine." Christina frowned as I reached for my cap and angled the brim down. She knew the truth. I did too. I would never be fine. Not without my other half. Not without Brendan. Adjusting to life as a right-hand amputee was cake compared to knowing I'd never again be able to hang with my best bud, and knowing that my dad's poor choices and my thick-headedness were the reasons why. "Come on," Christina said, tossing the ball into my lap. "We need more practice." I stood, rotating the ball in my hand. I was sore and tired, and, really, I just wanted to go home. I yawned. "Just a few more pitches?" Christina raised an eyebrow. "We can't win the championship unless we're really, really good." Boy, did I hate it when that girl was right. Because, as tired as I was, what I really wanted was to win the championship. For me, and in memory of Brendan, and partly for my dad, who used to be an engaged participant in my life. I picked up my glove. "You're right. I got a few more pitches in me. We need to be sharp." Christina gave me a thumbs up. I glanced up at wispy lines of white clouds set against a blue sky. "The streak ends with us, bro. You have my word on that." Chapter 2. I coasted on my bike down a hilly side street. My backpack, brimming with baseball gear, tugged hard at my shoulders. Christina caught up to me on her bike, her eyes blinking fast, her hair swept up in the wind. She waved her right arm from side to side in the air. "See, I can do it too." "That's bussin'." I considered showing her up by riding with no hands, but with my luck, I'd wipe out and break my neck. We pedaled onto our block and rolled to a stop in my driveway. Dad's junker, a red Corolla, was parked in its usual spot in front of the garage. Mom's minivan was nowhere in sight. Christina, straddling her bike, smoothed strands of hair away from her face. "Aw, I was hoping to meet the infamous Gus." "Such a shame," I said, climbing off my bike. Maybe plans had changed. Maybe Gus wasn't coming to New York. Maybe he'd stayed put in Chicago. Maybe. But I wasn't going to count on it. As I took off my backpack, I glanced at the only home I'd known. It wasn't anything fancy. A small 2-bedroom house with faded brown and tan siding. Christina wiped her hand across her sweaty forehead. "You gonna show Gus around town when he gets here?" I made a face. "Sure, I'll give him the grand tour. What are you up to the rest of the day?" "Going out to eat with the Rents." "Nice," I said, trying to hide my jealousy. Though technically still married, my parents ignored each other. Dad moved into the basement apartment, and I lived with Mom in the rest of the house. "I should get going," Christina said, nudging her chin toward the bushes that separated our properties. "I'll ask my dad about holding another team practice." "'Kay," I said. I'll give you the 411 on Gus. Christina pedaled out of my driveway. She looked back at me, her eyes bright, her dimples in full bloom. Later, Sully. The three of us should hang tomorrow. My smile slowly fell from my face. My thoughts spun to the past, the days Christina and I used to chill at each other's houses with a third amigo, Brendan. The three of us used to spend nearly our entire summers together. Now, our squad was getting an unwanted replacement. I should have just listened to you, bro. The hard truth lived rent-free inside my head. Brendan wanted to wait until Dad showed. If we would have done that, we would have driven safely through that intersection. Fate, timing, two things that seemed to be working against me. While I waited for Mom and Gus to arrive, I dragged an overflowing garbage can down my driveway and left it by the curb. A sports car with shiny chrome rims thundered down the cross street. It had me shook as I imagined that sports car colliding with Mom's minivan, my fingertips tingling at my side. Get a grip, Sully. Mom's fine. She's driving safely home right now. As if on cue, Mom's minivan turned the corner onto our block. Gus, riding shotgun, waved his meaty right arm out the window. I blew a long breath. It was showtime. Mom parked in the driveway. Gus swung open the door and hopped out. He looked a lot like I remembered. Husky build, wide nose, mop of curly hair. The shiner under his right eye, that was new. "What up, Sully?" Gus asked, tugging up at his low-riding shorts. Gus and I met up in the driveway. "Hey, Gus." "My man," he said, extending his open hand. I gave him 5. Gus looked down the street. "The burbs, sweet." "It's all right," I said. Gus glanced at my shorter arm. "How you been?" "Hanging in, you know." "Cool, cool. Your brother, man. I miss that kid. I still can't believe it." I swallowed past a lump in my throat. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe Gus wasn't such a bad guy. Mom approached us, her sandals clicking against the blacktop. She looked frail and worn out, older than her 40 years. Her hair was streaked gray. Her face was lined, the cheekbones prominent. Brendan used to be CEO of getting Mom to lighten up, even when she was ticked at us. Like the time Brendan and I were play wrestling in the living room and we accidentally knocked over a table lamp. Brendan picked up the broken lamp, turned to Mom, who had just entered the room all hissy, and said, "Mom, you know we love you watts and watts, right?" Mom's smile brightened the room. Mom opened the rear hatch on her minivan. "How'd practice go?" she asked. "Got my breaking ball to break today," I said. Mom shrugged. "And that's a good thing?" I smiled. "Yeah, it is." Mom was a fan of her boys and religiously attended our games, but she never could wrap her mind around the game. Gus rubbed at his mess of hair. "Let me get this straight. You play baseball one-handed? Like a mini Jim Abbott?" "Yeah, him," Gus said, his head bobbing. "Respect." Jim Abbott was my hero. He had been born without a right hand, but he never let that stop him from achieving his dreams. He had an amazing major league career as a pitcher, one that included throwing a no-hitter for the Yankees in 1993. Boy, would I have loved to see his career play out in real time. Throughout my comeback to the game, I'd watched countless YouTube videos of Jim pitching. I studied his delivery, especially the way he transferred his glove. Practiced it on the field. Jim gave me hope. I stretched a kink out of my sore shoulder. "You play any sports?" Gus stepped closer and puffed his chest out. "Football, a man's sport." I raised an eyebrow. "And street brawling." Gus socked his palm. "Not anymore," Mom corrected. "The new Gus will be on his best behavior, right?" Gus struggled to keep a straight face. "Whatever you say, Aunt Jill. The new Gus will be a perfect angel." According to Mom, My aunt was done with Gus's antics. Military school awaited Gus if things didn't pan out here. We lugged Gus's stuff into the house. It was roasting inside, the fans and open windows doing little good. The furnishings were prehistoric, from the paneled walls to the loud appliances. My dog Sparky greeted us in the hallway, his tail in a full wiggly wag. He was a mixed breed, with a white coat marked with brown spots. My parents had rescued Sparky from a local shelter. Brendan and I loved Sparky the moment we first saw him. Now a senior dog, Sparky was still the best birthday present I'd ever received. Not that I celebrated my birthday anymore. Gus gave Sparky some love. Mom set Gus's suitcase down on the kitchen floor. "Make yourself at home. We're glad you'll be spending some time with us." Gus raised his chin in acknowledgement. "Thanks for having me." Mom returned to the foyer, her tired eyes on me. "Why don't you let your father know Gus is here?" I winced. Twice. Gus shadowed me into the kitchen. I glanced at the closed basement door and felt my heart speed up. The last time Dad and I spent time together was a week earlier. We shared some Chinese takeout, but that was about all we shared. Brief moments of awkward small talk. No laughs. I served my time and got out of there. I knocked on the door, striking it hard with my fist. "Got a minute?" I called out. "Gus is here." No response. I knocked again. "Dad, Gus is here." "Door's open," Dad said. I turned to Gus, my throat tightening. "You know the deal with my parents, right?" "I was briefed," Gus said. "Sorry, man." I hated being embarrassed of the person I used to idolize. Hated it like a kick to the shin. But there was no denying the feeling. I opened the door and clicked on the stairwell light. Any hope of Dad having cleaned the place lasted but a second. A mildew scent wafted in the air. The stairs were cluttered with dirty laundry, old newspapers, and other junk. From what I could tell from atop the stairs, the rest of the apartment was in no better shape. I angled my body and gripped the stair rail. "Watch your step." "Whoa," Gus said, "and I thought my room was a disaster area." I wanted to drill my elbow into his big gut, but I let his comment slide. We made it down the steps and weaved our way around the mess in the living room. The kitchen was worse. Dirty dishes congested the sink. Spilled milk pooled on the counter. Garbage everywhere. Pizza boxes, open food cans, you name it. Dad sat at a round oak table, his hands clasped over a closed book. I glanced at the framed photo that hung crooked on the kitchen wall. Mom had captured a brilliant shot of her husband and her boys at the ball field. We were standing near the fringe of the infield grass, with the sun setting in the backdrop. Dad had his arm draped over Brendan's shoulders. Dad now bore little resemblance to how he looked in the photo. Back then, he was our coach, bright-eyed, clean-cut, and in shape. He was high energy, low drama. Now he looked haggard, beaten up and down by life. His sandy brown hair stood in wild strands from his head. He had perpetual stubble on his lifeless face. Gray sweats, holed at the knees, hugged his bloated body. "Hey there, Gus," Dad said, his voice monotone. "Uncle Frank!" Gus walked over to my dad and shook his hand. Dad didn't bother getting up. No surprise there. Dad rarely did much of anything since losing his job a year ago. He spent most of his time down here doing God knows what. The man no longer even owned a TV, which made visits with him all the more trying. "How's your mom?" Dad asked. Gus shrugged. "Pretty good, I guess." The two of them chatted a bit. You'd think Dad would acknowledge me standing there. After all, we hadn't spoken in days. Maybe ask me about Mom, or baseball, or, I don't know, maybe just say hello. After silence fell between Gus and Dad, I said, "Well, Gus, Better go get you unpacked. Yeah, okay, Gus said. Good to see you again, Uncle Frank. Good to see you too. Dad reached for his book. I turned to leave. Then I spun back around. I felt blood flow through me as I held Dad's stare. Just so you know, I said, I got the schedule for the tournament. Dad's tired eyes moved over me. Oh yeah? When you playing? This Saturday at noon. Guthrie Park. We're playing the Bobcats. Can you make it? Dad scratched at his wispy hair. We'll see. I got a few things to take care of on Saturday. Anger filled in my chest until I thought I might choke on it. Yeah, sure. I knew Dad wouldn't show. That he'd find a way to be too busy in his empty life to be there for me. That it didn't matter to him that I'd be pitching in my first game as a one-hander. Dad must have thought I was incapable of playing. That I'd embarrass him, or myself, or the both of us. It crushed me to think my own father, who used to be so active in my life, now wanted little to do with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was a constant reminder to Dad of Brendan. I reminded him of his mistake, reminded him of what Brendan would have looked like now. How different our lives would have been if only Dad had showed up for that game 3 years ago. If only he'd cheered on our players at the baseball field instead of the ponies at the track. But there was no changing any of that. Life had no rewind button. Gus and I went back upstairs. Mom met up with us in the foyer and asked if I could help get Gus settled in my room. If it were up to me, I'd get Gus settled in the living room. The couch did convert into a bed after all. But I gave Mom my word that I would try to be nice. Am I rooming with you, big guy? Gus asked. Yep, I said, climbing the stairs with a suitcase in tow. Gus dogged me into my room. I kicked off my sneakers by the door. Baseball trophies gleamed atop orange shelves. Mets posters hung from blue walls. A bunk bed crowded a corner of the room. Sweet digs, Gus said, setting his bags down. You on top or bottom bunk? Bottom, I said in a small voice. Score! Gus pulled off his gorilla-sized sneakers and scaled the ladder to the top bunk. He crawled to the center of the mattress, then cranked up the cray-cray, hopping around on his knees, the mattress thumping like a speaker. Always wanted a bunk bed, he said. The idiot had to realize that he was bouncing on Brendan's bed. Take it easy on the springs, I said, my teeth grinding. He froze, his mouth gaping open like a fish. Is that like a fat joke? No, I just want you to stop bouncing on my brother's bed. Oh, I see. This bed is reserved, Gus said, getting salty. He swung his legs over the rail and jumped down. No, you can sleep there. Gus walked over to me. Just a question. Why do you still have bunk beds in here? I looked away. I have my reasons, I said, not wanting to get into it. Yeah, heard. The vibe I get is that you don't really want me here. I met Gus's gaze. No, it's cool. 'Cause honestly, nothing against you, but I don't want to be here either. My crew needs me in Chicago. This is all a big inconvenience. I had to stop myself from laughing. Your crew, eh? Gus fingered his bruised eye. Southside jumped us. I escaped better than most. Little Lenny got a bat across the skull. Sorry, I said, meaning it. They'll get theirs, he said. Every one of them. I'll see to it when I'm back there. If you say so. His flexing was starting to bug me, and he wasn't even unpacked yet. Chapter 3. I walked out the front door, with my baseball glove cupped over my stubbed arm. The morning sun shined in my eyes like a spotlight. Hot air molded itself around me. A mist of pollen hung in the air. Christina cut across her front yard. She had our team's equipment bag slung over her shoulder. Hold up, Hercules, I said, jogging over to her. I helped her set the bag down on my driveway. Metal bats clanked. A blue helmet rolled out. Good news, Christina said, tucking curls behind her ear. Oh yeah? Pete texted back. He can make practice. That brings it to 7. Sweet, I said. Last night, Christina had texted me that her dad wasn't going to be able to hold practice anytime soon. He had to put in a lot of overtime at his job or something. So she and I decided to organize our own practice. 7 players weren't enough to field each position, but that didn't matter. We were simply stoked that it wasn't just the 2 of us. Gus stepped out onto the porch. The screen door snapped shut behind him. He tilted his head back and yawned. An untucked Chicago Bears jersey skirted his baggy brown shorts. The myth, the legend, I said, gesturing toward Gus. Our first night as roomies went better than expected. Sure, I could have done without his snoring and his occasional release of gas, but he was tolerable. Gus descended the porch steps, palms up as if checking for rain. Thank you, God. There are pretty girls in the burbs. Christina tried her best to muffle giggles. I waited for her to compose herself. Gus, meet Christina, I said, the star catcher on our team. A pleasure, Christina said, extending her hand. Gus's large hand swallowed hers. Catcher, eh? Would have guessed teen model, but what do I know? Christina blushed and laughed some more. I can tell you're not from around here. The accent? Gus asked. The charm. Christina bit the corner of her lip. I looked away, jelly of their instant connection. So, where's this wuss ball practice at? Gus asked. You coming? I asked. Gus gave me a thumbs up. Bet. You weren't planning on leaving your cuz behind, were you? My jaw clicked shut. Wouldn't dream of it. The field is a few blocks away. Sweet, Gus said, nodding. I'll tag along. See what you guys got. Christina knelt and tightened her shoelace. Why not practice with us? Gus's nose scrunched. Baseball? I play, how do I put this nicely? Oh, I play contact sports. Christina stood up, her hands settling on her hips. Guess you never got barreled over trying to protect home plate. Gus waved away her comment as if it annoyed him. That's sus. A collision at the plate happens, well, like never. But a linebacker gets whacked every single snap. It's no sweat, Gus, I chimed in. Come and watch if you want. We have enough players. Gus clapped my shoulder. Don't worry, cuz. Maybe you guys will get lucky, and I'll give you some pointers. Christina and I walked in stride down a side street, with me pulling the baseball gear in a rusty radio flyer wagon. Behind us, Gus walked Sparky on a leash. The baseball field loomed in the distance. Christina turned her palm to block light from the low-hanging sun. Nice. Some of our guys are already at the field. I fought the glare. Why are they riding bikes on the field? Wait, are those our guys? Snap, Christina said. Tell me that's Trent and Keith. Bingo, I said. I didn't know Keith too well, but I knew he was one of Trent's friends, and that he was far and away the best player the Bobcats had. Trent and Keith were jumping a plywood ramp on the pitcher's mound. It was likely they had swiped the lumber from a nearby construction site. Hold up, I said, my blood boiling. Christina and I waited by the curb. Gus swaggered toward us, chewing gum like a cow. Sparky gave his best attempts to pull away from Gus. Gus, I said, trouble's ahead. Awesome, Gus said. What's brewing? I set the wagon handle down and pointed to the field. See those 2 guys? Yep, Gus said. They play for a team in another town, I said. They've mistaken our baseball field for a bicycle course. Gus smiled around big teeth. Looks like someone needs to be taught a lesson. No, I said. Well, yeah, they do, but not by you. Why not? 'Cause you just got here, and here is better than military school. How do you know about that? Gus asked. I overheard my mom talking on the phone. Anyway, would you let me handle them? Gus spat his gum onto the street. What's your plan, General Sully? Stand down and let them tear up the field? Just promise me you'll stay out of it. Gus glanced at Christina, then back at me. I live for this. Promise me, I said. 'Kay, cuz, they're all yours. Christina cracked her knuckles. And mine. I got this, I said. I'm serious. Christina bunched her lips to one side. Doubt showed in her eyes. I picked up the wagon handle and led us down a dirt path to the ballpark. My body buzzed with nervous excitement. I hated confrontation, but I knew I needed to stand up to Trent. Go get him, Christina encouraged. I parked the wagon behind the backstop. Keith biked near home plate. He had a crew cut and an athletic build. He nodded at me and then tore toward the mound. He jumped the ramp and nailed the landing. Nice one, Trent said, pedaling near second base. Nice one, I echoed. Now would you guys mind getting off our field? Trent skidded to a stop. Laughter grew in him. He held out one hand, the other cupped to his stomach. I'm not joking, I said, hating how my voice went shaky. Go! Trent rode to the home plate area. The backstop divided us. Go scratch, Trent said. We're practicing. Right, I said. Did you forget your field is on the other side of the tracks? Trent did a double take at Gus. Who's this? Your bodyguard? My cousin. Trent made a dismissive noise. Wow, what a family! Stubby and chubby! Keith puffed out his cheeks, his breath held. He burst out laughing. Trent's words stung. I wanted to tell him off, give him a razzing to feel a fraction of the emotional pain I had endured since the accident. But I lost my nerve and swallowed my words. Gus, calm as could be, tied Sparky to the fence and walked around the backstop. No, Gus, I said. Forget him. Gus paid me no mind. He crossed the first baseline and gestured at Trent. If I were you, Gus said casually, I'd start pedaling. Trent planted his foot on the higher pedal. Watch the air I get on this jump. Go for it, tough guy, Gus said. Trent rode fast and jumped the ramp. His landing was rough, tires wobbling. He stayed upright, though, and pulled up beside Keith in shallow center field. Gus marched toward the plywood ramp. He cracked the board with one stomp of his sneaker. Trent shouted, Hey, fat boy, try a diet! I thought Gus was going to lose it, chase after him, or at least clap back. But Gus just ignored him. Trent shook his head. Wait until the tournament, losers! Just wait! The duo burned rubber and disappeared down the street. I met up with Gus by the mound. Thanks for letting me handle them, I teased. Gus propped the cracked plywood upright. Sorry, cuz. I ain't gonna let anybody make fun of you. You're a cool kid. I spoke from my heart. Thanks, man. You're pretty cool yourself. I respected Gus for having my back, even if he had gone back on his word. Gus dragged the plywood off the field. Practice hard. I want to see you guys destroy those chumps. I shaped the brim of my cap. You got it. We play them on Saturday in the first round of a tournament. You up for a campout? Campout? Gus asked. Yeah, we're spending 2 nights at a local park this weekend. All 8 teams in the tournament. It's tradition around here. Gus left the plywood by a rusty garbage can. You serious? Like sleeping out in tents? A bonfire? Bears? The whole 9? You bet. Except for the bears. Gus shrugged. Count me in, cuz. Wouldn't want you to miss hearing me freestyle rap by the fireside. I smiled. That would be a real shame. Standing behind the backstop, I slapped a helmet onto my head. I picked up a metal bat and took a few warm-up cuts. "Batter up," Christina said, squatting behind home plate. She lowered her catcher's mask. I blew out a breath. Here goes nothing. Craig Hayes stood atop the hill. Red hair straggled out from beneath his baseball cap. He had an oval face and a mouth full of metal braces. The kid threw hard, but struggled with his control. Per Christina, he set a league record for the most plunked batters last season. Lucky me. Batting lefty, I stepped up to the cracked home plate. My heart knocked like it wanted out of my chest. All those practice cuts in my backyard couldn't have hurt, but they were a far cry from making contact off a real-life pitcher, especially a pitcher who could bring the heat. My teammates took up their fielding positions. They played me in and to pull. I assumed a batting stance. Knees bent, hand strangling the bat handle, stub pressed to the knob, which I found added balance. "Give it a ride," Christina encouraged. I dug my cleats into the dirt. "That's the plan." Craig wound up, a herky-jerky motion. The pitch hummed in high and tight, sending me backpedaling. "Whoa, easy there, pitch," Gus called out from the bleachers. "Sully can't afford to lose any more body parts." Gus scored a few laughs. Craig waggled his glove. "Sorry, man." "No prob," I said. Christina punched her mitt. "Focus on the target," she said. "There is nothing else, just the target." I stepped back in the box and touched the bat head to the corner of home plate. Craig wound up and pitched a fat one, right down Broadway. I swung and missed. Nothing about my swing felt natural, like my mind was sending signals to my phantom hand that it should be gripping the handle, which was both annoying and frustrating. Craig kept the pitches coming like a machine. Most were wild and completely unhittable. The decent ones I either whiffed on or grounded weakly. So far, so bad. Being viewed as an automatic out was not an option, though. I needed to learn how to hit again. We needed every run we could muster. I needed to do it for Brendan, to prove our team was still the greatest. If it was going to take 1,000,000 swings to find my groove, then so be it. I had all day. All summer, in fact. Craig slapped the ball into his mitt and showed me his clenched fist. "You got this, Sully. Hit with your hips and drive the ball," he said. My teammates let me hear them. I twirled the bat over my shoulder. "I can do this." Craig slung a fastball, and I locked in on it. I kicked my leg up, put my hips into my swing, and drilled the ball into left field. The impact sent vibrations up my arm, but it felt great. "Nice shot," Gus called out, standing atop the bleachers. "Yeah, Sully," Christina said. "That's how it's done." My teammates chanted my name. Adrenaline flooded my system. I'd been down so low, so beaten by life, that I had forgotten how much I loved playing the game. The routine stuff, the magical moments, the blunders, all of it. I settled into my batting stance, ready to battle again. "The streak ends with us," I whispered. Chapter 4. Mom steered her minivan along a dirt path and parked in front of flowering shrubs. "Here we are, Campground D," she said. Afternoon sun rays shined through the dusty windshield. I clicked off my seatbelt and glanced out the side window. I was an hour late. My teammates and Coach Carlos were busy setting up camp. Some parents were also there, socializing and assisting. The league reserved 8 of the park's campsites, 1 for each team in the tournament. Tradition held that all the teams camped out the Friday night before the tournament got underway and stayed through the weekend, even with a loss in the first round, which meant elimination from the tournament. I clipped a leash on Sparky's collar. "You're gonna love this place, boy." Mom shoved her car keys into her purse. "If you guys want to leave early for any reason, call me. I can be here in a half hour." "We'll be fine, Mom." Gus leaned forward in his seat, elbows on his knees. "We're safer here than walking most streets in Chicago. No joke." Mom picked out a pair of sunglasses from the console. She pushed open her door and climbed out of the minivan. "Call any time. I mean it." Sparky and I followed Gus out the side door. Hot, sticky air carried the smell of fresh pine. Treetops scraped a descending sky. Charred wood lay stacked in a fire pit. A highway winked through the brush. Coach Carlos set down a cardboard box on a picnic table. We waved to each other. Christina jogged over to us. She was wearing her warrior's hat over hair done in 2 long braids. "Did you get my text?" "No," I said. "Well, it's a good thing you came. You make 8, she said, short of breath. 8? I asked. 4 guys quit, Christina said. My jaw fell open. No, you're joking. I'm not. They just called my dad, said they don't want to waste their time losing with us this summer. I did quick math. We were down to 9 players. Just enough. Who quit? I asked. Christina rattled off names, but I could have guessed. They were the guys who had been skipping practice, the ones who recently started their own garage band. Great, I said, just great. Christina peeked through splayed fingers. And Scott's not here yet. Nobody's heard from him. Without him, we won't have enough players to field all positions. I shook my head in disbelief. What if Scott ditched us too? Could anyone else be our 9th player? Gus? No, he didn't go to our school. Besides, he hated baseball. Ugh, I said. Scott better show. He will, Christina said. I hope so. We'll get creamed with only 8 players, if they'll even let us play. Snap, Christina said. This is just our luck. Gus walked toward me, dry leaves crackling under his sneakers, an oversized hammer in hand. Last one, he said. I knelt and held a tent stake in position. Don't miss. Gus loomed over me, his big teeth on display. Come on, I'm not you at the plate. I barked a laugh. Savage, man, savage. Gus shrugged, then worked the stake into the ground. I got up and checked out the tent. Not bad. It last stood 4 summers ago at a campground in Pennsylvania. Our last family vacation. My phone's wallpaper used to be a silly photo we took in front of the tent during that vacation. Dad was giving Mom bunny ears. Sparky had a baseball in his mouth. Brendan and I were flexing like pro wrestlers. The shot captured the essence of the close, fun family we were. I couldn't have imagined how quickly things would change. None of us could have. Mom and Sparky returned from the hiking trail. How's it going, guys? Mom asked, tugging on Sparky's leash. I swatted gnats. Good, I think we're all set. Mom approached, her sneakers snapping twigs. Guess it's time for me to head home. I'll be back tomorrow for the big game. I petted Sparky. Okay, see you tomorrow. Mom studied me, top to bottom. You have your cell phone, right? I worked the evidence out of my pocket. Of course. And the charger? Yeppers. Mom fiddled with a ring on her index finger. A birthstone ring with twin hearts. The one Brendan had picked out for her at a school fair. Are you too grown up for a hug? She asked. I stepped into her hug, my cheeks heating up. I love you, Sully, she said, squeezing me tight. Love ya, I said, speaking into her shoulder. Don't worry. I'll try not to. Sure you don't want me to camp out with you guys? I stepped out of her hold and looked around. Do you see any other mothers staying? She clawed at the fabric of her shorts. I understand. Please, listen to Coach Carlos and his assistant. What they say goes. Her gaze shifted to Gus. Gus held up 2 fingers. Scout's honor. I was certain Mom would worry herself sick. She'd convince herself something awful would happen to us, and she wasn't there to help. That history would repeat itself. But I also knew she wanted me to do this, to take chances and be a kid again. She'd seen me in a prolonged funk after the accident, a period of time when I was alive but not truly living. She wanted nothing more than for me to be happy, even if that meant having to endure sleepless nights at home without her boy. After Mom and Sparky headed home, Coach Carlos gathered the team for a meeting. There was no mistaking his relationship to Christina. Same curly brown hair and big brown eyes. Both were tall and toned. Even their facial expressions matched. "Take a seat, guys," Coach said, motioning his hand down. He propped his loosely laced work boot atop a sawed tree stump. We got comfortable on the leafy dirt. Coach gestured at the stocky man standing next to him. "First, I'd like to introduce Hank. He's my coworker and a good friend," Coach said. "And he's volunteered to help me keep you guys out of trouble this weekend." Hank raised his hand, and we welcomed him. "As you know," Coach continued, "a few players quit on us today. I just heard from Scott, and the news isn't good." Moans. "He has a stomach bug," Coach said. "He won't be playing tomorrow." I punched the ground. Our team was cursed. "Now what do we do?" Christina asked. "Well," Coach said, "league rules are we need to field 9 players for tournament play. Trying to convince one of the guys who quit to rejoin is an option. Or we can camp out, watch the other games, and make the best of things." Brendan would have been the 9th player. Pete, our second baseman, stood up. He was a tiny kid with bushy eyebrows. "No way am I going to beg for those quitters to come back on the team," he said. "Forget them. I'd rather forfeit the season away." Others echoed his sentiment. Pressure built behind my eyes. "It's over, bro. The streak won't end with us." Our team was going to fold before I even got to throw a pitch. The most short-lived comeback ever. Coach's sweeping gaze halted on me. He cleared his throat. "Is everyone okay with just camping out for the weekend?" My neck burned with tension. I fought back tears. Gus hopped to his feet and joined Coach up front. "Can't any of you people count?" "Count?" Coach asked. "Yeah." Gus pointed down at each player and counted. 1, 2, 3. When he got to 9, he pointed to himself. My heart skipped a beat. Coach rubbed the back of his neck. "That's a nice gesture, Gus, but you need to be a resident of Collingdale to play for us in the tournament." "That could be a problem," Gus said. "Could be. If my mother hadn't already enrolled me in Collingdale School District for next year. It's something I'm protesting, but it's a done deal. Signed, sealed, and delivered." I rushed over to Gus. If this was one of his stupid jokes, I was going to strangle him. "What are you talking about? You never mentioned this." "Don't worry, cuz. We're not living with you. My mom's going to rent a place. She signed me up at Collingdale using your address. I'm sure the school can send the paperwork." Hope glimmered. Don't you hate baseball?" I asked. Gus made a face. "I won't hate beating those idiots we met the other day." More hope. "You're serious? You'll be our 9th player tomorrow?" Gus pointed at Coach. It's up to this guy. But yeah, I could play." "How old are you?" Coach asked. 14. I know, cray, right? You must have thought I was at least 18. Gus stroked his chin. "Is it the facial hair? Or maybe the manly build?" Coach smiled around pearly white teeth. "Looks like we're back in business." Christina pumped her fist. "Let's go, Warriors! Let's go, Warriors!" My teammates and I joined the chant, adding decibels, hopefully loud enough for the Bobcats to hear us from wherever their campsite was. This was really happening. We were going to play ball. Coach placed a finger to his lips. Okay, save some of that energy for the game tomorrow. We quieted down, and Coach went over camping rules and our strategy for tomorrow's game. Wrapping things up, he said, "Let's go eat. Teams are meeting up for a barbecue at the baseball field. Wear your Warriors caps, and let's hike there as a team." A team. I glanced at the sky. All 10 of us, bro. Chapter 5. Coach led the way down a winding trail, while Hank brought up the rear. Smooth gray vines draped from thick tree trunks and branches. A low sun pushed light through breaks in the treetops. 10 or so minutes into our hike, we veered onto a narrow path and exited the woods. Still inside the park, we crossed a paved road and the parking lot, then beelined down a dirt path to the baseball fields. Players from other teams were already there, stuffing their faces and horsing around. Flames danced over smoky grills. Music blared. Near third base, Coach Carlos shook hands with Stuart Gray, the commissioner of the league. Coach called Gus over to their huddle. "Later, ladies," Gus said. Christina and I continued toward the food area behind the backstop. Adults slapped burgers and baked beans onto paper plates. The smell of woodsy, tangy barbecue sauce hung in the air. I stood in line behind Christina. My stomach rumbled. "You think he's giving your dad a hard time?" I asked. Christina turned toward me. "Not about Gus joining. My dad's tight with Mr. Gray." A boy snuck up behind Christina. A stranger to me, he had a Bobcats cap on and a baseball in hand. He was lean and tall, with a long, straight nose and bloodshot eyes. Dirt caked his knees and forearms. "Boo!" he said, speaking at Christina's back. Christina jumped, her hands flying to her chest. "Not funny, Lance," she said, softly pushing his shoulder. Lance spun his Bobcat's cap backwards. "Sup, Christina? We're hanging in right field if you want to eat with us." I smirked. I was sure Christina was going to roast this clown. Christina hugged herself. "Stop," she said in a quiet voice. "I'm only hanging with my team this weekend. You know that." Lance tossed the ball to himself. "Right, stranger," he said with a wink. "Later." Christina winced. "Bye," she said. Lance made eye contact with me, then his gaze fell to my shorter arm. "Good luck tomorrow," he said. I nodded. Lance jogged out to join his teammates. A sick feeling welled within me. Was Christina friends with this guy? Did she have a crush on him or something? "What was that all about?" I asked. Christina shrugged. "Nothing." "Didn't seem like nothing." Christina shrugged again. "We hung out a few times. We're friends." My heart plunged. She liked somebody. A bobcat. "What do you mean, hung out?" I asked. "Why does it matter?" Christina countered. Against my better judgment, I pressed on. "It matters. Define hung out." Her nose crinkled. "Who are you, my dad?" Ugh. We used to talk about everything. What else was she hiding from me? I told myself that it was none of my business, but my words didn't want to listen. "Whatever," I said. "He's a bobcat. You gonna help them win? Do you want me to give your boyfriend easy pitches tomorrow?" Christina's eyebrows snapped together. "Jerk." My fingernails bit into my palm. "Me? Right, I'm the jerk." "Yeah, you are," Christina said. I breathed heavy through my nose. A pudgy man set a tray of burgers and hot dogs on the folding table in front of us. "What'll it be, young lady?" Christina turned and faced the man. "Cheeseburger, please." I huffed. "Eat with your new friend. I just lost my appetite." I stormed away. I found an empty park bench and slumped into it, feeling alone again. Seeing all the smiling faces on the field only added to my misery. I wanted to go home. I knew I shouldn't blame Christina for liking somebody, but I couldn't shake feeling jealous. I guessed, deep down, I hoped she had a crush on me, because I sort of liked her. I blew out a long breath, trying to process the thought. I liked my best friend. Not that that mattered. She was way out of my league. No chance was I ever going to be the one to catch her eye. No, I was who I was, a one-handed freak who had better get used to being alone forever. Back at our campsite, my teammates and I sat around the fire pit. Nearly extinguished blue flames twisted into the nighttime air. Smoke carried the scent of cedar. Stars speckled the sky. Coach put his guitar down. "I think that's enough songs for one night, guys," he said. "Let's get some shut-eye. We have a big day tomorrow." Finally. Sure, Coach played guitar like a champ, but I was eager to put today behind me, ready to escape the awkwardness passed in his daughter's presence. Christina and I said goodnight to the others. Not to each other, though. We hadn't spoken since the barbecue. I wondered if anyone had noticed. Gus and I crawled into our tent, which reeked of bug spray. I slinked across the plastic floor and turned on a battery-powered light. Gus zipped the door shut. "What climbed up your butt?" He gave me a strange look. "Huh?" "You heard me," Gus said. "What's up?" "I'm good. No cap." Gus kicked off his sneakers. "Bull. You mad I'm playing tomorrow?" I unrolled my sleeping bag. "Of course not. We wouldn't have a team without you." "What is it then?" Gus asked. "Why that sourpuss face all night? Tell me before I noogie it out of you." I grabbed my pillow. "Noogie it out of me?" "Yeah," Gus said, showing me his clenched knuckles. "Or I can detonate a few fart bombs in here. Your choice." I smiled. Can I go with a third option?" Gus crawled over to me. "Nope. Guess I'll have to choose for you. Noogie it is." "Get away," I said, pushing the pillow into his shoulder. "Not happening." Gus knocked my hat off. "Quit it," I said. Gus grabbed hold of me and scrubbed his knuckles on my noggin. "Ready to talk?" "Dude, stop," I said, fighting to squirm free. Gus noogied my head some more, only harder. "Say when." Okay, I'll talk." Gus let go of me. "So, what's up?" I flattened my hair. "Not much, really. It's just I found out we have a traitor on our team, that's all." "A traitor? Who?" "Christina." Gus sucked in his lips, making his nostrils stretch long. "Christina?" "Yeah. Found out she likes a player on the team we're playing tomorrow. They've been hanging out." Gus laughed. "Please! She's not being a traitor. She's being 14. My shoulders slumped. "Well, now you know, so drop it." "Not so fast," Gus said. "You're crushing on Christina, aren't you?" I felt my face heat up. "No." Gus made a face. "Bet you are. No shame in that. She's a smoke show. Looks a lot like Selena Gomez." "Yeah, well, I don't like her like that." "Oh, yes, you do. Your heart is breaking. That's what this is all about." "Shut up." Gus flicked my shoulder. "You ever let her know how you feel about her?" In a breathy voice, I said, "I'm not exactly somebody a girl would be into." Gus's expression hardened. "Save the pity potty. What you need to do is ditch the lame game and step it up. Don't worry, cuz, I'm gonna help you get there. Then you're gonna owe me big time. And let me tell you, that's one favor I intend to call in." I rolled my eyes. Oh boy, can't wait. I awoke to the sound of chatter coming from outside my tent. The sun was up, bright rays penetrating the canvas walls. The air was warm and sticky. Cocooned in my sleeping bag, I sat up. Gus, who had probably kept half the park up last night with his snoring, was not inside the tent. His sleeping bag lay clumped by my feet. It was game day. a day I'd been dreaming about for a long time. It was also the 3rd anniversary of Brendan's death, which only added to the emotion of the day. One thing was for sure, I needed to square things away with Christina. The sooner, the better. I threw on a t-shirt and shorts, slipped my bare feet into sneakers, and climbed out of the tent. Leaves glistened with morning dew. Birds sang. I found Gus seated at a picnic table, a half-eaten banana in hand. Christina stood beside her tent, looking cute in the pink tank top that hung loose over her sloped shoulders. She shook a can of bug repellent, then coated her legs. My body went rigid as I approached her. She glanced at me, then away. "Hey!" My voice came out squeaky. I sounded so stupid. Christina placed the can down. "Hi." "I'm sorry," I said. "You were right. I was the jerk yesterday." Christina's lips curved into a smile. "I won't argue with you." I relaxed some. "So, we're cool?" Christina folded her arms. "You actually think I would help the Bobcats win? Seriously?" I wanted to tell her the truth, that I acted that way because I was jelly of whatever was going on between her and that kid. But now wasn't the time. "No, I know you won't help them win," I said. "You better know that," Christina said, pointing a finger at me. "Today's our day." "I know," I said. "We have to advance." Christina looked away. "Brendan would expect nothing less from us." I recalled the times Brendan, Christina, and I used to play wiffle ball in her backyard. How we'd go wild as we'd pretend that we'd just beaten the Bobcats in the tournament. It wasn't just a dream that Brendan and I shared. Christina was a part of the dream. I stuck out my fist. "Let's win today." We bumped knuckles, and I felt my cheeks heat up. Christina flashed bright white teeth. "Let's leave no doubt and win big." Inside my tent, I knelt on the ground and tucked my Warriors jersey into my baseball pants. I closed my eyes and recalled how after the accident I'd sworn off baseball. Immediately and for all time. No way did I deserve to play ball without my best bud. My stance on that matter stayed that way, right up until that chilly morning last April. I woke up that morning feeling tired and down, which had been nothing out of the ordinary for me. I was in no mood to help Mom decorate for Easter. However, after picking at the breakfast Mom made for me, there I was, digging through boxes in the garage to find her stuff. It didn't take me long to locate it. Not the Easter stuff. Instead, a box labeled Misc Baseball. I worked the box open, and I couldn't believe what was right on the top. My baseball glove, a left-hander's Rawlings. Beside it was a second glove, Brendan's glove. An older model Rawlings, it was designed for righties. Brendan and I were as identical as non-identical twins could be. The same tall, slim build, the same oversized anchor nose, the same dark blonde hair that fell flat across our foreheads. But, unlike me, Brendan was right-handed. I pulled both gloves out of the box, held them under my nose, and breathed in their leathery scents. I was sure the gloves had been lost in the accident. My eyes clouded as I slipped my hand into Brendan's glove. I felt an instant reconnection. It was a twin thing, the feeling I got. I felt it, heart and soul. As strange as it may sound, I took the experience as a nudge from Brendan to get out there and play ball again. A nod to go mend our broken dream and lead the Warriors to a championship. The day after I found the gloves, Christina and I met up to play catch. It marked the beginning of my comeback to baseball, Christina, and life. I zipped open the tent and stepped outside, 2 gloves in hand. Gus leaned against a tree. He was dressed in his undersized jersey and pants, the largest extra uniform that Coach had available. "Look at you, stud," Gus said. "Must be nice to have one that doesn't fit like spandex." I laughed and let the gloves fall to the ground. I squared my jersey on my shoulders, adjusted the brim of my hat downward. I can't believe it. Never thought I'd suit up again. "What number you got?" Gus asked. I spun around. 25, same as Jim Abbott's. "Nice." I patted the black patch on my sleeve. Mom had sewn Brendan's number, lucky number 3, on our team jerseys. And today, we're all number 3. "No doubt." Gus reached out his hand. I gave him a high five. Gus looked down at his sneakers and pulled up his socks, which rose shy of his pants. "You're gonna owe me big for this." "I know," I said. "I won't tell you what favor's coming, but no, it's coming." I smirked. "Whatever." Christina approached, eye black smeared under her eyes. Her jersey was untucked. I looked away, trying to fight the fluttery feeling that bubbled up every time I looked at her. "Looking good, boys," Christina said. "My dad says we leave for the field in 5. I nodded, slow and steady. "That's fire." Christina chewed gum and popped a bubble. "We got this." I picked up my lefty's glove and tossed it to Gus. "Try that one on," I said. Gus put the glove on, opened and closed it. "Tight fit, but I can make it work." Gus had little choice. He didn't bring his own glove, and he and I were the only Southpaws on the team. "It's my old glove." I scratched the back of my head. You know, when I had a use for it. "I'll do it proud," Gus said. I picked up my righty's glove. Brendan's. Ours. "And I'll try and do the same with this one." Chapter 6. I lined up helmets behind the backstop as the Bobcats jogged off the prepped ball field. Their pregame practice had been airtight, much better than ours. We needed to step up our game, fast, especially since the tournament was single elimination. One loss, and we'd be done. I spied Mom in the crowd. She was sitting in the top row of the bleachers, right where Brendan and I sat 3 years ago and watched our Warriors lose to the Bobcats, right where we tried to call Dad to remind him to pick us up, right where we realized his phone was dead as our calls went straight to voicemail, right where I pressured Brendan to accept the alternative ride home that would reshape our family. Mom waved to me. I nodded back at her. I looked around some more. No sign of Dad. Figured. I guessed he had better things to do. Or maybe he was embarrassed of me. I tried not to think about it. Coach Carlos, looking snatched in his uniform, called a team meeting. We gathered near our bench. He went over the lineup and ground rules. My mind was a jumble of emotions. I could barely concentrate. Coach extended both his arms forward. "Let's go. Hands in." We bunched together. My hand topped a pile of pears. 1, 2, 3, Warriors! We screamed, raising our arms in unison. The umpire, a heavy-set man with a gray mustache, swept home plate clean. The sun baked the infield dirt. Coach placed his clipboard on the bench. "We're home team, Warriors. Take the field." Gus shook my shoulder. "Time to shine, cuz," he said, trotting out to first base. I slow-trekked across the diamond, with my heart beating fast. I positioned my glove over my stubbed arm. Stares reached me from every direction. Or at least, that was the way it felt. Christina, clad in catcher's gear, met up with me on the mound. She lifted her mask, revealing cheekbones smudged with eye black. "Ready?" she asked, handing the ball to me. "We're about to find out." I moved my eyes over the crowd as I rotated the ball in my hand. What a surprise. My dad's a no-show. Christina gulped. "It's his loss, Sully." Maybe it was. But that didn't make the disappointment easier to deal with. Our eyes met. Yeah, I guess. Christina shoved my shoulder with her catcher's mitt. We're all rooting for you. I nodded. You got this, Christina said, lowering her mask. I blew out a breath. Christina scampered back to her position. My bottled-up emotions were ready to burst out of me. The umpire stuffed baseballs into the bag that hung on his waist. Take 8 warm-ups, pitch. I raked my cleat through loose dirt in front of the rubber. My thoughts shifted to a different umpire. The man who called the last game I watched at this park. The man who gave Brendan and me the lift when Dad failed to come get us. He was the other casualty that god-awful day. Rest in peace, Father Gary. I got loose, soft-tossing practice pitches to Christina. After I'd catch Christina's return throws, I'd secure my glove against my chest in the crook of my right arm and pull my hand free, grab the ball, and then I'd position my glove over my right forearm, the pocket of the glove facing down. The umpire tossed a water bottle down near the backstop. Batter up! From behind the dugout fencing, the Bobcat players cheered on their leadoff batter. Not to be outdone, my teammates cranked up the noise for me. The players from other teams who were watching our game were rhythmically stomping the bleacher planks with their feet. Carl, a skinny kid with a pointy nose, stepped into the batter's box. He got into a low stance and waved a green metal bat over his shoulder. Standing on the mound, I swallowed a lump in my throat and balanced my glove on my forearm. I leaned forward, my good arm hanging straight in front of me. Christina steadied her mitt and gave me the fastball sign. I nodded, then peeked over at the crowd. Didn't see Dad. Didn't really expect to. I wound up for the pitch, glove drawn to my chest, and fired a high, hard one. Way high. The ball sailed over Christina's raised glove and banged off the backstop. Worse yet, I fumbled the transfer of my glove. It plopped to the dirt, and I nearly did too. Some of the Bobcats whispered and snickered. Not exactly the start I had envisioned. Far from it. My face going hot, I picked up my glove and worked my hand into it. Christina chased down the ball and zipped it back to me. I climbed the hill, battling my mind, wondering if I'd made a huge mistake coming back to play ball, feeling like I was just a big joke. Maybe Dad made a smart move this time by not showing up. I stood in position, feeling all out of sorts. Christina crouched into position and punched her mitt. The last thing I wanted to do was throw another wild one, so I played it safe and lobbed the ball over the plate. Carl laid metal to the ball. A comebacker. I kicked at the ball, unable to transfer my glove in time. The ball deflected off my cleat and rolled toward third base. I sprinted after the ball, picked it up, spun, and threw a weak one-hopper to first base. Gus tried to reel it in, but it bounced past his reach. Carl motored to second base and hit the brakes. Gus tracked the ball down and slung it back to me. "Come on, Sully," he said, showing me his closed fist. "Quit the powder-puff nonsense. Throw like you mean it." I paced the mound. My emotions were all over the place. I needed to get a grip before the game got out of hand. Trent stepped into the batter's box, a stupid grin creasing his face. "I'll make it fair for you." He took a few one-handed practice cuts. Some of the Bobcats chuckled. I didn't find it funny. After all, Trent wasn't insulting just me. He was insulting everyone with a disability. I wasn't about to stand for it. Revengeful energy flowed through me. Working from the stretch, I snarled and threw the ball as hard as I could. Trent swung and missed, the ball smoking into Christina's mitt. My glove transfer was clean. "Nice one," Christina said, returning the ball. I glanced at the pale blue sky. "We got this, bro." Trent's face went serious. His forearms flexed as his hands choked the bat handle. I gave him a second dose of heat. A called strike. Trent made an ugly face, his nose crinkled, his nostrils stretched thin. I finished Trent on a pitch that painted the black of the plate. Bye-bye. Trent sledgehammered his bat onto the ground. He retreated to his bench, his head hung low, a long muscle in his neck flexing. The crowd got loud. Some pointed and laughed at Trent. Some booed him. I motioned my glove at Christina. My insides buzzed from an emotional high that I couldn't imagine feeling off the field. Next up was Keith, Trent's buddy, the Bobcats' best hitter. Earlier in batting practice, he put on a clinic, crushing a few over the fence. I wanted no part of Keith. Neither did Christina. Our game plan was to give him nothing decent to hit. My first pitch came in neck high, and Keith laid off it. 2 more pitches, 2 more balls. I wound up, ready to give Keith his free pass to first. But my pitch sailed off course, right into Keith's wheelhouse. Keith kicked up his leg and swung smooth and hard. The ball jumped off his bat and rolled out to the right field fence. Carl scored easily. Craig, the right fielder, chased the ball down. Gus, the cutoff man, ran out to shallow right field with arms raised. Keith ran through the third base coach's stop sign and raced for home. Gus caught Keith's throw, turned, and relayed the ball home. Christina, partially blocking the plate, snagged the ball just as Keith came blazing down the line toward her. Keith did a creative hook slide, trying to sneak his hand onto the plate for the score. Christina put the tag to him. "Out!" the umpire yelled, raising his fist. The crowd roared. "Yeah!" I said, clapping my glove on my leg. "Great play!" Gus made his hand into a gun and snapped down his thumb. He blew on his pointer finger. "Way to throw it, Gus!" I said, returning to the mound. I was trying to keep my vibes positive, even though I was the reason we were down early, 1-0. Lance approached the plate, his bat casually slung over his shoulder. Christina lifted her mask and smiled at him. Yep, a dagger in my heart. Lance ignored her. He settled into his lefty's stance and took a few half-swing practice cuts. I wondered if the other Bobcats knew he had been hanging out with Christina. I doubted it. I rocked into motion and brought the heat. Grunting as he swung, Lance hit a laser down the first base line. Gus lunged toward the bag and snagged the ball in flight. "Whoa!" I said, shaking my glove off. "You're a beast over there!" Gus jogged off the field, his high-top sneakers stamping the dirt. "Let's go, ladies! Time to get that run back!" Lance walked out to the mound, spitting sunflower seeds. I stood behind the backstop and patted a helmet into place on my head. Christina stood next to me, but her focus was on Lance. She tossed her catcher's helmet aside and ducked out of her chest protector. She was a sweaty, beautiful mess. Her hair was matted to her forehead, and dirt streaked her neck. I cleared my throat. "I thought Keith was going to score on that one. Way to stand your ground at the plate." Christina peeled off a shin guard. "Call could have gone either way. We got lucky." I grabbed a bat from the rack. "We're due a break every now and then." Christina gripped a rung of the backstop and looked out at the field. "You surprised they're not pitching Keith?" I took a practice cut. "Not really. Figured they'd want to save Keith for tomorrow. They think we're an easy win." The talent-packed Graceland Eagles awaited the winner of our game. Keith was a lights-out pitcher, the Bobcats' best shot at beating the Eagles. Wasting his arm on us, the long shots in the tournament, would have made little sense. From behind home plate, Trent caught Lance's final warm-up toss and gunned the ball down to second base. "Batter up!" the ump called. "Start us off, Sully," Christina said, clapping my back as I passed. I approached the plate, bat in hand, my steps tentative. I was expecting to bat last, or much further down in the order, certainly not leadoff. Trent lifted his mask and spat on the ground. "Move it in," he said, motioning at the fielders. "Weak stick." The Bobcat fielders crept in. I shook my head. Trent was classless. I got settled in the batter's box, the first base side of the plate. My shoulders were heavy with tension. Leaning forward, Lance cradled the ball in the pocket of his glove. His gaze was locked on the home plate area. I placed my stub on the knob of the bat. Everything about my stance felt off. When I had two hands, I was a force at the plate. I lived for hitting. Now, the simple act of holding a bat felt awkward. Hitting felt like a chore. Lance wound up, his leg kicking high, then strode long toward the plate. His pitch came in low and outside. I chased it, a looping swing that came up empty. Worse yet, the bat slipped out of my hand and bounced down the first base line. Some gasps, some laughs. I closed my eyes, embarrassed. I met the first baseman halfway down the line. He handed the bat to me. I returned to the plate, my confidence sinking. I expected Trent to rub it in, but he said nothing. Maybe he figured he didn't need to bother. I was already doing a great job making a fool of myself all on my own. I hoped Lance would walk me. No such luck. With the bat on my shoulder, I watched strike 2 go by, then strike 3. My head lowered, I sheepishly exited the batter's box. "Get him next time," Christina said, passing me on her way to the plate. Once behind the backstop, I yanked my helmet off and slammed it down. Anger, rich and hot, filled me. I hated how soft and timid I was playing. I used to play hard. Brendan and I would pump each other up, play with passion, and leave everything on the field. My mood worsened as I watched lover-boy Lance and Christina square off. I could hardly stand watching them stare each other down. Thankfully, Christina's at-bat didn't last long. She popped out to short. 2 down. Gus, batting in the 3-hole, strutted up to the batter's box, pulled down on his helmet, and spit on the ground. He showed promise earlier in batting practice, blasting a few into the outfield, but he was rusty and mostly just swung and missed. "Let's go, Gus," I said, clapping my leg. "Knock one out of the park." Trent called timeout, scampered to the mound, and chatted with Lance. I wondered if they were considering pitching around Gus. Trent pulled down his mask and returned to his position. Gus smoothed the dirt near home plate with his sneakers. He assumed a hitting stance, his knees slightly bent, his belly swelling over his tight pants. Lance pitched one right at Gus, nailing him in the thick of his thigh. Gus slammed his bat. Eyes large and face red with rage, Gus turned toward Trent. I sensed a brawl and clenched my fist. "No, Gus! If you get tossed, we lose!" Trent stood up, adjusted his mask, and shrugged. Gus placed his finger on Trent's mask. "Throw at me again and I'll snap your neck! Got it?" The umpire pushed his way between Trent and Gus. "Knock it off," the ump said. "First base batter, come on, let's go." Gus flipped his bat toward our bench and jogged to first base. The umpire issued warnings to both teams, saying he'd throw out the next player who caused even a hint of trouble. I smiled proudly at Gus. I knew he was itching to slug Trent. The opportunity couldn't have been sweeter. But he chose a different path. A path that didn't include military school and sending our team packing early. Jerome stepped up to the plate. His jaw was square. My teammates and I rattled the chain-link fencing and let him hear us. The buzz we created didn't pay off. After fouling off a few, Jerome grounded out to bring the first inning to a close. I grabbed my glove, ready to battle again. Chapter 7. The innings cranked on as the sun beat down on the field and players alike. Lance was pitching a gem. 6 innings with no runs allowed. He had racked up 8 Ks, 2 of them against me. At least, I went down swinging my second time up. On the hill, I was holding my own. The Bobcats added an insurance run in the 4th inning. Heading into the 7th and final inning, the Bobcats held a 2-0 lead. I took the mound, sweaty and tired, as I faced the top of the Bobcats' order. I got right to work, harnessing what little I had left in the tank. Carl grounded out to short. 1 up, 1 down. Trent swaggered into the batter's box. The crowd booed him. Trent had been quiet since the 1st inning. Maybe it was Gus's threat to snap his neck. Maybe it was the ump's threat to toss players. Or maybe it was the razzing his teammates and the crowd were giving him. Whatever the reason, I was glad for it. He was actually tolerable when he kept his lips sealed. Trent crowded the plate, cocked his elbow, and choked the bat handle. He was all business. I brushed Trent back with a fastball. He glared at me. I held his stare. In that moment, Trent seemed smaller, less intimidating. Trent and I battled to a full count. Christina flashed 2 fingers between her legs. I set my body into motion and spun a nasty curveball. Trent's knees buckled. Strike 3. The crowd taunted Trent. Trent walked away from home plate, his head hung low, mumbling something about the ump's judgment. I held back a smile. Christina called timeout and joined me on the mound. "Nice job," she said, her mask in hand. "Struck him out every time today." I glanced at Trent and shook my head. Maybe he'll think twice before making fun of me. "We can only hope," Christina said. "Should we walk Keith again?" I wiggled my sore arm. Yeah, probably. Christina chewed on the corner of her lip. "You played awesome, even if we don't end up pulling the game out." "Thanks." I scraped a line in the dirt with my cleat. "You played a great game yourself." "We did Brendan proud, eh?" "Yeah, we did." Christina nodded. I took a step back and looked around the field. The same one Brendan and I used to dream of celebrating on together. In the distance, a muscle car's engine roared. The car peeled out as it exited the parking lot. It was impossible for me not to recall the last time I left this place. The ump's car, my final moments with Brendan. As I went to look away, another car parked up front caught my attention. A red Corolla. I stood in place, blinking fast and hard. Dad! Breath stuck in my throat. My gaze landed on Dad and Sparky walking fast down a dirt path. Dad's meaty legs were striding ungracefully. Sparky's was trying to pull ahead on his leash. Moisture collected in my eyes. "Check it out," I said, pointing with my chin. Dad slowed the pace. He put his hand on his hip and sucked wind. "Whoa," Christina said. "Whoa is right," I said, wiping my eye with the side of my arm. "What's he doing?" Christina blocked sunlight with her hand. "Coming to see you pitch, silly." A shiver ran through me. Dad stood in the shade of a tree, bent over, his hands cupped to his kneecaps. Sparky sat beside him, panting. Dad straightened his back and waved. I waved back, ball in hand. Sure, once the game started, I had stopped hoping for Dad to show. Not because I didn't want him to come, but because of his well-established record of unreliability. Holding out hope only made it harder to deal with the letdown. Dad was the coach the last time he saw me pitch. Brendan played third base. I was the winning pitcher in that game, which I ended in epic fashion, me striking out the opposing team's star hitter. Dad ran out to the field, clapping his clipboard over his head. He'd smiled so bright I could feel the glow. Family. Baseball. The world Dad had walked away from. "You okay?" Christina asked. "Yeah," I said. "Real good." "Cool. Christina said. I rotated the baseball in my hand. Hey, scratch the intentional walk. Let's pitch to Keith. Christina gave me thumbs up. Let's do it. The ump approached the mound, his face beet red and dripping with sweat. Break it up, he said, knocking his mask on the side of his leg. Let's play ball! Christina put on her catcher's mask and retreated to her position. I worked the dirt smooth in front of the pitching rubber as my heart vibrated the wall of my chest. Keith drummed home plate with his bat. He glanced up and spat over his chin. Christina adjusted her chest protector. Steadying her catcher's mitt, she set a big target. I wanted to impress Dad, no doubt, but it was more than that. I wanted him to see that I was done making excuses, that maybe it was time he ditched his excuses too. Thrusting my leg kick into my delivery, I threw the ball as hard as I could. Keith set his arms and body into motion for a big cut, but he checked his swing. The ball dinked off his bat, a slow roller down the third base line. I sprang off the mound, leaving my glove behind, and barehanded the ball. I spun around, then, off balance, threw the ball to Gus at first base. The ball popped into Gus's mitt just as Keith's foot touched the bag. The ump hesitated. Out! Adrenaline slammed through me. Yeah! I yelled. Nice stretch, Gus! My teammates cheered him too as they jogged off the field. I returned to the mound and picked up my glove. It's rally time, I whispered. Down on one knee, my eyes turned skyward. I walked off the mound, maybe for the last time on this field, and went over to where Dad and Sparky were. Dad shoved his hand into his pocket. A faint smile played on his face. The skin under his eyes was so dark, it looked bruised. I wiggled my glove off and petted Sparky. You made it! Dad's shoulders twitched. Late. Got into a little fender bender at McDonald's. What? Dad took his hand out of his pocket and threaded his fingers, twisting them white. We just tapped each other. No one got hurt. I didn't know what to say. I just stood there, stone-faced. What Dad had just told me was downright eerie. An accident on the anniversary of the crash that destroyed our lives? I shivered, suddenly aware of goosebumps rippling my arms. You looked good out there, Dad said, fidgeting. I took a breath. Thanks. Dad scratched Sparky's head. I brought your mascot. I smiled. Mom was always the one to bring Sparky to our games. Dad stared at the patch on my jersey. His gaze shifted to the scoreboard. He went to speak, then closed his mouth. It was as good a time as any to have a heart-to-heart with Dad. I wanted to tell him I was sure Brendan was with us today in spirit. But Dad and I rarely talked about anything, let alone Brendan. I'd better get back, I said, my voice cracking. Dad nodded. Good luck. I nodded, then walked away. Maybe Dad wasn't embarrassed of me and always thought I could play one-handed. Maybe today would be a turning point in our relationship. Maybe we would reconnect, and Dad would become, at least, a shadow of the man he used to be. The man who was pleasant to be around. The man who always put his family first. But I wasn't going to hold my breath. Showing up for a baseball game was just one step. He was still the man who had abandoned Mom and me when we needed him most. The man who gave up on us. The man who gave up on himself. The man I wasn't so proud to call my dad. I plopped down on the team bench, leaned forward, and tossed my glove on the ground. Coach paced by the backstop and tapped a pencil on the scorebook. Last licks, Warriors. Pete'll start us off. Then it's Kenny, Mike, and back to the top. Let's go. Finish strong. Gus sprang from the bench and clapped loudly. You heard the coach. Everyone up. I didn't get this sweaty today just to lose. My teammates and I stood up and got loud. Not that it helped. Pete bounced out to the shortstop. Kenny whiffed. We were down to our final out. Lance only seemed to be getting stronger with every pitch. It didn't seem fair. He was an out away from ending the dream. I practice swung 2 bats behind the backstop, hoping to get a shot at keeping the game going. For that to happen, though, Mike, the weakest stick on our team, would have to get on base. In other words, we needed a miracle. He'd failed to even connect with the ball today, which was typical of him. Coach and Mike chatted near the third base coach's box. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I figured it had to do with Mike taking at least 1 strike. Mike, a little guy with chicken legs, stepped up to the plate, adjusted his helmet, and got into his unorthodox stance. Legs straight, unbent, bat held limp over his shoulder. Lance got to work. 2 fastballs, both of them strikes. I could hardly bear to watch. Lance let Mike off the hook, though. His next 4 pitches, which Mike laid off, were nowhere near the plate. Mike trotted down to first base, grinning ear to ear. Lance was so angry at himself, if he were a cartoon character, we'd see steam coming out of his ears. The stage was set for me to keep our hopes alive. My pulse roared in my helmet-cushioned ears. I was the potential tying run. I was also the potential final out. My teammates chanted my name. The crowd whooped and hollered. The whole place was rocking. I baby-stepped up to home plate, my breathing gone shallow. I tried to downplay the at-bat, but there was no denying the weight it carried. For my team, for my family, and for myself. "Don't choke," Trent said, squatting into catching position. I ignored him. I couldn't let him rattle me. Not now. I got into my batting stance, my bat held high and steady, my chin hovering near my shoulder. Lance, working from the stretch, strode forward. He pitched one right down the middle of the plate. I took it. A called strike. I cocked the bat again. "Let's do this, bro." Lance brought inside heat. Jammed, I swung without much power and connected. The ball skipped on the ground toward the second baseman. An easy play. I ran it out anyway. The second baseman vacuumed up the ball and sailed a high throw to first base. Sky high! The first baseman leaped off the bag, but the ball flew by him and bounced into foul territory. The crowd thundered. I motored to second base, completely pumped. Mike held up at third base. I stood with my cleat on the bag and my hand on my hip. "Let's go! We're still in this!" Dad nodded at me. I nodded back. Now it was all up to Christina, who faced a high-stakes matchup with her crush. But the Bobcats' coach held up play. He called for time and jogged out to the mound. Trent stood up, removed his mask, and trotted over to join them. My first thought was they were going to bring in a relief pitcher, but I could also see them pitching around Christina. She ripped a double in her last at-bat, and Gus looked awful his last time up, missing by a mile on each swing. Their coach walked off the mound, leaving Lance behind to pitch. Trent returned to his position, but remained standing, his arms stuck out to one side. Yep, intentional walk. Christina jogged down to first base, her hair flowing out behind her helmet. She represented the potential winning run. Bases were loaded with warriors. Now it was Gus's turn to keep the 2-out rally going. My teammates and I chanted Gus's name. The crowd amplified it. Gus approached home plate, his head bobbing, his hand strumming the barrel of the bat like a guitar. If he was nervous, it didn't show. I cupped my hand around my mouth. "Give it a ride, big guy!" The Bobcats' coach called timeout again. This time, he yanked Lance and brought in their ace, Keith, to pitch. Oh, snap! Bringing in Keith made for a total mismatch. Keith got loose on the mound. Even when he dialed down the heat, Keith's pitches made a popping sound when landing in Trent's mitt. "Batter up!" the ump called out. Gus stepped into the box and got into his batting stance. His thick biceps flexed as his hands squeezed the bat handle. I took a lead-off second, my fingers in motion at my side. Butterflies were going nuts in my stomach. Keith wound up, his motion smooth and rhythmic. He smoked a fastball over the heart of the plate. Gus swung like he meant it, but was a day late. I returned to the bag and shook my head. We were toast. Keith stood tall atop the mound, a force to be reckoned with. I distanced myself from first base. Keith gave the runners a look, then delivered to the plate. Gus took a big cut, this time laying metal to the ball. A long drive, way long, and way high. The left fielder gave chase, looked up, and watched the ball clear the fence with room to spare. A grand slam. Game over. The crowd went wild, some stamping their feet on the metal bleachers. "Yeah, buddy!" I called out, high-stepping around the bases. I crossed home plate with my arms raised to the heavens. My teammates swarmed me and gave me high fives and helmet pats. Christina crossed next, and we gave her similar love. Gus took his sweet time circling the bases, his hands raising the roof, his head bobbing. He came down with both sneakers on home plate. We piled on top of him. I lay amongst my teammates, laughing unabashedly, overtaken by pure, unfiltered joy, my usual worries gone. For the moment. I unstacked from the pile, my joy fading. A familiar feeling of guilt took hold. Guilt for enjoying accomplishing the first leg of the dream without Brendan. Guilt for being a big part of the reason my best bud wasn't here. Truth was, Dad would have shown up at the field eventually, just like he did today. Wish you were here, bro. This was supposed to be our moment. Chapter 8. While my teammates continued to celebrate near home plate, I walked off the field, with my helmet tucked under my arm. I looked over my shoulder at the Bobcats gathered beside their bench. Their heads were hung, faces long. Losing in the first round meant they were eliminated from the tournament. Part of me felt bad for them. Well, for everyone except Trent. I wondered if they'd stay another night and watch the games tomorrow, or if they'd simply pack up and head home. I bowled my helmet into the backstop. Dad and Sparky approached. "Way to go," Dad said, smiling around stained teeth. "Thanks," I said. "Glad you made it in time to see our comeback." "Me too," Dad said. I rubbed the back of my neck. "We're playing the Eagles tomorrow, noon." "I'll be here," he said, without hesitation. "Cool," I said. The days of me taking Dad at his word were over. Still, I had a good feeling he'd show. Dad stuck out his left hand. I shook his hand, quick and firm. The moment felt surreal. It was the first time Dad had shaken my good hand. As Dad and Sparky headed to the parking lot, Mom scampered down the bleacher steps. She flashed a bright smile, and her hands waved excitedly at her sides. It made me giggle to see Mom looking so happy, just like she used to. It was awesome. "I'm so proud of you," Mom said, mussing my hair. "You played great, kiddo." "Thanks for everything." I felt emotion well up inside me. Mom never stopped believing in me. Coach broke up the on-field celebration. He called all of us over for a meeting. I clapped Mom's shoulder. "Can you hang for a bit?" Mom glanced at her watch. I have to run. I'll be back for the game tomorrow, though. Noon, right?" "Right." I leaned in and hugged her. Mom whispered into my ear, "Call for anything. I love you." "Love you too." Mom congratulated Gus and Christina, then headed out. I sat between Gus and Christina on our team bench, eager for Coach to deliver his post-game victory speech. Coach paced nearby. He was talking in Spanish on his phone. Gus squeezed the top of my thigh with his hand. Yeah, Sully, that's what I'm talking about. Second round, here we come. All thanks to you, big guy, I said. That was a Babe Ruth moonshot. Gus flexed, testing the elasticity of his jersey sleeve. I went for the gusto. We laughed together. Christina rubbed her shoulder patch. Today's win was for Brendan. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees. Sure was. Coach shoved his cell phone into his pocket. He walked over, with his face twisted in concentration. First thing, Coach said, great win. You guys showed heart with that comeback. You have a lot to be proud of. Pete stood up and danced in place. Yeah, Warriors, we're not done yet. Not by a long shot. Coach wasn't amused. I'm not finished, he said. Take a seat. Pete sat and made a face. Coach's eyes turned down. I hate to have to tell you guys this, but our ride ends here. We'll need to pack up camp and head home today. Christina slapped the bench. What? Work called, Coach said. They need Hank and me back at the office. Hank's already headed over. My teammates groaned. I was frozen, unable to even think. No way this was happening. Christina folded her arms across her chest. So tell them you can't go. You're, responsible for all us kids. Duh. Sorry, sweetheart, Coach said. It's not that simple. The issue cannot wait until Monday. All employees have to report to work today. I'll likely be working through the weekend. It was like some kind of cruel joke. I felt sick. Pete stood up again. Wait, he said. Can't someone else coach us? We're one win away from playing on a pro field. Coach swallowed strangely, like he'd ingested something rotten. Sorry, Pete, Coach said. I called around. Nothing's worked out. Unfortunately, rules are rules, and the head coach for this tournament needs to be certified by the league. I wish I had better news for you guys. Really, I do. But it is what it is. We have a promising season ahead, and this is just a bump in the road. We'll need to pack up camp and arrange for you to get rides home with your parents. More groans. Pete ripped off his hat and chucked it toward the backstop. So our win is completely wasted. This blows. My mind raced at warp speed. I couldn't believe what was happening. I didn't expect us to beat the Eagles tomorrow, but I did expect us to have a shot at it. That was all I wanted, a shot to keep the dream alive. I slapped my glove hard on my knee. The dream won't end with us, I said under my breath. Coach's news left no doubt. Coach droned on about the deets of wrapping things up and heading home. However, my focus was on the area of my glove that had black markers scribbled on it. Sure, I'd seen that blacked-out spot on the mitt before, but I'd thought nothing of it, since Dad had given Brendan a second-hand, already broken-in Rawlings glove. It was a glove that was big on Brendan at the time, something Dad probably picked up at a garage sale or something. But now, with the sunlight hitting the glove just right, I could make out a word that had been scribbled out. Waylon. Why had Brendan blackened out his own name? I inched my face toward my glove. Wait, it didn't read Brendan Whalen. It read Frank Whalen. Dad. Breaths sawed in my throat. Dad was a righty, like Brendan. Was it originally Dad's glove? It felt like another sign, just like when I found the gloves in the garage. I looked out toward the parking lot. Dad's car was still there. My body shook with raw emotion. I cut off Coach mid-sentence. How about my dad? What's that, Sully? Coach asked. My dad. He used to coach. He's certified. He's in the parking lot right now. What if he could stay and coach us? Coach stood there, still and silent. He lived next door to us. He must have noticed something was off with my dad since the accident. I figured that Coach was wondering if he could trust my dad with the lives of 9 children, one of whom was his daughter. I grew antsy. "Please, sir, my dad deserves a shot. We deserve a shot. Please let me ask him." Coach looked at me with sad eyes. At Brendan's funeral, he'd told me to come to him if I ever needed help. Now was that time. I needed Coach to come through for me. He gestured toward the parking lot. "Go find out, Sully. Hurry." My teammates cheered like crazy. "I'll be right back." I darted off as if the ground were crumbling at my heels. Dad no longer had a cell phone, not since he lost his job and cut expenses. I had to get there before he left. I ran to the parking lot and got there just in time to see Mom drive away. I floored it to Dad's empty car. Snap, where was he? I swiveled my head. In the distance, Dad and Sparky winked through the trees. Yes! I ran over and met up with them near the trail entrance. "Sully?" Dad asked, his hand blocking out the sunlight. "What's wrong?" I was breathing heavy. "You're not going to believe this." Dad coughed into his closed fist. "Believe what?" "Coach Carlos has to leave. Like, right now. There's some kind of emergency at his job. We have nobody to stay today and coach us tomorrow." Dad looked away, his jaw bulging. "I'm sorry to hear that. I know you worked hard to get where you are." "Dad," I said, "I'm asking you to coach us." The corners of Dad's eyes wrinkled. He went to speak, but said nothing. "Dad, please," I said, "we need you." Dad's expression grew taut. "Sorry, you'll have to find somebody else. I can't." Pressure built behind my eyes. "Please," I said, "if not for me, then do it for Brendan." Dad's chin dipped and his eyebrows drew together. "I'm sorry, Sully, really I am, but my final answer is no." Dad might as well have hit me with a brick, because that was what it felt like. "Fine," I said through clenched teeth. "I should have known." Dad's head shot up. What's that supposed to mean? I fought back tears. In choppy speech, I said, "It means that I shouldn't..." "Shouldn't what?" "Shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. I'll call Mom and ask her to get Gus and me. Just go back to doing whatever it is you do all day." Dad's lips pulled in. I was sure my words stung him. Good. He deserved it. I had hoped he'd put me first and show some compassion, or at least be man enough to tell me why he refused to coach. But no, I got none of that. Dad lowered his head and tugged on Sparky's leash. They headed off toward his car. Same old story. I sat down on the dirt and hugged my knees as Dad drove out of the parking lot. My mouth twisted. My breaths came in hitches. I cried into my leg for a good minute. Then I looked up and wiped the tears and disappointment from my face. I was done, I told myself. Done with crying, done with baseball, done with hoping that Dad still loved me, done with hoping that Christina liked me back. Done with all of it. I got up and trudged down the path to the ball field. A bitter pit formed in my stomach. I didn't want to have to break the news to the guys, but I had no choice. My teammates gathered by the bench. "Well?" Pete asked. I took a deep breath, shook my head, and said, "Sorry, guys." Sighs and whines. Coach put his hand on my shoulder. "It was worth a shot, Sully." I went to speak, to deliver a second wave of bad news, to tell them I was quitting the team. But something distracted me. The sound of barking in the distance. I turned around and squinted at the parking lot. There was Dad's car. Sparky was barking out the window. "He came back," I whispered. "Huh?" Coach said. Why had Dad returned? I had a million reasons to ignore him, and at least one good reason not to. The dream. "My dad's back," I said. "I need to go talk to him." "We've got to start breaking down camp," Coach said. "5 more minutes," I said, showing Coach my open hand. "That's all I need." Coach smiled awkwardly. "Okay, Sully, 5 minutes." My teammates urged me on. Gus slapped my back. I hustled back out to the parking lot, wondering how this was going to go down. Dad's car's tailpipe spewed gray smoke. He sat in the driver's seat with his hands latched onto the steering wheel. I approached, my pace now a slow walk. Dad lowered the glass. Tension built as I waited for him to speak first. Dad cleared his throat. "I want you to know something before I head out. Seeing you play ball today, seeing you out there, you made me proud." I sniffled, wiping snot from under my nose. "Thanks." Dad's tired eyes focused on me. "You've got courage, a lot more than I do." I placed my hand on the window frame. Dad looked at his dashboard, then back at me. "Nothing made me happier than coaching you guys. But times have changed. I've changed. For me to go back to coaching wouldn't be a good idea." "Why not?" Dad put on his seatbelt. "It just wouldn't. I have to go, Sully. I'm sorry." "No," I said, an edge to my voice. "Give me one reason why you won't coach. Just one." Dad punched the steering wheel with the side of his fist. "Because I'm scared, okay? There, I said it. That's what you wanted to hear, right? That your old man is scared?" My jaw sagged. "I don't understand." "Listen, Sully," Dad said. "I don't know why I have so many fears. Fears I never used to have. Why leaving the house is a challenge. Why I worry that the next tragedy can come at any moment. That I'll be the cause. I'm sorry, but I have to go." I thought back to the counseling sessions I went to after the accident. How it took me years to even pick up a glove again. The constant self-doubt when I finally decided to give it a go again. How could I expect Dad to just come out and coach? "Dad," I said, "I still believe in you." "Huh?" Dad said. "I believe in you," I said. "I know you can coach us. I know you can lead us to a championship. Please, just try. That's all I'm asking. For you to try." Dad gazed out the windshield, the corner of his lips drawn down. He grabbed the key out of the ignition. "I, can't promise anything." I gasped. "Wait, does this mean you'll do it?" "No." My roller coaster of emotions continued. "What do you mean?" "It means maybe. I'll agree to watch you guys so Carlos can leave. It'll buy some time, but I can't make any promises. That includes if I'll coach tomorrow if Carlos can't make it back in time for the game, or if we can't find another coach to replace him." "Okay, yes, deal," I said, reaching over to pet Sparky, who was poking his head out the window. "Woohoo! Did you hear that, boy? The Warriors still have a shot at this thing." Chapter 9. The afternoon sun pressed down on the towering trees. Some of my teammates were inside their tents. Others gathered by the picnic tables. I took Sparky for a walk around our campsite. Sweat stained my t-shirt, and I reeked of bug spray. Dad sat on a tree stump, his hands restless on his lap. He was in charge now. Before leaving, Coach Carlos made sure we were all set. He got nods from the parents and the league commissioner for Dad to take the helm. He welcomed Dad to use his tent and the other items he'd left behind. I guided Sparky over to Dad. "Hey," I said. "Hey." I bent down and petted Sparky. "I was wondering about my glove. You know, the one you gave to Brendan. I noticed your name on it. Was that your glove?" Dad rubbed at his face. "Yeah, I thought I had told you guys that." "No, never," I said. "At least, I didn't know that." "Yeah, it was the glove I used when I was about your age. I was never that good of a player." Not nearly as good as either of you." I nodded, unsure of what to say. My mind struggled to process that the glove was a family heirloom, passed down from Dad to Brendan, and from Brendan to me. Dad pointed across the trees. "Before we go to the ball field for dinner, I'd like us all to stop by the lake." "The lake?" "Yeah," Dad said quietly. "It's not too far out of the way." He would know. Once upon a time, the lake was one of our favorite fishing spots. Unearthing those happy family memories wasn't high on my to-do list, but it wasn't every day that Dad wanted to do something with me. "Sure," I said. "Let's do it." Dad led the team off the trail and down a rocky bank. I stood on the verge of the vast lake, the sunlight glistening off the calm water. The air was humid, the sky a weighty blue. Sparky sat beside me and panted at bathing ducks. Dad beckoned the group and told us we could explore a bit as long as we stayed within his range of sight. Gus approached, his arms folded, his shirt sleeves pushed up. "What up?" he asked. Hey. I looked down shore at an old dock. "Want to take a walk?" "Not really, but okay," Gus said. Gus, Sparky, and I trekked along the shore. We stopped in front of the long dock, which was under repair, its entrance roped off. New decked boards stood out in a section of the dock. The balance of the dock consisted of weathered gray boards, with wide gaps where decking had been pulled up. I rattled a metal sign that read, "Danger, keep out." "Danger?" Gus scoffed. "That sign should hang at my school." "That bad, eh?" I asked. "Nothing I can't handle." Gus pointed to the end of the dock, where an American flag hung from atop a metal pole. "Flag should be at half-mast today," Gus said. "Dare me to go fix it?" "Funny," I said. Gus spat on the ground. "No, I'm serious. How much you give me?" 0? Even knowing I can't swim?" "You can't swim." Gus spun his baseball cap to the side. "Backyard pools in the inner city? Come on now, Sully. You're missing your hand, not your brain." "Are you missing your brain? If you can't swim, does crossing a broken dock sound like a good idea?" Gus gave a dismissive wave with his hand. "You can't hit, yet you still step into the batter's box." "Wow," I said, cracking a smile. "Low blow." Gus shrugged. "Truth hurts." I hooked Sparky's leash over my stub. Sparky was taking a break, with his belly to the ground and his front legs stretched forward. I picked up a flat rock and skipped it on the water. Brendan and I used to fish off this dock. Gus scrubbed his hand over his face. "I feel for you, cuz. Can't imagine what it's like losing a brother." "Thanks, man." The silence that followed felt awkward. Maybe it was just on my side. I redirected the convo. "Hey, that favor you're always yapping about, what's the 411? Gus showed me his index finger. "The deal is, first I improve your game with the ladies." I looked myself over. Mesh shorts, pulled high white socks, loose hanging striped t-shirt. "What's to improve?" Gus slapped his leg and barked out laughs. "Answer me this. Who did you ask to walk over here with?" "You." "And who should you have asked?" I looked down the shore at Christina, who was sitting on a boulder and staring at her phone. "She's prettier than me, no?" Gus asked. "Maybe," I teased. "Ever told her she's pretty?" "No." "Why not?" "She wouldn't want to hear that from me." Gus froze in place, his mouth pinched closed. "She wouldn't like to hear that she's pretty?" "Not from me." Gus dropped his hand on my shoulder. "I want you to trust me, cuz, without overthinking it, go up to her. Say something nice about the way she looks. Nothing rehearsed. Talk from the heart. Then report back." "Yeah, right. You're nuts." "Let her see a different side of you. A side that doesn't involve baseball." "Get out of here," I said. Gus glanced at me, with his head tilted toward one side. "Flatter her. Or I'll go over there myself and tell her you're in love with her." "You wouldn't." Gus smiled like the Grinch. "Sure about that? Want me to swear on my life?" Odds were that Gus wouldn't burn me like he'd just threatened. But if I knew one thing about Gus, it was that he was unpredictable and had a troublemaker side. I wasn't about to test it. I tugged Sparky's leash, and we walked away. "You're evil," I said. "Pure evil." Gus laughed creepily. "Put some swagger in that step. Walk like a boss. Like me." I ignored him and kept moving forward, my stride unaltered. Taking relationship advice from Gus, the kid with his shorts hanging off his rear, was laughable. I approached Christina, who was texting someone. I assumed Lance. "Hey," I interrupted. Christina quickly tucked her phone into her pocket. "Hey, Sully." "What a day," I said. "Wild," she said. I looked over at Dad, who was pacing the shore, his head down. I wondered why he even wanted to come to the lake. "I can't believe he agreed to camp out with us," I said. Christina reached forward and petted Sparky under his chin. "I think it'll be good for you guys." "Let's hope so." Christina stretched out her legs and crossed her ankles. A part of me wanted to take Gus's advice to heart and hint at how cute she was. But I knew the risks, the awkwardness it could bring, a weight on our friendship. No, my mind was made up. I didn't owe Gus a thing. I wasn't going to do it, especially not upon his command. Christina's mouth gaped open. "Snap! You're not going to believe what I found today." "What's that?" Christina dug into the pocket of her denim shorts and pulled out a gold chain necklace. "Found it in my duffel bag pouch back at the campsite." I whistled out of breath. "No way! Is that the one we gave you?" I raised the question, but knew the answer. It was the necklace Brendan and I had found at this very lake a few years ago. The one with the letter C scripted on the charm. After unsuccessfully being able to find its owner, we gave it to Christina as a gift. "I thought I lost it forever," Christina said. "Can you believe I found it?" No, I couldn't. Christina put the necklace on. "How does it look?" she asked, twisting her gathered hair to one side. "Beautiful." The word just spilled out of me. "Like you," I whispered, embarrassment flushing my cheeks. Christina touched her fingertips to her lips. "Wow, thanks." There was no turning back. "No prob," I said. Gus's voice boomed in the distance. "Yo, Sully, check it out!" I spun around. The idiot was standing at the end of the dock, his hands working the flagpole rope. The American flag descended to half-mast. Dad cupped his hands around his mouth. "Hey, get off that dock!" Gus lashed the rope to a latch on the pole, turned around, and gave Dad a salute. "Yes, sir," Gus said. "Now," Dad said, striding toward the dock, his pace hurried. It annoyed me that Gus had entered a restricted area, but I was more ticked that Dad had let him get out that far. The welfare of the entire team was entirely on him. I nudged at Christina's arm with Sparky's leash handle. "Can you dog sit for a minute? I'll be right back." "You bet." I marched toward the dock, shaking my head. Gus inched the tips of his sneakers up to a gap in the dock and looked down at the water. I didn't think he was nearly dumb enough to try jumping over the gap. I was wrong. Gus stuck the landing. Hands raised, he strutted up to the next gap, this one wider than the first. I wanted to strangle him for being such a bonehead. I had fished on the dock enough to know it was deep out where Gus was. Deeper than it appeared. Deeper than Gus was tall. Gus may not have known it, but he was pressing his luck. Dad jogged and pointed at Gus. "Walk along the frame of the dock. No more circus jumps." As I went to echo Dad's sentiment, Gus took flight again. This time the front of Gus's sneakers found the edge of a deck board, then slipped. Gus caught his fall. His fingers gripped the edge of the decking as the lower half of his body waded in the water. "Help me!" he screamed. My heart leaped into my throat. "He can't swim!" Dad broke into a sprint, his arms swinging wildly at his sides. I closed the distance on Dad, my teeth grinding, my legs burning. "He can't swim!" Gus grunted and muscled himself higher toward the decking. Dad squeezed past the blocked entrance to the dock and zoomed across the new deck boards. He leaped the first gap, arms outstretched, and landed on the dock in stride. As I entered the dock, Gus lost his grip and splashed into the water. He bobbed up and down, struggling to keep his head above water. "Save him!" I said, running along the new deck boards. Dad leaped over a wide gap in the dock, looking like an action hero. He kept motoring along the weathered decking. Gus, in full panic mode, was thrashing his arms at the water and fighting for air. I ran along the frame of the decking, bypassing the gaps. Dad dove into the water, making a small splash. He swam behind Gus and restrained him, grabbing him under the arms. With Gus in tow, Dad swam back to the dock, where a ladder extended down to the water. I reached the stretch of the dock where the ladder was. "Grab hold," I said, crouching down. Gus seized the metal. He worked himself up. He was coughing, with his tongue out and curled. He grabbed my hand as he reached dock level. My teammates cheered from the shoreline. Dad climbed out of the water. His cheeks were flush, his breaths heavy. Gus crawled onto the dock, trying to catch his breath. He sat cross-legged, dripping wet. I knelt beside Gus and placed my hand on his drenched shoulder. "You okay?" I asked. "I'm fine," he said, his eyes downcast. "I am such an idiot." I smiled small. "What you just did, not your brightest idea. Besides that, you scared the life out of me, pal." Gus rubbed his hands over his face. "That was crazy. Thought I was gonna drown, cuz. No cap." Dad shuffled over, his wet clothes sticking to him like a second skin, his sneakers sloshing and leaving prints on the decking. "What were you thinking?" Gus coughed into his fist. "I wasn't. Obvi. Thanks for the save, both of you." I looked up at Dad, the hero of the day. I was proud of him. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling he was to blame for Gus falling in. "You should have been watching him," I muttered. "What did you say?" Dad said, his eyelids drawing closed. I regretted being harsh, but couldn't muster up the apology. "Nothing," I said. Dad lifted the collar of his wet t-shirt and let it slap back onto him. He looked down at Gus. "Are you sure you feel okay? We can go get you looked at by a doctor." Gus rose to his feet. "I'm 1,000,000% fine, honest. What you witnessed today was probably the best first swim ever. I'm a natural. My head hardly went underwater." I had to stop myself from laughing. "Are you seriously bragging about almost drowning?" Gus smirked and shrugged. Dad crossed his arms, his fingers tucked under his biceps. "What in the world would possess you to come out on this dock?" Gus saluted the flag. "Flag should be at half-mast today. President's orders. So that's what I was doing, out of respect for the victims of that summer school shooting in Chicago. Happened at a school not too far away from mine." I stood up. "Oh man, cuz, that's awful." "Sorry," Dad said. I looked down the dock at the gaps in the wood, realizing that nowhere could you be truly safe. Not in the woods, not on a dock, not in a car, not even in a school. Gus rolled up his wet sleeves. "It wasn't just for the kids who was shot, though. It was out of respect for Brendan, too. 3 years ago today, right?" "That's right," I said, my voice cracking. I thought back to the way things used to be. My world before the accident. How I used to look up to Dad. Now, Dad was grappling with something I didn't fully understand. A sort of darkness that consumed him. Maybe yesterday I would have believed he'd already lost the battle. But not now. Not after he stepped up to camp out with us. Not after he hopped right into action to save Gus's life. He had fight left in him. I nodded at Dad. Dad, do you remember the last time we fished on this lake? Dad used his fingers to rake his thin, wet hair straight back. Of course. We had no luck fishing that day, I said, except for Brendan's catch. I remember, Dad said, his lips teasing a smile. Do you remember what you used to say to us? Dad closed his eyes. Many men go fishing all of their lives without knowing that it's not the fish they are after. I walked over to Dad and met his gaze. When Brendan thought he had a monster fish on his line, he laughed that stupid laugh of his while he tugged on his pole. And that silly face he made when he pulled up that sneaker. Oh man, that was something I'll never forget. It still makes me crack up thinking about it. It's a good memory, Dad said, his eyes rapidly blinking. Same with your rescue today, I said. Dad's face tightened. This will never be a good memory. Gus almost drowned. On my watch. There's nothing good about that. But he didn't drown. But he could have. Dad massaged his forehead. Listen, I'm sorry, but I'm not ready for all this yet. The campout is officially over. Not again. I didn't know how to respond. I just wanted to punch something. Sir, Gus said, coming out here, falling in the lake, that was my fault. Punish me if you want, but don't punish Sully. Don't punish the team. No one's being punished, Dad said. I just think it'll be best if we all go home. Best for who? I asked. Dad shook his head, looking down and defeated. Best for you, I said, the words exploding out of my mouth. What about me? What about the team? Take it easy, cuz, Gus said, grabbing my trembling shoulder. I shrugged off his grip. Dad turned around, with his hands locked behind his head. He slowly made his way across the weathered deck boards out to the far end of the dock, stood there in place, his back to us, the half-mast flag dangling above him. I sat cross-legged on the dock. I kept telling myself to calm down, but it was doing little good. I can't believe he's doing this, I said. He looks really stressed out, Gus said. Give him some space. I'm sure he's blaming himself for my boneheaded move. I glanced at my teammates. They were gathered by where the entrance to the dock was roped off. They must have been wondering what in the world was going on. I turned my attention to the other side of the dock. Dad was in the same spot. I honestly believe our family is cursed, I said. Keep the faith, cuz, Gus said. Things will get better. I smoothed my hand over a moist deckboard. Every night before bed, I pray when I wake up in the morning that I'll see Brendan looking down at me from the top bunk, that I'll discover the accident was just a bad dream, and I'll have my family back. Gus crouched to my level. Wow, I'm sorry, kid. You ever need to talk to someone when I leave, you call me. I don't care if it's 3 a.m, you call me. I looked him straight in the eyes. I will. Gus nodded. I shifted my attention to the water beyond the far end of the dock. A white swan drifted, its long neck dipping into and out of the water. Dad turned around and walked back to us. I stood and got right to it. So, are we headed home? Dad stepped closer to me, his shadow stretching to the boards that lay at my feet. Everything in me tells me we should. I looked away, disgusted. Dad huffed, but I can't keep living like this, in fear. My gaze snapped to Dad's narrowed eyes. What are you saying? We can stay under 3 conditions. Yes, yes, and yes! First, Dad said, we all need to stay together and implement a buddy system for the rest of the weekend. Sure, I said. Second, you're going to have to call your mom and have her bring Gus and me a change of clothes and shoes. Maybe ask her to buy Gus a pair of cleats for the game. I smiled big. I can arrange all that. Dad showed me his index finger. And third, ask your mother to grab my Warriors hat on my dresser. I never coach without that. Breath caught in my throat. Wait, you're going to coach? Dad nodded. If Carlos can't, that's my plan. I gave Gus a high five. Yit! The Warriors are back in the hunt! The campfire spit ash into the nighttime air. Crickets chirped. I drew my hand close to a dancing flame. Gus, sitting on the other side of the fire, yawned big. Sparky lay by his feet, looking equally wiped out. It was just before midnight, the end of a long and wild day. My other teammates were inside their tents. Dad was sitting on a lawn chair, away from the fire. I figured he was done socializing for the night, which was fine by me. We had talked more today than we had since the accident. Earlier, Mom met up with me at the campsite to hand off clothing, shoes, and such for Dad and Gus, as well as things for Sparky. She had to venture down into Dad's apartment. She told me she was horrified by his living conditions, that what she saw was unsafe and disgusting. She asked me to relay her concerns to Dad. I bluntly told her no, that I wouldn't do that she should do it herself. I was tired of being their go-between. It was beyond ridiculous that they, a married couple with a child, hadn't spoken to each other in months. I wondered how long the silent treatment war would last. Christina, dressed in pink PJs and wearing rubber clogs, exited her tent. She approached the campfire, her necklace shining in the firelight. I assumed she'd make herself comfortable on one of the empty benches that surrounded the fire pit. But, to my surprise, she sat right next to me on my bench. I matched Gus's smile from across the fire. "How's it going?" I asked. Christina rested her hands on her lap. "Worried about tomorrow's game? The Eagles are a great team. Most of them played up a year last season and were part of the team that won the championship." Christina had spoken to her father on the phone earlier. He had to report for work tomorrow. So it was game on for Dad. "We'll be okay," I said. "If nothing else, we beat the Bobcats." "That's true," she said. "And you and your dad saved someone's life." My tongue, pulling away from my front teeth, clicked. I literally just lent a hand. My dad was the real hero. Christina brightened. "Well, you're a hero in my book." Did she really just say that? Was Gus's plan actually working? I stared at the bluish flames searing the charred wood. "Can you believe the Bobcats didn't even stick around for the barbecue?" "Lance texted me. They'll be back for the game tomorrow." And there it was. Score one for lover Lance. "Oh," I said. "It's just that it's tradition for teams to camp out both nights, win or lose." "Yeah," she said. "I don't know. They took the loss pretty hard." "Because they're poor sports." Dad strolled toward us, poking a stick at the ground like a cane. "All right, guys," he said. "Let's turn in for the night. You don't want to be sluggish for the big game tomorrow." Gus walked around the campfire with Sparky in tow. "Where's this guy sleeping?" Dad ditched the stick and raised his hand. "I'll take Sparky in the tent with me." Gus gave Dad the leash and a firm handshake. "Thank you for the save today, sir," Gus said. "I owe you, big time." "Can you pitch?" Dad asked. "Judging by the way I saw you throwing earlier, you've got quite an arm." "I used to pitch, but that was years ago," Gus said. "Why'd you ever stop playing?" I asked. "You're a natural, which is more than I can say for your swimming." Gus's expression turned serious. "The jerk my mom was dating, he used to rip on me for playing baseball. Said it was a girly sport. Called me the ugliest, fattest girl he'd ever seen. Said a lot of mean stuff like that. And sometimes it wasn't just his words that hurt me, if you know what I mean. Thankfully, my mom finally wised up and showed him the door before I showed him my fist." I looked at Gus, my head hurting as I processed images how he was treated. I knew what it felt like to be teased. "I'm glad you're here with us." Gus pointed at me. "I'm glad to be here." He swung his gaze to Dad. "I'll be ready to throw tomorrow if you want, Uncle Frank." Dad nodded. "Good to know, Gus. Let's put out this fire and get some shut-eye." I turned to Christina. "Night." Christina returned a dimpled smile. "Good night, Sully." My heart melted. Chapter 10. Slivers of sunlight breached a corner of the tent's window flap. Stretching my arms out of my sleeping bag, I resisted a deep urge to enjoy more shut-eye. I sat up, my back sore from the hard ground. Gus was snoring like a bear in a cave, his mouth open against his pillow. I checked the time on my cell phone. Just past 7 o'clock. 5 hours until game time. I pulled sneakers onto my bare feet and exited the tent. The air felt thick and reeked of pine. A low sun flattened itself against the horizon. I sat on a tree stump. Leaning forward, I pulled the end of my shoelace across my sneaker and stepped on it, pulled the other side of the lace tight, and worked a knot. It took me 2 tries to get a good one. Velcro sneakers were an option, sure, but they weren't cool. Besides, no way did I ever want anybody feeling sorry for me. I wandered the campsite, catching yawns with my fist. Nobody else was out of their tents yet. I sat on a picnic table and let my legs dangle. I was eager to get to the field and practice. Today was not the day for us to sleep in. No doubt the Eagles would be at the field early, prepping to claim another championship. A yellow jacket buzzed around me. I waved it away with long sweeps of my sore arm. I hopped off the picnic table and approached Dad's tent. He used to be an early riser, but that was back when he worked as an office manager, back before he got canned and shut out the world. I lifted Dad's tent door flap and poked my head inside. Dad was sleeping soundly. Sparky's favorite blanket was there, but Sparky wasn't. "Dad," I said, "wake up! Where's Sparky?" Dad stretched out his legs inside his sleeping bag. He pulled earplugs out of his ears and scrubbed at his red-rimmed eyes. "Huh? What?" "Your tent door was open. Where's Sparky?" Dad sat up, emotion coloring his face. "Stop joking. Sparky was in here with me all night. I know I zipped the tent closed." I shook with anger. "It's no joke! Where is he?" "I don't know." My heart was beating fast. "We need to find him." "I'll be right out," Dad said. Ugh. Was Dad purposely trying to destroy our family? It was beginning to feel like it. I marched across the campsite, my eyes cutting side to side. I felt panic well up in my chest. "Sparky! Where are you, boy? Come on back! Sparky! Sparky!" One by one, my teammates came out of their tents. Gus stumbled from our tent, his hair pointing in all directions. He tugged at shorts that were slipping down his waist. "Have you lost your mind, cuz?" "No, I lost my dog," I said, rushing over to Gus. "He could be anywhere by now." Gus's face pulled long. "What? How'd he get away?" I turned my head. Dad knelt in front of his tent and examined the zipper, like it was the zipper's fault. I narrowed my eyes at Dad. "I'll give you one guess who let it happen." "No way," Gus said. I frowned. "Way." Christina ran to us, pushing her pajama sleeves up her forearms. "Sparky ran away?" "Yeah," I said. "We need to find him, now." Christina tucked hair behind her ear. "Don't worry, we will." A moment later, Dad called for everyone to gather in front of his tent. Dad scratched at his disheveled hair. He stood hunched, and his arms were fidgety at his sides. "Listen, gang. Somehow Sparky escaped from my tent last night." I rolled my eyes. "Somehow," I muttered. Dad swallowed before he spoke. "We need all your eyes, so let's get organized and search the park as a group." I shook my head, aggravated. If we break into search teams, we could cover more ground. Dad coughed into his fist. We're sticking together, Dad said. I'm responsible for everyone. And how's that been working out? I shook my head at Dad. Anger flashed in Dad's eyes. I didn't blink. I wasn't about to give Dad a pass. After all, we wouldn't have to search in the first place if it weren't for him. Gus cleared his throat with purpose. Come on, we're wasting time. Search teams sound good. I can go with Sully. Christina raised her hand. I'll go with them too, she said. There, I said, gesturing at Dad. I have a search team. What do you say? Dad stood in place, his mouth pulling to the side. He made hard knots of his fingers. I imagined the last thing he wanted to do was to separate the group, to allow some of us to wander the woods without adult supervision. But now was not the time to play it safe. I needed Dad to lead, to go all out to make things right, the way he used to do before the accident, the way he did when Gus fell into the lake. Dad, I said, the park is huge. Dad met my gaze. Okay, you three stick together. The rest of us will take the trail with the yellow route markers. I nodded. We'll take the blue trail. Text the group with updates. Pete paced back and forth. What about the game? He asked. I mean, I hope we find Sparky right away, but the game is in a few hours. How long will we keep up the search? For as long as it takes, I said. At least that's the case for me. Silence. We only had 9 players, which meant if we didn't find Sparky this morning, we'd lose by forfeit. Family before dreams. Family before everything. Just like Brendan would want it. Sparky was more than a dog. He was a member of our family. He went to our practices and games. He vacationed with us. He slept in the same room as Brendan and me. You name it, Sparky was there. Sparky wasn't just a fair-weather friend. In the weeks and months after the accident, when my emotions were raw, Sparky rarely left my side. His presence made me feel a little less alone, a little less incomplete. No way I was going to turn my back on Sparky when he was lost and possibly in danger. Not a chance. What are we waiting for? Gus asked. Let's go! The sun crawled higher, the morning slipping away. Gus, Christina, and I pounded the trail for a good 3 hours, nearly circumventing the lake, and we were no closer to finding Sparky. We'd heard movements in the dense forest, but it always turned out to be a false lead. Mom, who drove right out to the park after I called and told her the news, was staking out the campsite, just in case Sparky returned. At last report, Dad and his team were still working the trails. The clock was ticking. I wiped beads of sweat from my forehead. The trail ahead sloped upward. Pine needles blanketed the ground. Gus stopped cold in his tracks and stared out into the maze of trees. You see something? I asked, hopeful. No, I need a break, Gus said, lacing his fingers behind his head. His face was sweaty, his cheeks flush. We can rest after we find him, I said. We need to keep going. Gus sat down on a fallen tree that bordered the trail. He rested his elbows on his knees, his neck bent forward. I'm taking a break, now. Whatever, I said through clenched teeth. Frustration was getting the better of me. I was hungry and hot. I was angry at Dad, angry at the situation. Christina sat down beside Gus. She drew her knees up and hugged them. This is so unlike Sparky. Has he ever run away before? No, I said. None of this makes sense. It's like some kind of nightmare. I knew all too well that life wasn't fair. But this was downright cruel. Dad was just starting to show interest in life again. Our shaky relationship was showing hints of improvement. Things were looking up. But I should have known better. The prospect of brighter days ahead was only an illusion. I didn't even want to think about what life would be like if we couldn't find Sparky. Gus picked bark off the tree. Some dogs go back to their home. They have a sixth sense like that. Even if they're thousands of miles away, some dogs find their way back. I shook my head. And some lost dogs never come back. Some are found hurt, or worse. Gus flung the bark into the brush. "We're gonna find him," he said, "and he's going to be fine." I wanted to believe him, wanted to believe we'd get a lucky break. Glancing at my stubbed forearm, I reminded myself that luck swung both ways. I dug into my pocket and pulled out my cell phone. "It's almost 10:30, I said. "So much for the game." Christina stood up, her palms sponging the side of her neck. "What if Sparky went to the ball field? Maybe we should head there." "It's worth a shot," I said. "Anyway, we should let the Eagles know what's going on." We took turns swigging water from our canteen. Gus found his second wind, and we hit the trail. We followed tree markers and reached the baseball field parking lot when it was about an hour until game time. The Eagles, dressed in blue and white uniforms, were taking batting practice. Parents and other spectators were beginning to file in. "Sparky isn't here," I said, weaving between cars in the lot. "This is awful." "Stay positive," Christina said. I led the way down the path to the field. Heads turned in our direction. Play on the field came to a halt. I jogged over to the Eagles coach, Big Red. His hair was cinnamon in color, and his height and girth, well, big. I knew Big Red from the baseball camp that Brendan and I had attended the summer before the accident. Brendan became good friends with Big Red's son, Terrence, a standout shortstop on that team. My team played Big Red's team in the championship game, a matchup that pitted me against Brendan on the hill. Brendan went the distance and got the win in a closely contested battle. I remembered seeing Big Red and Terrence at Brendan's wake. They didn't need to be there. It was a classy move. "Hey there, Sully," Big Red said. "How are you?" I blew out a long breath. "Hi, we've got a big problem. My dog's lost in the park. Our team's out looking for him now." "Oh, sorry to hear that," Big Red said. "We'll keep an eye out, too." I peered at the umpire through the backstop fencing. "What time do you call it a forfeit?" The ump rubbed his rugged, sunburned face. "Game time is noon," he said. "If your team isn't here by 20 after 12, I have to call it. Sorry, kid." Big Red's face scrunched, further increasing his number of chins. "Have a heart. Do you have a hot date or something?" "Not a date, another game." Big Red slapped air. At least give him till 1. I could not believe my ears. The opposing coach pushing to buy us more time. The ump smiled around crooked teeth. "Okay, you heard the man," he said. 1 o'clock it is. Good luck." I exchanged cell phone numbers with Big Red so we could keep each other updated. Christina, Gus, and I thanked both men and hustled back up the path. Terrence, standing in position at short, waved to us. I waved back. "Where to next?" I asked, my strides long and determined. "Should we head toward the campsite?" Christina twisted her mouth to the side. "That's probably a—" Christina's voice faded. I followed Christina's gaze to the parking lot. Lance was standing on the blacktop, his back to us, a muscle shirt hanging loose on his wiry frame. He waved at a minivan exiting the lot. "Lance is here," Christina said. "He could help us look." I rolled my eyes. "Does he know Sparky is lost?" "No, I haven't talked to him today," Christina said. Gus clapped my shoulder. "An extra set of eyes is a good thing." Maybe he was right. We met up with Lance in the parking lot. Lance dabbed on chapstick. "Hey, why aren't you guys dressed? Where's your team?" "On a hunt," Christina said. "Sully's dog is lost." "Snap, that stinks," Lance said. "Can you help us look?" Christina's head tilted to the side. "I can go with you, and Gus and Sully can take another path." Of course. Why wouldn't she choose Lance over me? Lance pointed at the sandals on his feet. I'm not exactly dressed for hiking. Seriously? Christina asked. Is that a no? Lance scratched at the bridge of his nose. I'm saying I didn't come ready to go hiking through the woods. It's not like I was expecting a dog to escape from a tent. What did you say? I asked. Lance cocked his eyebrow. What? That I got sandals on, bro? Don't call me your bro, I said, hardening my voice. You said Sparky escaped from a tent. We didn't say anything about that. How did you know? Worry blasted across Lance's face. How else would the dog get loose? I wasn't buying his response. Not for a second. I got up in Lance's face. What's going on here? I don't know what you're talking about. Gus grabbed my shirt, pulling me back. Relax, Sully, Gus said. Give the pretty boy a chance to explain himself before I choke an answer out of him. Lance took a step back. There's nothing to explain. Christina approached Lance. What's up? Do you know something about Sparky? Lance's eyes blinked fast. I saw the dog at the game yesterday. That's the last time I've seen him. Christina poked Lance's chest with her finger. Because if I find out later that you knew something and didn't tell us, you can forget about us being friends. Lance looked away, his chest rising and falling fast. He turned his attention to Christina. Okay, he said, I'll tell you what I know, but this stays between us, and know that I had nothing to do with any of this. No way. Was this for real? What? Christina said. Lance's eyelids crinkled. Trent texted me last night. Trent, I should have known. Christina stepped forward. What did he say? That he and his brother were going to pay your campsite a visit early this morning, Lance said, shaking his head. They planned on spraying your tents with shaving cream. Stupid stuff like that. Payback for beating us. I guess plans changed when they discovered there was a dog in one of the tents. My hand balled into a fist. What changed? Lance put his hands up like a cornered criminal. He texted me on my way over here. I was just coming to watch the game, honest. You saw my mom dropping me off. What changed? I pressed. More head shaking. Somehow they lured your dog out of the tent and into Trent's brother's van. Supposedly he's muzzled now. My hand flew to my head. What? He's in his van. It's just a prank. Payback. Your dog is fine. My mouth hung open. Trent was more twisted than I imagined. Where are they? Lance pointed down the road. That way. The next parking lot over. Where the park's main office is. You can't be serious. Christina planted her hands on her hips. You even know where they are? Is that everything? Lance took his phone out of his pocket. Trent wanted me to text him when the game was called. A heads up. You know, so they can return here and set the dog free and flee the scene. Don't tell him anything, Christina said. I won't, Lance said, patting his heart. Trent can go scratch. I'm done with him. Christina's forehead creased. You weren't going to tell us, were you? You were going to let us go on searching and forfeit the game. This wasn't my prank, Lance said. I didn't ask Trent to text me. He told me not to tell anyone. You have to believe me. I didn't know what to do. Christina turned away, back straight, one arm locked at her side. Just stop, I said. Sorry, Lance, but we warriors have business to take care of. Gus cracked his knuckles. Let's rescue Sparky. Then let's break some faces. Later, Lance, Christina said, jerking her thumb at him. Lance nodded. Good luck, he said meekly. Let's go, I said, bolting off toward the road. Trent had gone too far this time, and for that, he was going to pay. Big time. Chapter 11. I ran along the shoulder of the road. Waves of heat rose off the blacktop. Luckily, traffic was light. Without breaking stride, I threw a glance over my shoulder. Christina was keeping up with me. Gus, not so much. He'd slowed to a walk, his hands on his hips. Up ahead, where trees gave way to open land, I spied the park's main office. I put on the brakes, my toes jamming the fronts of my sneakers. Christina jogged over to me, breathing hard, her cheeks bright pink. "That's the van," she said, pointing. A white van, parked a couple 100 yards away in the back of a paved lot, was visible through the woods. "Has to be the one," I said. Christina wiped her hand across her sweaty forehead. "Trent's sick, seriously." "We should cross the street here," I said. "Come at them through the forest, a sneak attack." "I like the way you think," Christina said. "We make a good team," I said. Christina's lips hinted at a smile. "We sure do." "Yeah, eat that, Liar Lance." I looked down the street at Gus. "Poor guy," I said. "He looks ready to keel over." "You're gonna owe him," Christina said. "I know it," I said. "We should update the team. Tell them to meet us at the campsite." Christina took out her phone. She'd taken charge of handling the back-and-forth texts with the team. "What should we say?" "Don't get into details. Just say we know where Sparky is and we're trying to get him. Tell them to meet us back at the campsite ASAP." Christina's thumb danced over the screen. "Sent," she said. Gus closed ground on us, his shirt drenched in sweat. He held his arms out like airplane wings, palms turned skyward. "Are you guys attempting to kill me?" I smiled. "Nah, we still need a 9th player." Gus spat on the ground. "You're lucky I like you." The three of us huddled and strategized. I couldn't escape thoughts of Sparky trapped and scared inside the van. Thoughts of Trent enjoying every minute of it. My stomach turned in disgust. I needed to make things right. Now. "Let's do this," I said. We booked across the street and stormed the forest. I ducked limbs and slipped between tree trunks. I kept my arms close to my body, branches scraping my sides. I slowed to a stop and crouched behind a towering tree's trunk. Christina and Gus gathered behind me. Trent's smug face reflected in the van's passenger side mirror. "Check it out," Christina whispered. "That's Trent's brother, up there by the main office." I watched him make his way into the park office. Hunter. Trent's older brother. The kid who was supposed to graduate high school last year. Instead, he got caught vandalizing the school and was expelled. Far as I knew, he was still a dropout. "It's now or never. Let's do it." I charged through what was left of the forest. My sneaker caught on a thick stem. I stumbled, but caught myself and kept trucking. I heard the patter of leaves behind me, Gus and Christina riding my tail. Warriors. The battlefield looming. The ground went from dirt to pavement. I made a beeline to the back of the van. I jerked hard on the handle and swung the back door open. Sparky lay on the metal floor, face muzzled, chin down. I could hardly breathe. The sight of him trapped was heartbreaking. "Come here, boy," I said, clapping my leg. Sparky sprang to his paws. He came to me, with his leash dragging on the van's floor. I hugged him tight and struggled to get off his muzzle. "It's okay. You're safe now, buddy." Trent was peering around the front seat. His eyes were shocked wide and white. "Oh, no." "Oh, yes." Christina helped me remove the muzzle. She grabbed the leash and guided Sparky out of the van. Gripping the edge of the back door, I leered at Trent. "Get out here!" I demanded. Trent opened the passenger door and climbed out. I slammed the back door shut, then turned and faced Gus. "Trent's mine," I said. "Stand clear." Gus winked at me. "I know, cuz, I know." I circled the van. My heart was working my chest wall so hard that I felt the vibrations in the back of my skull. Trent stood in place on the blacktop, his lanky arms at his sides. "How'd you find us? Lance, right? Should have never trusted that rat." I stormed toward Trent, stood tall in front of him. "What could possibly make you do something like this?" Trent arched his eyebrow. "You're quite the tough guy when it's 3-on-1, but it won't be that way for long." I glanced across the parking lot. No one in sight. "This is just between you and me," I said. "Apologize for taking my dog." Trent's eyes were hard over a pointy nose. "I'm supposed to be intimidated by you? Listen, you got your dog back, so get lost." "Wrong." I stepped forward. "Why'd you take him?" Trent shrugged. "It was a prank, genius. Wanted you guys to go nuts trying to find him and forfeit the game. Mission accomplished. Get over it." "It wasn't funny. Sparky is family," I said, my teeth grinding. "Apologize, now!" Trent stomped his foot. "Apologize now," he mimicked in a high-pitched voice. "Now," I said, my confidence slipping. Trent made like he was handless, curving his hand back toward his wrist. "Now," he mocked. I got up in Trent's face, my breath's gasps. "Now!" Trent shoved my shoulder. "Back off, Stubby. I don't want to hurt a handicap." Anger raged in me like wildfire. "Touch me again and I'll lay you out," I said, my hand balled into a tight fist. Trent laughed and jerked his hand forward. Not fast enough. I threw a left hook, my fist connecting with his jawbone. Trent dropped like a sack of potatoes. He lay flat on his back, eyes dazed. A smatter of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Gus and Christina jumped and cheered. I climbed on top of Trent, deep anger stirring as memories of his bullying filled my head. I pinned his chest with my knees and cocked my fist. "Ready to apologize?" I asked. "Or do you not like having all your teeth?" Trent's mouth twitched, his brave facade crumbling. "Whatever. I'm sorry," he said. "Why?" I demanded. "Why'd you take my dog? Why are you always so mean to me?" Trent sniffed, and tears brimmed in his eyes. "Because." "Because why?" A tear ran down his cheek. "Because maybe I'm jealous of you, okay? Now get off me." My mouth hung open. His words were so unexpected, so heartfelt, that my mind struggled to process them. But maybe things weren't as they seemed. Trent was a master at mind games. That I knew. That I trusted. However, against my better judgment, I unclenched my fist and climbed off Trent. "Jealous of me? Why?" I asked. Trent sat up and rubbed his jaw, dabbed his bloody lip. "What I meant is that I'm jealous of how lucky you were to sneak in that punch." Of course. And I actually thought we were going to have a productive conversation. Gus released a loud and obnoxious cough. He leaned his frame against the van and crossed his ankles. He dug his hand into his shorts pocket and pulled out a Swiss Army knife. I inhaled choppily. "Don't be dumb." Gus stared at Trent, flipped the blade up, and waved it side to side. "People in my neighborhood get sliced up for doing a lot less harm than you caused." Trent stood up, a worried look on his face. "Put it away, Gus," I said. "We're done with him." Gus shook his head. "Pick on Sully again, and what this tire's gonna get is what you'll get." "No," I said. Gus bent down and punctured the front tire. Air hissed. Trent turned and stomped off toward the office. "Wait till my brother finds out what you did to his van, fat boy," he said. "Just wait." I threw a glance at the office. "We need to get out of here," I said. "Now." Christina and Sparky took off toward the street. I ran alongside Gus. "You're nuts," I said. "And your punch," Gus said. "Man, you drew blood. Actual blood." Gus pounded the pavement with solid strides. We crossed the road and ran along the shoulder. I looked behind me, the park office lost to forest. Gus stopped cold in his tracks and sucked wind. Christina, Sparky, and I held up. Gus reached us. Moisture beaded on his face and along his hairline. "I'll be ready for military school, that's for sure," Gus said. We laughed. Gus stuck his left hand out at me. "Way to show Trent who's boss." I shook Gus's hand. "Thanks for everything," I said, "except the tire stunt." Gus shrugged. "That musclehead had it coming." Christina walked up to me, shaking her hair back. "That was awesome. Best knockout ever. Wish I'd recorded it. One punch and Trent was seeing stars. Unreal." A wave of pride washed over me. "We should call Big Red," I said. "Let him know we found our dog, and it's game on." "Good idea," Christina said. "This is really gonna happen. We're gonna play ball today." I glanced down the long stretch of paved road. All I knew was that if our team was going down today, we were going down swinging. Chapter 12. The trail back to camp narrowed and branches leaned out. A small creek, visible through the brush, churned shallow, muddy water. Sparky nosed leafy plants and lifted his hind leg. After Sparky fertilized the ground, I gave the leash a tug, and we hiked on. Gus and Christina led the way, their heads swaying to the rhymes Gus was busting out. Christina pointed ahead. "Hey, look! They beat us back!" Through the trees, our campsite came into view. Gus cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Yo, Warriors!" Heads turned. My teammates came running while cheering and wooing. Dad hurried over too. Christina, Gus, Sparky, and I met up with them at the campsite. High fives, body bumps, smiles all around. Yeah, we were pumped. Pete rubbed Sparky behind his ears. "How'd you find him?" Gus jumped in and told the story. He began with Trent and Hunter's surprise visit to our campsite. He omitted the part when he stabbed Hunter's tire. He was animated, his arms in motion like an orchestra conductor. Pete clapped my shoulder. "I thought you were cool before," Pete said, "but now you're a legend. How'd it feel to drop Trent?" I smiled and waved away his question. "We need to get changed. We've kept the Eagles waiting long enough." As my teammates dispersed, they chanted, "Let's go, Warriors! Let's go, Warriors!" I looked over at Dad and realized I'd wrongly assumed that his negligence was to blame for Sparky's disappearance. Dad winked at me. I walked over to him with Sparky in tow. "Sorry for not believing you," I said. Dad petted Sparky's head. "It's okay. Probably shouldn't have been sleeping with those darn earplugs." "Yeah, well," I said, shrugging. "I'm just glad Sparky is okay," Dad said, "and that you'll get to play." I nodded. Dad's gaze shifted to his tent. "Dognapping is no prank. We should press charges." I thought of Gus and the trouble that knifing a tire could land him in. "It's all right," I said. "We got our payback. No need to pursue it." Dad's jaw twitched. "They can't get away with this." "We have to leave it alone. Gus left out a part of what happened." "What part?" he asked. I looked away, then back at him. "I don't want Gus getting in trouble with his mom and having to go to military school." "I need to know what happened." "If I tell you, can you promise to keep it between us?" "I can't promise that. What did he do?" I told Dad how it all went down. Dad's face contorted. "I see. I'm gonna have to have a talk with Gus. As punishment, We're going to have to find a way that he can earn money to pay Hunter back for the tire. If Gus is agreeable to that, I don't think we'll need to get his mom involved in this matter. That stance will be contingent on him steering clear of trouble from here on out. Okay? I nodded. Okay. You'll let me know if you have a problem with Trent again? Was he serious? I mean, I appreciated his show of concern, but where was that concern the past 3 years? Where was it when I needed him most? Yeah, I'll let you know, I said. Where's Mom? Dad looked over at the parking lot. She's out getting food for you guys. Fuel for the game. Cool, I said, kneeling next to Sparky. I scratched his back. He seems okay. Dad and I checked over Sparky, head to paws, just in case. We saw no sign of abuse or injury. Sparky was his usual happy self. I'm gonna go get him a fresh bowl of water and some treats, Dad said. I nudged my chin toward my tent. Sounds good. I'd better get ready to play. I jogged to my tent, my thoughts turning to baseball. Somehow, against all odds, the dream was still alive. The Eagles, dressed in blue and gold uniforms, huddled near their bench. My teammates and I were scrambling on our side of the diamond. There was no time left to do our usual pregame warm-ups. No batting practice, no fielding drills, no jogging and stretching out. Trent's stunt had cost us all that. We would have to go out and play cold. I propped my cleat on the metal bench and tightened the lace. I spotted Lance among the crowd filling the bleachers. He looked miserable, his chin resting on his knuckles. Christina was ignoring him. I hoped she was done with him for good. Mom and Sparky stood in the shade of a sprawling weeping willow tree. I waved. Mom smiled and waved back. I turned and faced the field. 2 little boys, maybe 5 years old, chased each other on the infield. Their smiles were bright, their laughter pure. Images flickered in my mind. Brendan and me, pint-sized and wide-eyed. The 2 of us commanding the big kids' field, our imaginations at work. I could almost remember how that felt. The umpire brushed home plate clean. Eagles, you're the home team. Take the field. The Eagles charged out to their positions. Dad stood alone behind the backstop, holding the scorebook down at his side. He looked unkempt, with his t-shirt half tucked, his shoelace undone. He wiggled the brim of his warrior's cap as he stared out at the field. He'd yet to provide us with a game plan, or any kind of direction that one would expect from a coach. I walked up to Dad. What's the lineup? No response. Dad, I pressed, the lineup? He turned his head and emotion rose in his eyes. What's going on? I asked. Dad handed the scorebook to me. I read his only 2 entries. Sully Whalen, leadoff. The second name was incomplete and crossed out. Brendan My heart dropped. Dad had always batted us 1 and 2 in the order. I stayed silent, unsure of what to say. Dad touched his balled-up hand to his lips. Ugh, he said. How am I going to make it through this game? I felt my words tunnel from someplace deep. 1 inning at a time. We're going to do it together, as a team. Dad half smiled at me. What are your thoughts on starting Gus on the mound? I considered Craig, the other logical choice, but I couldn't get past how he'd struggle to throw strikes. I'd say roll the dice and start Gus. He might be our best chance at winning today. Dad's eyebrows knitted. And you at first base? I handed the scorebook back to Dad. That's where I'd put me. He flipped a page in the scorebook. And everyone else at the positions they played yesterday. Same batting order? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Dad nodded slowly. He collected the team and went over the lineup and signs. We did our customary pregame chant. Then I smacked a helmet on my head and grabbed a bat. The Eagles' starting pitcher, Eric Kaysen, got loose on the mound. Like Major Leaguer Chris Sale, he was tall and lanky, his pitches coming from different angles. I took practice cuts behind the backstop, attempting to synchronize my swing with his delivery. "Batter up!" the umpire called out. I approached the batter's box, the bat slung over my shoulder. I turned and faced Dad, the third base coach. Dad, with a worried look on his face, tapped the scorebook against his leg. I felt pride swell in me. My dad was standing up to his demons. He was back doing what he loved. He was putting his family first. But I wondered how long it would last, if he'd give up just as things got going. My teammates cheered my name. The crowd on the bleachers stood up and got into the act too. I stepped up to the plate and worked my cleats into loose dirt. I assumed a stance, back elbow raised, stub pressed against the bat handle. Eric held his glove in front of his chest, the ball gripped at his side. He stepped back, then high-kicked his leg like a dancer and threw a chest-high fastball. A called strike. I licked my lip as I waved the bat over my shoulder. Eric fired an outside fastball, and I reached for it, slapping a slow roller to short. I flung the bat and tore down the baseline. Terrence vacuumed up the ball. He whipped the ball to first, beating me by a few steps. 1 down. Christina batted next, and her luck was no better. A pop-out to second. Batting third, Gus took good cuts, but ended up whiffing. It was an easy 1-2-3 inning for Eric and the Eagles. My teammates and I jogged out to our fielding positions. Gus took the mound and chucked practice pitches to Christina. I staked my left foot on first base and threw grounders to the infielders. Playing first base was new territory for me. I focused on transferring my glove quickly and extending my stretch from the bag when catching throws. Christina removed her headgear and shook her hair back. She jogged out to the mound and chatted with Gus. Terrence, the Eagles' first base coach, walked over to me. "Hey, Sully," he said. "Hey, Terrence," I said, sticking out my glove. Terrence fist-bumped my glove. "How you been, pal?" he asked. I scraped my cleat across the first base bag. "Things are good," I said. "It was cool of you guys to wait for us. Your dad didn't have to do that." Terrence swatted air. "Ah, nobody wants a forfeit. And besides, it's an awesome day for a game." I looked at the outfield, golden sun rays lighting up the green grass. It sure is. "You pitched great yesterday," Terrence said. "Thanks." Terrence nodded, and his face went serious. "I miss your brother a lot. We had some great times at camp." I swallowed past a lump in my throat. "Yeah, he really liked you too." The umpire called up the batter. Terrence tipped the brim of his helmet. "Well, good luck," he said. "You too," I said. Terrence returned to the first base box and locked his hands on his kneecaps. I got into position, my glove open and swaying between my slightly bent knees. The Eagles cheered for Christopher, their leadoff batter. He was a scrawny kid with a long neck and high cheekbones. Gus stood tall on the rubber in his squeaky clean cleats. He spun his hat around, the brim facing forward. An improvement, but he still looked silly in his undersized uniform. I sure hoped his pant seams were solid. Nobody wanted to see a full moon during any of his wind-ups. My teammates and I chanted, "Let's go, Gus! Here we go, Gus!" Gus, a southpaw like me, rocked into motion. His chest thrust out as he threw a low fastball. The ball bounced a good 2 feet in front of the plate. Christina deflected the ball with her shin guard. She chased the ball down and whipped it back to Gus. On his way back to the mound, Gus rotated his arm round and round like a propeller. He stretched his arm across his chest, "Let's go, Gus," I said. "You got this guy." But I spoke too soon. He didn't have him at all. The next 3 pitches went right into the dirt. Christopher tossed his bat aside and trotted to first base. I blew out breath. Maybe Craig would have been the better choice to start on the hill. Owen came up next, batting from the left side of the plate. Judging by his aggressive practice cuts, he was not someone you wanted connecting with the ball. I held Christopher on as he took a sizable lead. Gus, working from the stretch, brought his glove and the ball together. He eyed me and the runner, then strode toward the plate. His pitch popped into Christina's mitt. No bounce this time. A called strike. "There it is, Gus," I said. "Just like that. Keep it going." Gus blew the next pitch by the batter. Strike 2. "Nice pitch," I said. "You got this guy." Christopher danced off first base, widening his lead. His fingers wiggled at his sides, and I sensed he was going to steal. I tapped my glove on my leg, willing Gus with my eyes. But instead of attempting a pickoff, Gus delivered to the plate. Christopher broke for second. "Going!" I called out. Owen turned on Gus's pitch and roped a line drive to the right of me. I lunged and caught the ball in flight. My chest crashed on the dirt. "Back!" Terrence called out. I wrestled up. As Christopher dove back to the bag, I slapped a tag on his hands. The ump punched air. Double play! The crowd erupted in cheers. I switched my glove for the ball. "2 down," I said, tossing the ball back to Gus. "Way to go, kid," Gus said, pointing at me. He turned to the crowd and yelled, "That's right, folks! That's my cousin, the one-handed wonder!" I shook my head at Gus, laughter sneaking through my lips. No doubt about it, he was nuts. Eric, the pitcher, was next up. He took a few big practice cuts, then stepped into the box. Gus, working from the windup, nodded at Christina. He rocked into motion and sailed a pitch over Christina's extended glove. The ball clanged off the backstop. Gus's next 2 pitches found the backstop as well. With the count at 3-0, Dad, looking frazzled, called timeout and walked stiffly onto the field. Christina and I jogged out to the mound for the powwow. But prior to reaching the mound, Dad reversed course. "Never mind," Dad said, cowering back toward our team bench. The ump took off his mask and gave Dad an odd look. "Okay then, play ball!" The sun hard on my face, I drew a panicked breath. Dad was trying, no doubt, but he was unable to shake whatever was hounding him. At this rate, I feared he wouldn't make it through the game, that he'd quit on us. "Dad, wait," I said. Dad turned around by the third baseline. With my glove, I waved him back to the mound. Dad swung his gaze to the ump. "1 more minute." The ump nodded. "Timeout! Again." Dad joined us on the mound. He inched the brim of his warrior's hat down. "Sorry, it's so strange being back out on the field." "I can relate," I said. "What's up?" Dad said. "It doesn't matter. I'd rather not screw up the game for you guys." "Dad," I said, "you're the coach. We're all in this together, win or lose." Dad took off his hat and scratched at his hair. "Yeah, I was going to, suggest you try pitching from the stretch." Gus looked around at the empty bases and shrugged. "Nobody's on." Dad wiggled his hat back on his head. He brought his hands together, intertwining his fingers. "We don't have time to fix your windup. It's out of sync. Luckily, your delivery from the stretch is nice and compact." "It's worth a shot, Gus," I said. Gus punched the ball into his glove. "I'm on it." Dad nodded at me. I nodded back. I knew that Dad might never again be the confident, motivational coach he used to be. But that didn't matter. All that mattered was that he was here, a part of the effort, That meant so much to me. "Let's go, infield," I said, skipping back to first. "Let Gus hear you!" Dad returned to the bench, his pace a slow stroll. I was sure he was second-guessing himself. Gus, working from the stretch, nodded at me. He returned his focus to the batter and delivered a knee-high fastball. Eric belted a comebacker. With a cat-like reflex, Gus stuck out his glove and netted the line drive. Gus spiked the ball on the ground like a football. "Yeah! Let's go!" Chapter 13. The game moved at a lightning pace. Gus and Eric traded scoreless innings until the third. That was when Pete hit a double, driving in 2 Warriors. We maintained a 2-run lead until the 6th. The inning I'd like to forget. It was my error, a grounder I let slip through my legs, that opened the floodgates. The poor play spread to my teammates like a contagion. Overthrows, dropped balls, mental mistakes. Gus carried us through the inning, but the damage was already done. Heading into the 7th and final inning, the Eagles led 5-4. Dad paced small circles behind the backstop. He'd been quiet and distant since his trip to the mound in the first inning, even though his pitching advice for Gus worked and likely preserved our chance of winning today. Gus sat on the bench and slammed his glove on the ground. His nostrils flared and his meaty cheeks flushed. I sat down next to him. "Wasn't your fault," I said. Gus took off his hat. He scrubbed at the sweaty mop that rose from his head. "We had this game in the bag. I blew it." "Our defense blew it," I said. Gus beat his fist on his chest. "It's on me." I shoved Gus's arm. "Come on, we need your energy. Let's get the rally started," I said. "We're only down a run." Gus stood and cracked his knuckles. "You're right. Let's go, ladies! We were down more yesterday and came back. Let's go!" I approached the protective fencing and gripped a metal rung. I looked out at the blue sky, the orange sun pushing its light through the trees. "One last miracle, bro," I whispered. Eric finished his warm-up pitches. He paced the front of the mound, stretching his arm across his chest. Craig stepped into the batter's box. He adjusted his helmet. I cupped my hand around my mouth. "Here we go, Craig," I said. "You're big here. Pick out a good one and nail it." My teammates got rowdy. So did the crowd. Craig waited on a low off-speed pitch and golfed a single to left. He took a wide turn toward second, then retreated. I pointed repeatedly at Craig. "Yeah, Craig, way to start us off!" Gus was more animated in his celebration. He broke into a dance. Either that, or he was having a seizure. "Yeah, kid," Gus said. "The rally train has left the station. Choo-choo!" Pete stepped up to the plate, swirling his hips round and round. He'd been the man today, a run-producing machine. Eric, working from the stretch, snapped a curveball over the plate. Pete swung and hit a grounder up the middle. Terrence, playing short and cheating toward the second base bag, lunged but came up empty. The ball skipped into center field. Pete held up at first while Craig raced to third. Big Red had seen enough. He scampered out to the mound and gave Eric the heave-ho. Eric traded positions with Sam Hines, the right fielder. Sam was a short, stocky kid with a face full of pimples. His warm-up pitches punished the catcher's mitt. His eyes were intense. He grunted when releasing the ball. I walked behind the backstop, my heart pounding. I grabbed my helmet and a bat from the rack. The bottom of our order was due up. Kenny, Mike, then back to the top. Me. The 3 of us combined for 0 hits the whole tournament. One of us needed to produce, or it would be lights out on the dream. The ump swept home plate clean. "Batter up!" Kenny settled into his batting stance, biceps flexing, knuckles squeezed white. Sam wound up and brought the heat. Kenny took a wild cut and missed badly. It took Sam 5 pitches to strike out Kenny. 1 down. I took practice cuts, hoping for Mike to be the hero sandwich, that I'd somehow get a chance to bat, with us at least tied. Mike stood perfectly erect and drew his elbows in. He shakingly wielded the bat as if he were holding an umbrella in a storm. Sam stared Craig closer to the bag. He rocked into his delivery and fired a pitch that bounced off the plate. The catcher dropped to his knees, blocking the ball away. Dad whirled his arm. "Go, go, go!" he said. The catcher chased down the ball, gear clattering, arms pumping. Pete took off for second. Craig broke for home, then put on the brakes. He hustled back to third base. I slammed my bat on the ground. "Oh, come on! Score on those!" Pete stood on the second base bag, his hand on his hips. At least we had the potential go-ahead run in scoring position. Sam got himself settled on the mound, his focus keen on the target. He lunged forward and spun a looping curveball. Mike got a piece, popping the ball straight up. The catcher circled under the ball. He squeezed the catch with 2 hands. I closed my eyes and told myself to relax. We were an out away from elimination. It was down to me. Again. My teammates in the crowd cheered wildly. I approached the plate and cast a glance at Dad. He was standing in the third base coach's box, backlit by a large sun. He gave me thumbs up. I felt emotion move into my face. I wondered if this was it, my final moment with Dad as my coach and an active participant in my life. I needed to come through. I needed to keep hope alive. For my team, for myself, for my family. Sam blew out a long breath as he rubbed the baseball. I got into my batting stance and peeked at the patch on my shoulder. I thought of how Brendan used to excitedly cheer for me whenever I was at bat. My success was his, and his was mine. Always. The streak ends with us. Sam stepped back, then came with his pitch, snorting as he snapped his arm down. I locked in on the ball and swung the bat with everything I had in me. The ball jumped off my bat. A hard grounder down the third base line. The ball bounced off the bag and kept rolling into the outfield. The crowd went bonkers. Craig scored with ease, tying us up. I rounded the first base bag, with adrenaline racing through my veins, and glanced at Dad waving Pete home. Terrence snatched the relay throw, turned, and gunned the ball to the plate. His throw sailed wide and clanked off the backstop. The catcher fielded a generous rebound. Pete slid across home plate, putting us ahead. I rounded second base, sucking air, my stride an all-out sprint. Dad gave me the stop sign, his hands up and out like a traffic cop. I stutter-stepped, then put my head down and went for broke. The third baseman caught the ball and positioned his glove in front of the bag. I dove head first, trying to sneak my hand in. No dice. "Out!" the ump called. I lay chest down, dirt on my face, in my mouth. I lifted my head, blinking my eyes through the dust. Dad leaned down and extended his hand toward me. Breathing heavy, I grabbed his hand. He helped me to my feet. Dad rubbed at his tired, bristly face. "Way to go." I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. I should have stayed at 2. Dad regarded me with a level gaze. Sometimes you just have to go for it and hope for the best. I showed Dad 3 fingers. 3 more outs, and we're playing for the championship. A sudden brightness moved into Dad's eyes. Pretty amazing stuff. The Eagles, down a run, were the home team, so they had last licks. I got into fielding position, with my knees slightly bent and feet shoulder-length apart. My long, narrow shadow stretched in front of me, darkening the groomed, light brown dirt. "Here we go, Gus," I said. "Close the game out!" Christopher, the leadoff batter, got into a compact stance. Gus got right to work. A fastball down Main Street. Christopher, late on the pitch, hit a high chopper directly at me. Not wanting to botch another one, I anxiously watched the ball into my open glove. I won a foot race to the bag. 1 down. "Let's go!" I said. 2 more outs. We got this! Gus stood on the mound and rubbed the ball. His lips were pinched. He was all business. Owen came up next. He'd hit the ball on the screws all day. Gus, behind in the count, served up a meatball. Owen, taking full advantage, roped a single to left field. I stood beside Owen at first base. "Nice hit," I said. "Thanks," he said, his cheeks red with effort. Gus smacked the ball into his mitt. He wiped sweat from his face. Now he had to deal with Eric, the Eagles' best batter, the potential winning run. Gus lobbed another one over the center of the plate. Eric belted a screaming comebacker. Gus, in an effort to protect his face, knocked the ball down with the side of his glove. He gathered the ball and gave second base a look, but he had no play, so he held the ball. Eric stood on first base, his head bobbing. Owen, the tying run, stood on second base. Momentum had officially shifted back to the Eagles. Gus mumbled something to himself. He looked overheated, out of sorts. 2 more outs, Gus, I said. "Stay tough. We still got this." Gus rotated the ball in his hand and spat on the dirt. It was Harold's turn next, the cleanup batter. A stoic-looking kid, he was built like an ox, round shoulders. He'd been quiet so far today, which meant he was due. I got a sick feeling in my stomach. We were a Cinderella team, sure, but life wasn't a fairy tale, and dreams, especially ones that had to do with me, usually shattered. Gus gave the base runners a glance, then hurled a pitch, a high one that Christina had to stand up to catch. Gus cradled his throwing arm, kicked at the dirt. Dad called for time and walked out to the hill. This time there was no hesitation in his step. Christina and I headed over too. "How's the gun?" Dad asked. Gus flexed his arm. "Out of ammo," he said, grimacing. "You pitched good," Dad said, his hand out. "Real good." Gus handed Dad the baseball. Christina and I showered Gus with well-deserved praise. Gus forced a smile, but I could see the disappointment in his eyes. It was clear he wanted to close the game out. Considering that he hadn't pitched in years, and that he almost passed out earlier from our long hike, he came through for us big time. He had given us a shot at winning. Dad steadied his gaze to me, his hands massaging the baseball. "Can you get me 2 outs?" he asked. My arm was sore from pitching the day before, but it would have to fall off for me to walk off the mound. I opened my glove and held it out. "I can." Dad dropped the ball into my glove. "Go for it." Christina slapped my shoulder with her mitt. "Yeah, Sully," she said. "Put the game away. We got this." "Do it, cuz," Gus said, skipping his way to first base. "Let's go." The crowd hooted and hollered as they realized I was staying on the hill. The loudest cheers came from players on teams ousted from the tournament. Looks like I had my own little fan club, and that felt awesome. My shoulder clicked as I tossed warm-up pitches to Christina. I dialed up the heat on my final practice pitch. Shaking my arm out, I turned and glared at Owen and Eric, the potential tying run and winning run. They were chatting it up by the second base bag. "Batter up!" the ump called out. Eric skipped back to first base. I got settled on the mound, my glove capping my stub. Harold glared at me as he took choppy cuts with the bat. I stretched my tense neck side to side. I was one poorly placed pitch away from costing us the game, and 2 outs away from saving it. I nodded at Christina, gave the runners a look, then blazed a fastball. Harold swung and missed. 4 more drama-filled pitches followed, leaving us at a full count. Pain tinged in my elbow. I'd worry about that later. I got to work and pitched a high, hard one. Harold chased it and came up empty, his stride taking him across the plate. A huge strike 3. 2 down. The crowd roared. The atmosphere was electric. 1 more out. We can do this. Aaron, a bottom-heavy kid, stepped up to the plate. He appeared calm, composed. I got settled on the mound, my body leaning forward, my hand rotating the ball behind my back. Christina raised her glove over her head and called for time. I stepped off the rubber. Christina pulled off her mask and scampered out to the mound. Eye black smudged her cheeks. "This is it, eh?" I said. "Like we always dreamed," Christina said. "Whatever happens, we walk off this field with our chins up." "No doubt," I said. Christina smiled, her lips thinning. "This guy's been chasing low and outside balls all day," she said. "Keep your pitches down, and let's put this game away." "You bet," I said. As Christina jogged back to the plate, I took a look around. At Gus, at Dad, at Mom, at Sparky. And in every fiber in me, I felt Brendan's presence. Even if the streak didn't end as planned, a different streak had ended. The streak of being distant from my dad. At least for today, we were going the distance. Together. Christina crouched behind the plate and punched her mitt. I glanced over at Terrence, who was waiting on deck. He was taking practice cuts with 2 bats. I wanted no part of him. He'd made a habit out of punishing the ball. I returned my focus to the plate. Aaron dug his cleats into the dirt. I wound up, glove pressed to my chest, and pitched the ball as hard as I could. Aaron took a monster cut and belted a hard grounder right at Pete, the second baseman. Pete was ready for it, but the ball took a wicked hop and cleared Pete's shoulder. It skipped into right field with a head of steam. No! Craig, the right fielder, charged in, his glove low, but not low enough. The ball snuck under his webbing and kept on rolling. Double no! Owen crossed home plate. Tie game. Craig reversed course and gave chase. He caught up to the ball, snatched it up, and relayed it to Gus on a rope. "Third base!" Dad's voice echoed. "Throw to third!" Gus came home with it, a wild high throw that stuck in the backstop fencing. But that didn't matter. Eric had already crossed home plate. It was over. The Eagles, as just about everyone expected, were headed back to the championship game. I'd blown the save. We were eliminated. The dream was over. The Warriors' streak would live on, at least for another year. The Eagles, all smiles, jumped around over by home plate. I pressed my glove hard against my hip, wanting physical pain to offset the emotional sting. My bad, bro. The dream was almost ours. Gus spiked his mitt on the ground. Ah! "Stay on the field, Warriors," Dad called out, his arm scissoring above his head. "The game's not over." Had Dad lost his mind? Had he forgotten the rules of baseball? "Blue," Dad called out, hands cupping his mouth. "We want to appeal that the lead base runner never touched third base." The umpire set his mask down by the backstop and picked up his water bottle. He scratched at his sunburned face and approached Dad. They met up by the third base bag. Was this for real? If Eric missed third base and the ump saw it, Eric would be called out. The runs wouldn't count. We'd win the game. Dad would have saved the dream. Big Red made his way across the field, his face flush. The Eagles players wrapped up their celebration and followed their coach onto the field. My teammates and I drifted over to where they were, but remained in fair territory, as directed by Dad. "What's going on?" Big Red asked. The umpire drank from his water bottle and wiped his mouth. "The Warriors want to appeal that the lead base runner touched third base." Moans and groans from the Eagles players. "How can an appeal matter now?" Big Red asked. "The winning run just scored. The ball's dead and the game's over." The umpire grabbed a new baseball from his pouch. "You're right that the ball's dead because it's stuck in the backstop. No appeal can take place until the umpire, me, makes the ball live again." Big Red removed his cap and scratched at his cinnamon hair. "How can you make a dead ball live when the game is over?" The umpire scratched at the back of his head. "It's an unusual situation for sure, but we have to follow the official rules. For me to make the ball live, I need the pitcher on the rubber with the ball, the catcher in position, and the other defensive players on the field, and a batter at the plate." Big Red blew out a big breath. "Whew. And if we refuse to put a batter up?" The umpire shrugged. "I can't force one of your batters to stand in the batter's box. The appeal would be negated. The score would stand. The Eagles would win." Eric, the Eagles' starting pitcher, bobbed his head and clapped. "It's over, boys! We win! Come on, let's go! Nobody's gonna stand in the batter's box! Besides, Owen touched the bag! I saw it with my own 2 eyes!" Other Eagles pledged not to bat, likewise confirming that they saw Owen step on the bag. My mind was spinning. Could today get any crazier? Dad regarded me with a steady gaze. "Sully, take the mound," he said. "If they put a batter up, wait for the ump to say play, then step off the rubber and throw over to Mike at third." "Don't waste your time," Big Red said. Dad stuck to his guns. "Get out there, team. Let's go," he said. I smiled and nodded at Dad. "You got it, Coach." The ump handed me a new ball, and I jogged out to the mound. At this point, what did we have to lose? Big Red led their team around the backstop and back to their side of the field. "Batter up," the umpire said, approaching the home plate area. With no headgear on and her glove down at her side, Christina squatted behind home plate. Mike stood on third base. My other teammates gathered on the outskirts of the mound. They clapped and chanted, "Finish the game! Finish the game!" The Eagles gathered by their bench. Standing gloveless on the mound, with the baseball in hand, I edged my cleat against the pitching rubber, hoping against hope. I sensed that Owen really did miss the bag, that the Eagles knew it too, and that they were going to just walk away from the field and accept their faux victory. The ump stood behind Christina. "Batter up," the ump repeated. And nothing. The Eagles were just standing around by their bench. I waited and waited. Hope slipped away with each passing second. It wasn't going to happen. I motioned my arm upward to toss aside the ball, but didn't release the baseball, because I saw Terrence grab a bat. He pushed past a few of his teammates who were pleading for him to stay put. My throat tightened. Game on. Terrence stepped into the box and tipped the brim of his helmet. I smiled and nodded back at him. Terrence was a stand-up guy. Brendan had to be smiling down on him. The Eagles gathered by the backstop. They looked nervous. I could hardly breathe. The tension was beyond belief. It all came down to the ump's call. Safe, and the Eagles would win. Out, and the Warriors would win. Lining my fingers across the ball's laces, I looked over at Dad. He was standing by the third base bag, his head slowly rocking, his fingers laced. As much as I wanted this for me, I wanted this for Dad more. It would give his comeback some legs. I stared in at Christina's big brown eyes. She winked at me. "Play ball," the umpire said. Come on, please. My heart was in my throat. I stepped off the rubber and threw over to Mike at third base. All eyes shifted to the umpire. He punched air. Out! My jaw dropped and my hand flew to the top of my head. Whoa, we're headed to the big show, bro! Dad, standing by third base, clapped his clipboard over his head. He looked so happy. Christina and I ran to each other and we danced around. We did it! I screamed. OMG, we did it! My teammates took us down and piled on top of us. We were laughing it up. I allowed myself to fully enjoy the moment. The rush was unreal. We'd won the game. We'd broken the streak. Dad's appeal saved the game. For the first time in 30 years, the Warriors were headed to the championship game at the minor league field. The Eagles wore long faces as they lined up for the post-game hand slaps. Unlike the Bobcats, who had stood us up for the traditional show of sportsmanship, the Eagles stayed classy. I felt for the Eagles. They'd more than tasted victory. They'd consumed it. In their minds, the game was in the bag. Then, their victory had been ripped away. My teammates lined up opposite them. Good game, I repeated, reaching across my body, slapping their hands with my good hand as our paths crossed. Some stared at my stump, which made me feel awkward. After finishing up, I walked over to Terrence. He was down on a knee, tightening his cleat lace. Thanks for getting up there, I said. Why'd you do it? Terrence stood up and rubbed at his face. I saw Owen miss the bag. Winning that way wouldn't have felt right. Unless, maybe, it was versus the Bobcats. I smiled. I appreciate it. There was another reason, Terrence said. Oh yeah? I once asked your brother if you guys ever made the stadium game, who would start as pitcher, you or him. Do you know what he said? I was too choked up to respond. Terrence's eyes went narrow. He said that it didn't matter, that when you pitched, it was as if he was pitching, and vice versa, Terrence said. He told me he would love to see you get the nod and start the big game. I blinked my moist eyes. Sounds like something he'd say. And you know what? He asked. I'd love to see you get that start too. So would everybody. Thanks, I said, sniffling. Good luck in the championship game, bud. Terrence clapped my shoulder, then walked off. Gus snuck up behind me. He lifted me from my armpits and dropped me onto his broad shoulders. Yeah, cuz! Championship game? Here we come, he said. I was riding high, 10 feet tall. I stuck my arms up and looked out at the sunlit outfield. One game to go. The streak ends with us. Chapter 14. I gazed out my bedroom window, my reflection in the glass staring back at me. The sky was black and starless. I pulled the blinds down and yawned. It had been a long, wild weekend. I was looking forward to sleeping in my cozy bed again, to enjoying the comforts of home. On the way home from the park, Mom took Gus and me to eat at a seafood joint. I was disappointed when she didn't ask Dad to join us. Guess I'd used up my miracles for the weekend. Maybe for a lifetime. I walked barefooted across the carpet, stepping around Sparky, who was camped out on the floor. I sat on the edge of my bed. Gus checked himself out in a large mirror propped on my dresser. He wiggled out a photo that was wedged in the corner of the mirror's frame. Recognize the catcher? I asked. Gus, studying the photo, sat beside me on the bed. Your dad's a good guy. I glanced at the picture. Dad was standing in our backyard, wearing a catcher's mask and a Mike Piazza jersey. Mom, Brendan, and I also had on Mets jerseys. Teammates, friends, and family in the shot all had on some sort of baseball shirt or jersey. Gus leaned back on the bed, holding the photo up at a distance. Your birthday party? Our last one together. We used to have backyard birthday parties where everyone would come dressed in the jersey of their favorite baseball player. Even Sparky wore a shirt. We'd have a family wiffle ball game, a barbecue. It was awesome. Looks it, Gus said. Your birthday's coming up, ain't it? Friday, I said. Nice. What are the big plans? I turned my eyes down and shook my head. I'll be resting for the big game. Come on. No, really. Really, I said. My birthday's just another day. It used to be our day, you know? Gus nodded slowly. I get it, man. I stood up and pulled up my sweatpants, racking my mind for a different topic of conversation. It's cool you'll be going to my school next year, I said, that you'll be living around here. Gus puffed up his cheeks, then blew the air out. Yeah, about that, Gus said. I may have stretched the truth a little. I put a hand on my hip. Huh? Gus looked away, then back at me. Well, my mom did say she was considering moving here. That's not a lie. And, I said, gesturing for more. She never registered me at your school. I shook my head at Gus. And get this, Gus said. Today she tells me she put a rent deposit down on a house in Chicago. I'm headed back at the end of the summer. I swallowed my anger. You lied, I said. Why? Gus rocked himself up and off the bed. Are you kidding? My mom is looking to move into this area as soon as possible. And am I not living at your house now? The rule's a technicality. You deserved a shot to play in the tournament. I wasn't going to stand by and not help out. I looked Gus up and down. I'll be honest with you. I didn't want you staying with me for the summer. But now it's going to be a downer when you leave. Gus nodded. I feel the same way, cuz, he said. But we have a lot of summer left. Time for tons of fun. Like winning the championship on Saturday. Word, Gus said. Is your pops going to keep coaching us? Haven't asked him yet, I said. We'll need him, though. Earlier, Christina texted me that her dad's work schedule was still crazy, and he wasn't going to be able to hold practice prior to the championship game. That he'd actually prefer to reduce his role and let my dad be the head coach. I wondered what version of dad I was going to get going forward. The man who turned his back on his wife and son for 3 years? Or the man who stepped up for one weekend? I awoke to a thunderstorm that rattled my bedroom window glass. I sat up in bed and ground my eye with my palm. My alarm clock flashed 10:15 a.m. For a moment, I wondered if the wild weekend had been just a dream. Seeing my dirty uniform on the floor next to Sparky squashed that theory. Somehow, the wild weekend all really happened. I climbed out of bed, scratched Sparky's head, and peeked out the window. Rain beat itself to mist on the roof against Dad's car. Mom's car wasn't in the driveway. She must have already left for work. Gus, snoring up a storm of his own, turned to his side on the top bunk. I put on socks and headed downstairs, with Sparky shadowing me. I filled up Sparky's food and water bowls, and then helped myself to a bowl of cereal. Seated at the kitchen table, I jumped at a loud crashing sound. It came from the basement. I got up and knocked on the basement door. Everything okay down there? Yeah, fine, Dad said. I relaxed some. Can I come down for a minute? Sure. I opened the door, and my head jolted back in disbelief. The clutter that had clogged the stairs was gone. Dust particles floated in the air. Things actually looked clean. I descended the steps and rounded the corner. A good portion of the place was straightened up. Full trash bags were stacked along a wall in the living room. A musty odor lingered. Whoa, I said. It's looking good down here. Dad set packing tape down on a large cardboard box in the living room. Making some progress, he said, wiping sweat from his forehead. Need a hand? I'd appreciate that. I sneezed into the bend of my arm. No prob. I've got a favor, though. A favor? Stay on as the head coach, I said. A deep flush crept up Dad's neckline. Carlos is the coach. Not by choice. He wants you to take over, and he'd assist when his schedule allows. Dad rubbed at thick stubble on his face. I did enjoy coaching again. We're a baseball family, Dad. He showed me his index finger. He walked over to his filthy desk that was covered with loose laundry and grabbed a small silver case out of a side drawer. I was planning on giving this to you on your birthday. I didn't know what to expect. Dad had given me the same birthday present every year since the accident. $40, cash. No birthday card. Just the cash, nice and impersonal. And a cold, hard smile to match, like the gift was an obligation, a debt. He handed me the case, and I worked it open. I could hardly breathe. It was a Jim Abbott 1988 USA rookie card. This is so cool. I examined the baseball card from different angles. He really signed it? So says the guy at the hobby shop. Supposedly, it's in mint condition. Oh, man. I'll take great care of it. Thanks. A sudden glint came into Dad's eyes. You remind me a lot of him, in the way you don't use your circumstances as an excuse, in how you make the most of your abilities. Well, he did inspire me to keep at it, I said, shrugging my shoulders. Dad scratched at the back of his head. You've inspired me. His words touched my heart. Really? Wow, that means a lot. Dad glanced at the basement window pane. Today's out, Dad said, but how about we get a practice in tomorrow? Prep for winning the championship. My lips curled into a giant smile. Sounds great. I stood tall on the mound of my home field, relishing the feel of the sun's heat on my skin. The field had finally gotten some love from the town. The grass was freshly cut. The infield was raked clean. Divots were filled. A brand new home plate replaced the cracked one. Dad stood just outside the batter's box, a bat in his hand. Sweat stained his gray t-shirt. His tube socks were pulled up high. He had been working us hard for a good 2 hours, just like he did at practice the past 2 days. He wasn't fooling around. With her right cleat touching home plate, Christina stretched and squeezed Gus's throw. She tossed the baseball to Dad. Dad showed Scott the ball. Come home with it, then bring it in. Scott got into position at third, up on his toes. He was back in action, his stomach flu now history. He had a solid, stocky build. His thick eyebrows met in the middle of his forehead. He had a decent practice, only making a few fielding errors. He had better range and a much stronger arm than Mike gave us over there. With him on board, we were a more versatile 10-player team. Dad tossed the ball to himself and whacked it. Scott charged in, scooped up the ball, and fired to Christina at home plate. Scott jogged off the field. Dad sprayed the ball around to every player. One by one, my teammates jogged off the field. I was last to yield Dad's attention. He pointed the bat at me. Bring it home, Sully, he said. I swayed my open glove between my legs. Dad hit a soft grounder to me. I fielded it cleanly and quickly swapped my glove for the ball. On the move, I whipped the ball home to Christina. Dad called the players over to our bench. All right, everyone, he said. A solid practice today. We're ready to bring the first ever championship home to Collingdale. Rest tomorrow. Let's meet up by the stadium's main gate on Saturday at 9 a.m. sharp. The Panthers are a good team, but make no mistake, we're the ones with momentum. We're the team to beat. Dad's voice was full of passion, confidence, just like he had when he coached Brendan and me. Pete waved his cell phone in the air. Oh yeah, a few hundred more views on YouTube since we started practice. That's sick, Gus said. We're famous. Pete and Gus were referring to a video that had gone viral the day before. It was put together by one of the players on a team that was ousted from the tournament. Christina helped out by supplying photos and such. It highlighted my story. Twins separated by a tragic event. My comeback to the mound as a one-hander. Our wild tournament wins. I only watched the video once. That was all I could handle. There was this photo of Brendan and me on this very field in our uniforms. We had matching tooth-gapped smiles and our fists raised to the sky. That was the one that really socked it to me. Christina stomped her cleats on a slab of pavement and banged her glove on the metal bench. Warriors! 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 My teammates and I added a chorus to her chant. We were pumped. We were ready. For us, it was championship or bust. Or at least, that was my hope. Part of me still feared Dad's comeback wouldn't have legs. That at any minute, he'd succumb to his fears again. That he'd once again turn his back on me and the team. Chapter 15. The sun shone dim, lost behind a heavy gray sky. I was walking down a quiet side street, headed to the elementary school Brendan and I used to attend. It was Friday, and our birthday. One day before the big game. I had a lot on my mind, and wanted to be alone. Farther up the road, a white van crested a hill. It looked eerily similar to Hunter's van. Yeah, Trent's older brother. That Hunter. I focused on my footfalls, hoping the van would pass me by. And that was just what it did. Momentarily. Brakes squealed. The van reversed and pulled beside me. Hunter threw open the driver's side door and climbed out. A bright orange shirt hugged his chiseled upper body. I cringed at his large angled nose. Trent, riding shotgun, got out too. He strutted around the van and joined us near the curb. My breaths went deep. I didn't want any trouble. Not today. Hunter crowded me. Where's that fat lard cousin of yours? He owes me $100 for the tire I had to replace. I have no idea where he is, I said, and good luck getting the money from him. Hunter sneered. Oh, I'll make him pay. I let out a nervous laugh. Don't underestimate my cousin. He can make your life a nightmare. Hunter folded his bulked-up arms. Right. He destroyed my personal property. He's going to pay. Anger filled my voice. Maybe if you didn't dog-nap, your tire wouldn't need replacing. What you did to my dog was messed up. You're lucky all you got was a flat tire. Hunter gestured toward Trent. You want to talk luck? Luck was that sucker punch you got in on my brother. Sucker punch? I asked. Yeah, Hunter said. Way Trent tells it, you hit him when he wasn't looking. So now let's see how tough you are when he is. I mentally steeled myself. I don't want to fight. Hunter turned and faced Trent. Go ahead, Hunter said. Take this punk out. I made a tight fist. My heart hammered against my breastbone. Trent's face twitched with worry. Nah, Sully's cool, Trent said. You've seen the video. He's a local hero. Leave him alone. Hunter hissed air through pursed lips. You scared of Sully or something? I'm not scared of anybody, Trent said, and I'm not fighting him. Hunter flailed his arms like a frustrated toddler. The kid's got one hand. He struck you out every at-bat, and he punched you out. Now you're the joke of the neighborhood. Come on, now's your chance to restore your honor. Trent hardened his eyes. We're not fighting, and it's you who's the joke. Hunter marched up to Trent and punched him on his bicep. Hard. Don't be an embarrassment to the family name. Trent rubbed his arm. Oh, like you're not? A jobless dropout? Hunter punched again, this time whiffing as Trent leaned his shoulder away. Hunter pointed at Trent. "You're embarrassing yourself! Fight him!" Trent took a few steps backwards. "Don't be jealous of him. He's already accomplished more than you ever will." A long vein bulged in Hunter's neck. "Walk home, wimp." Trent danced his fingers in the air. "Oh no, not that! Not walking!" he mocked. Hunter climbed into his van and slammed the door shut. Hunter revved the engine, peeled out, and sped away. Trent strutted toward me, his hands shaping the brim of his Bobcat's hat. "Sorry about my idiot brother." "No sweat." "It was dumb of us to take your dog. I'd take back doing it if I could." "Yeah, well, you can't. I just don't understand why you did that." I was angry after we lost the game." "I can understand you being angry, but taking my dog?" "I know. If you want the truth, you guys stole my chance to stick it to my father. That's why I lost it." "What do you mean?" Trent shook his head. My dad was the coach when Hunter's team won that tournament 5 years ago. A few months later, he found a better family to live with. Moved in with some nasty-looking woman and her bratty kids. Hunter and I are lucky if we hear from him twice a year." I swallowed. Life really stinks sometimes. Trent laced his hands behind his head and blew out a breath. "Yeah, I wanted to remind him what he was missing out on, that we didn't need him. And when we lost, well, and when everyone was cheering you while I was getting booed." I looked into Trent's sunken eyes. I believed him, felt his pain of rejection. Maybe lashing out was his outlet. Maybe bullying was his fix. Not that it made it right or even okay in any way. Still, as I looked at Trent, I saw him in a different light. He was hard on the outside, but wounded on the inside. "I get it," I said, "but bringing others down isn't the answer." "Yeah, now you're starting to sound like my mom," Trent said. "Anyway, I'm sorry for always giving you such a hard time. It'll stop. You're cool." I nodded. "All right, good luck with things." "Yeah, you too," he said. "Win it all tomorrow." "We're gonna try," I said. Trent looked at his phone. "I gotta bounce." "Later," I said. Trent swaggered off down the street. I was quite sure my days of being picked on by him were over. At least, that was the hope. Misty rain fell from bloated gray clouds. I arrived at Twin Pines Elementary and moved my eyes over the low, sprawling buildings with large windows. I walked across the busing area and around to the back of the school. I took in the open space, the basketball courts, the playground. Every step was dripping with memories. I pressed my hand against a spray-painted box on the school's brick wall. I recalled the countless stickball games Brendan and I played here, how we'd play automatic outs, how the monkey bars served as the right field foul pole, how the two of us would take turns announcing the play-by-play action. I trudged past the playground, coming to a stop in front of a small tree. Rain shimmered on a black plaque cemented into the ground. It read, "Red leaf maple planted in memory of Brendan Whalen. Forever in our hearts. Twin Pines will always love you." The tree had grown quite a bit in the year since I'd last visited. A shiver plunged down my spine. I sat on the moist grass, closed my eyes, and tilted my head back. Drizzle sprinkled my face. "Happy birthday, bro," I whispered. My phone buzzed. I wiggled it out of my pocket. The screen displayed Mom's number. "Hello," I answered.
"Hi, sweetie,"
Mom said.
"Happy birthday."
"Thanks, Mom." Mom coughed.
"Are you having a good day?"
"I guess," I said. "I enjoyed those pancakes you left me this morning."
"I'm glad."
Mom said.
"Did you think about where you want to go out for dinner? I'm heading out of work early today."
"How about Parmelo's restaurant?"
"Oh, I love that place."
"Dad does too," I said. How about asking him to come? Dead air. Tension gripped at my neck. Mom?
I'm not so sure that's a good idea, sweetie.
I hung my head. Yeah. How long is this going to go on? Are you guys never going to speak to each other again?
It's complicated, Sully. I'm glad your father is taking a more active role in your life, but we have a lot to work on in order to rebuild our relationship.
Whatever, I said, annoyed. I wasn't asking for you to get back together with your husband. I was asking if he could join us for my birthday dinner.
It'll be just us for today. We'll talk later, okay, sweetie? I have another call coming in. I'll be home in an hour or so.
She said, her voice cracking. Right. Yeah, bye, I said, hanging up. Today couldn't end soon enough. Mom switched on the wipers as light rain started up again. Traffic was jammed. Emergency vehicle lights flashed ahead. Road flares were doing their thing. Mom followed the slow roll of cars into the left lane. I sat in the front seat, my knees bouncing. I burped up and swallowed down the taste of the meatball hero I'd polished off at the restaurant. I risked a glance at the ambulance, tow truck, and cars. Memories pecked at my brain. Brendan and I climbing into the umpire's car. Brendan slapping his glove on my knee before impact. I feigned interest in my phone until we passed the accident. I peered around my seat at Gus. He was in his own world, his headphones on, his hands drumming on his legs. I reclined back in my seat and closed my eyes. The slap of the wipers soothed me. My mind drifted to the big game tomorrow, to the thought of celebrating a Warriors' victory on a pro field. I awoke to Mom shaking my leg. "We're home, kiddo." I yawned and clicked off my seatbelt. Mom smiled at me. "Oh, there are a few new planters in the back of the van. Would you two strong young men mind helping me get them into the backyard?" "Sure." I climbed out. The rain had stopped, and the air was thick. Gus popped the minivan's hatch. Gus, Mom, and I each grabbed a stone planter and headed to the backyard. I set my planter down, reached over the wood gate, and lifted the latch. I swung the gate open. Air stuck in my throat. "Surprise!" a large crowd screamed. Teammates, friends from school, local family, extended family, Gus's mom, Sparky. People I saw often. People I hadn't seen since the funeral. All of them wearing a baseball shirt or jersey. Even Sparky. Tears welled in my eyes. "Oh, wow," I said. "Happy birthday, sweetie," Mom said. "You did this?" I glanced at Mom. "It was Gus's idea," Mom said. "Your father and I arranged it." "You and Dad?" "That's right," she said, smiling. I blinked moist eyes and wondered if I were dreaming. Christina approached me, a Yankees jersey hanging loosely on her frame. She wrapped me in a big hug, her cheek pressing against mine. "Happy birthday, Sully." I squeezed her tight. "Thanks." I made the rounds through the crowd. Hugs, kisses, high fives. Dad, standing on the back porch, wore a catcher's mask, the one he used to wear at the backyard baseball parties when we were celebrating 2 birthdays. His jersey, though, was different. It wasn't his Mike Piazza jersey. Instead, he donned a Collingdale Warriors jersey. I waved at him. He took off his mask and walked to me. His face was clean-shaven, and he looked years younger. "Happy birthday, son." I stuck out my hand. "Thanks." Dad shook my hand and pulled me into an awkward hug. "Your uniform came in, eh?" I asked. "Arrived today," Dad said. "Gus's, too." "Nice." Dad turned his back to me. Number 28, the combined numbers of my 2 all-time favorite ballplayers. It took me a second. My number, 25. Brendan's number, 3. Through tear-glazed eyes, I looked out at the setting sun, pushing golden rays through breaks in the gray clouds. Floodlights burned, and white light shone down on my backyard. The party was a few hours old, and still kicking. Laughter and conversation echoed. I was sitting at the patio table, proudly sporting a Jim Abbott t-shirt. I was catching up with long-distance family. The unimaginable was happening. I was actually enjoying my birthday. Earlier, a bunch of us played a few innings of wiffle ball in the street. We played until it got so dark we could no longer see the ball, just like we used to do when Brendan was there to play with us. Dad opened the back door, and Mom stepped out holding a candlelit cake. Earlier, I'd asked her not to do the cake thing. We'd skipped birthday cakes ever since the accident, and I preferred to keep it that way. But Mom was stubborn, not willing to stray from a traditional party, despite the untraditional circumstances. A crowd gathered around me. Mom set the cake down in front of me on the table. It was round and frosted white, decorated to resemble a baseball. The writing on the cake read, "Happy birthday, Sully, and heavenly birthday, Brendan." I fought back tears. The crowd sang happy birthday. Memories stormed me. Brendan sitting next to me, the two of us blowing out the candles together. But those days were over. No wish could ever change that. I drew a deep breath and blew out all 15 candles. I got up from the table and stepped into Mom's hug. "I hope all your wishes come true," she said. "You shouldn't have done this, Mom, but thanks." Mom flagged down Gus and his mom, my Aunt Glenda. Aunt Glenda was petite, shy of 5 foot, and wore Coke bottle glasses. She fished out an envelope from her purse and handed it to me. "What's this?" I asked. "Open it," she said. "It's from your mom and me." I pinched the envelope under my stubbed arm and fingered out a ticket. It was to a baseball game. Mets versus Cubs. In Chicago. "No way!" I said, jumping up and down. "Way!" Gus said, showing me a second ticket. "We're going to Wrigley, bud. The end of summer. Your mom's driving me home, and you're visiting." "Get out! This is so sick!" Glenda set her purse down on the patio table. "We'll be glad to have you stay with us for a few days before the school year starts." Gus scrubbed his knuckles into my noggin. "Yeah, you're coming to my stomping ground." I raised my ticket to the sky. "We're going to Wrigley!" Gus, Christina, and I sat on folding chairs in my backyard. We were chilling as soft music played in the background. After the cake was finished, the party fizzled. Our teammates had all gone home. A few of my relatives lingered, but most had hit the road. Mom and Dad were sitting at opposite sides of a picnic table, both chatting with Aunt Glenda. It was surreal to see Dad and Mom in such close proximity to each other. I wondered if their truce would last. Christina stretched and yawned. "I'd better get home. We've got a big day tomorrow." I glanced at Gus. He looked next door and made his eyebrow bounce. I stood up. "I'll walk you." "'Kay, cool," Christina said, tucking hair behind her ear. Christina said her goodnights to those who were still around. I shadowed her to her front porch, a long slab of concrete. 2 yellow moths danced by the pale glow of her porch light. She straightened her Yankees jersey on her shoulders. "I hope you had a great birthday." "I did," I said. "You guys got me good." Christina's lips flirted at a smile. "Tomorrow, we bring the championship home to Collingdale." "No doubt," I smiled. Christina reached behind for the doorknob. "Thanks for walking me home. Have a good night." My heart raced. "Wait." Christina released the doorknob. "What's up?" I nervously wiggled my fingers at my side. "I want to ask you something. To get a girl's insight." Christina's mouth bunched to the side. You're acting weird. My voice felt shaky. Say there's this beautiful, popular girl who's around my age. Do you think she could ever like a guy like me? What are you talking about? Christina scrunched her eyebrows together. I showed Christina my stubbed arm. Do you think she could ever like a guy like me? Christina ran her hand through her hair. Of course. She tilted her head. Do I know this girl? I went to speak, to tell her she didn't know the girl, but no words came out. I was torn. After releasing a deep breath, I went with my gut. Yeah, you know her, I said, nudging my shoulder in her direction. Christina's face brightened. Me? I stared into her brown eyes. Yeah, you. Aw, you're too cute, Christina said, stepping toward me. I was hoping you were going to say me. Really? I asked, hardly able to restrain my excitement. A flush crept up her face. Yeah. I rubbed the back of my neck. Wow. Yeah, wow, Christina said. I'm so glad you're playing ball again. Yeah, me too. Christina leaned in and kissed my cheek. Happy birthday, she said. I stood frozen in place. My heart was beating 1,000,000 miles a minute. I couldn't speak, couldn't think. Christina flipped her hair back and winked at me. See you in the morning. Good night, Sully. In a slow, breathy voice, I said, Good night. Christina slipped inside her house. She waved and closed the door. I touched my hand to my cheek, the spot where Christina had kissed. Then I took off and high-stepped across her lawn. Adrenaline flooded my body. I looked for Gus in my backyard. He wasn't there. I raced into my house through the back door. Gus, where are you? Up here, Gus called. I took stairs 2 at a time and raced into my bedroom. Sparky followed me. You're a genius, I said, speaking fast. A certified genius. Gus tugged at the collar of his Cubs t-shirt. Well, duh. No need to state the obvious. Well, who's got one thumb and got kissed by Christina? I thumbed my chest. This guy. Well, all right, my man. Gus gripped me in a bear hug and spun me around. Can you believe it? I asked, shoving Gus's shoulder. She likes me back. Gus locked his hands onto the tops of my shoulders and stared into my eyes. Yes, I can. And you know what this means, right? I shook my head. It's time for me to cash in on that favor you owe me. So you're finally gonna tell me? Yep. Listen, I have a girl problem of my own. A hottie back in Chicago wants me to take her to the school's open dance. I kinda told her I was a good dancer. Problem is, I can't dance a lick. And I know from Aunt Kelly's wedding reception, the way you and your brother broke it down, that you've got the moves. I need you to help me not embarrass myself. You hear what I'm saying, cuz? Hold on, I said, smiling at Gus. Before I commit to anything, I need to see what I have to work with. I wiggled my phone out of my pocket, clicked on the Pandora app, cranked up the volume on a dance song. Like, right now? Gus asked. Right now, I said, right here. Dance like nobody's watching. Gus tapped his sock-covered feet on the carpet, completely out of rhythm. His legs were stiff as boards. He put his hands into motion, making wild slaps at the air. His head was gyrating, and his tongue was peeking out of his mouth. I had to stop myself from laughing. Sparky got low, his front paws out in front of him, and started barking. I guessed Gus's dance moves had that effect. I turned off the music and tucked the phone into my pocket. I knelt next to Sparky and petted his head. What do you think, boy? Can we take this guy on? Sparky looked at me and panted. I nodded at Gus. Okay, I said. Your moves need work, No worries. We'll get you in dancing form before you head back. I promise you that. Chapter 16. In the Brookhaven Blue Claws parking lot, Dad steered his Corolla into a front-row parking space and turned off the engine. The lot was mostly empty. Riding shotgun, I clicked off my seatbelt. The sun's glare brightened the windshield. I squinted at the massive stadium. The Brookhaven Blue Claws were a Minnesota Twins farm team. Today, though, we would be sharing the house. "Tell me I'm not dreaming," I said. Gus pushed the back door open. "You ain't dreaming, cuz. Today we're playing where the big boys play." Dad smoothed his hands over the steering wheel. "No pressure," he said, his tone unconvincing. I opened the door and climbed out. Heat pressed down. A heavy blanket of white and gray clouds collected in the distance. I walked to the back of the car, my cleats clattering on the pavement. Gus tucked in his new uniform. Sweet, I can actually breathe in this getup. I leaned down and evened the heights of my baseball socks. My mind will be forever scarred by the sight of you in those skin-tight pants. Gus stuck out his tongue. Hater. A digital sign in front of the stadium flashed, "Double header today. Game 1 at 12:15 p.m. BIT Championship. Jamestown Jaguars versus Collingdale Warriors." The sign switched to a message promoting Game 2. Most years, Brendan and I would come to watch the Brookhaven Invitational Tournament championship game, and we'd stick around for the minor league game that followed. Unlike the professional game, which would draw a decent-sized crowd, almost no one showed for the youth baseball game, except for the players' families and friends. Attending the first game was always fun, though. We had free reign of the empty stands. We could get different angles on the action and usually score a foul ball or two. Dad, dressed in his Warriors baseball uniform, yanked the equipment bag out of his car's trunk. His jersey now sported the patch that matched ours, the one honoring Brendan. Mom sewed it to his jersey's sleeve last night, and, for a change, it wasn't me who had to act as their go-between. They actually spoke directly to each other about it. Dad, with the equipment bag slung over his shoulder, led the way across the parking lot and up the concrete steps to the stadium. We met up with Christina and her dad near the main gate. Christina smiled at me, eye black underscoring her brown eyes. Her hat was on backwards, the plastic band pinching her bangs. She was 1,000 times out of my league, yet, somehow, she was my girl. My mouth twitched into a nervous smile. "Hey guys," I said, "we the first ones?" "So far," Christina said, tucking a batting glove into her back pocket. "We're early, though." Dad and Coach Carlos shook hands. They talked about the weather. I spied a group of warriors approaching from the parking lot. A week earlier, we were the last team anyone would have picked to be alive this deep into the tournament. Now, we were 7 innings away from completing a Cinderella run for the ages. A heavy-set security guard waved our team through the press gate. "Right this way," he said, walking with us down a carpeted hallway. Blue Claws team pictures from years past lined the walls. I wondered how many players got the call to play in the majors. A precious few, I suspected. The security guard stopped in front of a doorway. "Your locker room," he said, unhooking keys from his pants. "Excellent," Coach Carlos said. The security guard turned around and gave me a strange look. "Sully, right?" he asked. I set my bat bag down. "Yeah, do I know you?" "Nah," he said, shaking his head. "But I saw that YouTube video. I'm a fan." My breath exited my lips noisily. "Oh, thanks," I said. He lowered his chin, his skin folds multiplying. "Your Y-staff is working overtime today," he said. "Huh?" "There was a mention of today's game in that video," he said. "Tickets sold out in no time. We're expecting a full house for your game. Lots of folks out there want to see you pitch." My teammates hooted and jumped around. Me, I didn't move a muscle. I was trying to process the thought of thousands of eyes zeroing in on me as I pitch. What if I choke? Sold out? Our game? He winked. "You got it." I forced a smile. The security guard opened the locker room door. "Good luck, Warriors." I entered the locker room. The smell of peeled oranges and body odor tickled my nose. My teammates and I oohed and ahed at every turn. The blue lockers, the coach's office, the bathroom, the showers, even the vending machines. I followed the flow of my teammates down a narrow corridor. My hand blocking sunlight, I clambered the cement stairs that led to field level and the dugout. I entered the dugout and set down my bat bag. I beheld the magnificent baseball field and ran my hand along the pine bench. Gus grabbed his phone from his duffel bag and took photos of the field. "Evidence for my peeps back in Chicago." "Oh man," I said, stepping out of the dugout. The air smelled of cut grass. The grounds crew was prepping the field. I walked up to the first base line and held up. Christina stood beside me, her shadow crossing the baseline into fair territory. "This is so lit," she said. I took in the scenery, the scoreboard, the foul poles, the outfield wall, the pattern-cut grass, the sculpted mound, the empty seats, 5,000 or so of them, seats that wouldn't stay empty for long. "It's our dream in living color," I said. "Sure is," Christina said, hooking her arm around my shoulder. Our dream. After getting another drink from the water cooler, I sat on our team bench, elbows on my knees. I was trying to convince myself to relax, but my body was only getting tenser. Dad and Coach Carlos had worked us hard in the pregame practice, and we played well. But that was pre-crowd. Now the stands were packed. All bets were off. My teammates joined me on the bench. Their expressions were serious. None of us said a word. Game time was minutes away. I guessed we were all feeling the pressure. Stadium staff set up a microphone near home plate. Gus got up from the bench and pinched his Adam's apple. "Excuse me," he said. "I've got an anthem to sing." I laughed, my tension easing some. Gus's goofiness seemed to loosen up my teammates, too. Coach Carlos, at field level, approached the dugout. He leaned his forearms on the padded railing. "Let's go, guys. They want us to line up along the first base line." Christina flicked my leg. "Showtime," she said. I followed my teammates out of the dugout. My knees were loose at the caps, and my heart was beating with force. The field was fully prepped, baselines freshly chalked, bases staked, the infield dirt swept smooth. I lowered my gaze to my footsteps, but I could still feel the crowd's stares on me. The Jaguars, dressed in black and white uniforms, lined up along the third base line. I stood between Christina and Gus. The rest of our team formed a line that stretched down to the first base bag. Christina fiddled with the brim of her hat. "All these folks are here for you, Big Shot." "Great," I said. "More people to disappoint." Gus huffed. "Stop. Just play like nobody's watching, right?" I looked over my shoulder at the stands. Mom was seated in the front row, right next to our dugout. She looked nervous, with her fist pressed to her lips. She spotted me looking her way and waved. I nodded back at her. I spied Trent a dozen or so rows back. Terrence was even farther back. They were seated among players from our league. Traditionally, the league gifted tickets to the players in the tournament, tickets that were valid for the minor league game, too. A wrinkle-faced woman approached the microphone. She wrapped blue-veined hands around the microphone pole and adjusted the height. "Ladies and gentlemen, the PA announcer's voice echoed. "At this time, we ask that you all stand, remove your caps, and direct your attention to the American flag located behind the center field fence. Retired high school music teacher Nancy Lee will sing our national anthem." I took off my hat and placed it over my heart. Nancy sung a passionate rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner. The crowd gave her a standing ovation. I slid my gaze to the mound, the spot where I'd soon be standing, the spot where, very soon, all eyes would be focused. I sat on the bench, worrying myself sick, and stared out at the barren playing field. The PA announcer read the Jaguars' starting lineup. I put on my glove and folded its leather fingers against my leg. "And now, it's time for the starting lineup for the home team, Collingdale Warriors," the PA announcer said. My throat compressed a breath. "Leading off, the pitcher, number 25, Sully Whalen," the PA announcer said. "Let's go, son," Dad said, clapping. "Take the mound." I glove-slapped the hands of my seated teammates and climbed out of the dugout. Cameras flashed. The crowd roared. I darted to the pitcher's mound, my heart hammering. My teammates followed suit as their names were called, sprinting to their respective positions. I cleated soft dirt in front of the pitching rubber. Christina joined me on the mound. She punched the ball into her mitt. "Ready for this?" "This is crazy. There's so many people," I said. A voice boomed through the loudspeaker. "Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you again rise as we recognize a moment of silence." I followed Christina's gaze to the Jumbotron. 2 photos, one of Brendan and one of the umpire who gave us the lift that fateful day, split the screen. At the same time, they split my heart. 3 years ago, the PA announcer continued, youth baseball lost 2 very special people in our close-knit community. In honor of longtime youth baseball umpire and priest Gary Rubin, and in honor of youth baseball player Brendan Whalen, twin brother of today's starting pitcher Sully, we ask that you join us in recognizing a moment of silence. The crowd went silent, and tears welled in my eyes. Christina walked over to me and rubbed my back. I wiped my face with my glove. "Thank you," the PA announcer said. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a surprise guest here to offer up today's ceremonial first pitch. This man pitched for 10 seasons on 4 different major league teams and ended his career in 1999. He was a part of the gold medal Olympic team in 1988 and threw a no-hitter for the New York Yankees in 1993. No way. No way! Please give a warm welcome to Jim Abbott." My knees shook, and I seriously feared I would collapse. Jim Abbott jogged out from the right field bullpen. He was wearing a navy blue polo shirt and a Yankees cap. The crowd went insane. "This can't be happening," I said. "No way Jim Abbott is here." Christina's mouth hung open. "Are you kidding me? I gotta go catch Jim Abbott." I looked into the dugout. Dad gave me a thumbs up. I looked into the stands. Mom stood and wiped tears from her eyes. Christina dropped the ball into my glove. "Wow, just wow," she said, retreating to home plate. Jim Abbott climbed the mound. His right arm ended at a narrow stub. Like mine, his right arm was about 10 inches shorter than his left. I tucked my glove and the ball under my arm. "It's an honor, sir," I said, shaking his hand. "You have no idea how big of a fan I am." "The honor's mine," Jim said. "One of the guys in the bullpen said you and I looked alike. Must be our handsome faces, eh?" I smiled. "Must be." Jim Abbott looked around. "I really miss being on the mound in front of a big crowd like this. Enjoy every second of it." To be honest, I'm terrified to pitch in front of so many people. Jim nodded. I can understand that. My advice is to forget the crowd. Just play your game and have fun. I'm gonna try, I said. If you don't mind me asking, is you being here today of all days just a crazy coincidence or what? Your fans sharing that video played a part. I'm glad to be here and to meet you. Your story is inspiring. I breathed heavy, amazed at the reach and impact of the video. Your story too. Thank you. You got it, kid. I handed Jim the baseball. Good luck. You too, Jim said, winking. I'll be up in Suite 3 for both games. Feel free to stop by after your game. I'd like to chat with you some more. I felt like I was floating. Jim Abbott and I were actually talking, and he wanted to hang some more. Sounds great, I said. Jim stretched his arm across his chest and approached the rubber. The PA announcer said, Okay, Jim, it's your pitch. Christina crouched down and set a target. Jim wound up and lobbed a strike. Jim and Christina shook hands by home plate. Photographers snapped photos, and then Jim exited the field to a standing ovation. I didn't know how much more my heart could take, and the game hadn't even started. Chapter 17. The umpire brushed home plate clean. Take as many warm-ups as you need, pitcher. I stood on the mound, anxious, with my arms at my sides. I slowly spun the baseball in my hand. Christina, behind the plate, put on her catcher's mask and crouched down. I got loose, hurling looping pitches. I was too worked up to nail the strike zone. I needed to calm down. Christina squeezed my final warm-up. She stood and zipped the ball down to second base. The infielders worked the ball around the horn. Gus fired the ball back to me. Let's go, Sully! You got this, he said. Leading off for the Jamestown Jaguars, said the PA announcer, the second baseman, number 11, Ronald Yates. Ronald had a slight frame. He entered the batter's box, his bony face a tight canvas for his fear. I stood tall on the pitching rubber, the tips of my cleats facing the plate. My glove was positioned in place on my stub. Christina flashed signs between her legs. Her left elbow was tucked, giving me an open glove target. I gripped the ball across the stitches. My thoughts drifted to my darker days, to days when just getting out of bed was a challenge. I thought about what Jim Abbott had said, that my story was inspirational. I glanced at the packed stands and located Mom, my rock. As strong as she was, her heart was forever broken. Soldiering on day after day was a struggle for her. I swung my gaze to Dad in the dugout. He was battling his own demons. And I thought of Gus and his troubles back home. Maybe, just maybe, they could find strength through me. I drew a breath, rocked into motion, and grunted as I slung a fastball. The batter watched the ball pop into Christina's mitt. A called strike. My glove transfer was clean. So far, so good. The crowd noise ratcheted up. So did my confidence. We got this, bro. You and me. It took me 5 pitches to sit Ryan down. The last pitch was a heater that painted the outer edge of the plate. Now batting, the pitcher, number 33, Tony Lawrence, the PA announcer said. Tony stepped up to the plate. He had an average build, thick eyebrows, and braced teeth. I delivered a pitch that sailed on me. Tony chased it, hitting a dribbler down the first base line. Gus charged in, his glove open and low. I fumbled my glove transfer and ran gloveless down to first base. Gus scooped up the ball, turned himself around, and shovel-passed the ball to me. On the run, I caught the ball with my bare hand and stomped my cleat on the bag just as Tony arrived. We bumped each other, but both kept our feet. The ump punched air. 2 down. The crowd cheered. High on the game, I retook the mound.
Now batting, the left fielder, number 25, Eddie Robertson,
the PA announcer said. Eddie entered the batter's box. He was tall and wiry. He got into an open batting stance with his elbow cocked high. Christina flashed the fastball sign and set a high target. I nodded, wound, and served up a pitch that just missed the zone. Eddie laid off it. On a 3-1 count, Eddie locked onto my fastball, swinging big. He got under it a bit, sending the ball straight up to the heavens. "I got it," Christina said, tossing her mask. "I got it." I gave her space. Christina circled under the ball and made the catch with 2 hands. Out number 3. "Yeah," I said. "Way to reel it in." Christina's eyes sparkled in the sunlight. "We make a good team, you and me." "A great team," I corrected. I entered the dugout and tossed my glove on the bench. My teammates were all smiles, many of them buzzing about Jim Abbott. I grabbed a helmet from a cubby and smacked it onto my head. Tony warmed up on the mound. A right-hander, he had a short, efficient windup and threw hard. After grabbing a bat from the rack, I climbed out of the dugout.
Now batting, the pitcher, number 25, Sully Whalen,
the PA announcer said. The crowd chanted, "Sully, Sully, Sully." Brimming with all the feels, I strolled up to the batter's box. Dad, standing in the third base coach's box, showed me his clenched fist. I hardened my face, a cover for the gravity of the moment. As I settled into my stance, I imagined Brendan in his batting stance on the opposite side of the plate. A mirror image. "Let's do this, bro." Tony stood on the rubber, with his glove tucked toward his chest. He wound up and hurled an inside fastball. I kicked my leg up and twisted my hips into my swing. The ball pinged off the bat, a hard grounder to the right side of the field. The second baseman gave chase, but couldn't glove it. The right fielder charged in and snatched the ball. I rounded first and held there. Pete, the first base coach, came over. "You're on fire, kid," he said. "Listen to this crowd." "It's crazy," I said, feeding off the crowd's energy. Dad stood in the third base box and flashed signs. 2 swipes of his hand across his chest. The steal sign. Wow, Dad was being aggressive early. Christina stepped into the batter's box. She readied herself, knees bent, her hips in motion. I established a healthy lead, my fingers wiggling at my side, geared up to motor. Tony, working from the stretch, peeked over at me. The moment his left leg jerked up, I broke for second and ran as fast as my legs could take me. The catcher squeezed Tony's pitch and came out of the chute throwing. I dove headfirst into second base, my hand hooking the bag. The second baseman jumped and caught the ball. No tag. I called time, stood up, and brushed off dirt. Christina pointed at me. I pointed back at her, trying to steady the flutter in my stomach. Tony and Christina battled to a full count. Tony switched things up, hanging a curve, but Christina wasn't falling for it. She kept her weight back, then exploded forward, belting the ball into the left field gap. Dad whirled his arm and yelled, "Go, go, go!" I rounded third base and gunned it home. It was an easy score. Christina cruised into second base. My teammates stormed out of the dugout. They greeted me with helmet slaps and body bumps. The crowd noise echoed. "Keep the rally going," I said to Gus. "Pick one out and launch it." A rock song blared over the stadium's sound system. Gus strutted up to the plate, banging his head and strumming his bat guitar. This guy was made for the spotlight. On a 2-2 count, Gus ripped a line drive to short. Christina, thinking it would get through, broke for third. But the shortstop went Superman, snagging the ball mid-flight. He wrestled up to his knees and flipped the ball to second base. Double play. Gus scooped up his bat and slammed it back into the dirt. "You got robbed," I called. "Couldn't hit it much better than that." Gus pulled off his helmet. Sweat tamed the bushiness of his hair. "Merry Christmas to that guy," he said. Scott batted next and flew out to center. 1 inning was in the books. We had our lead. Now we just needed to keep it for 6 more frames. By the 3rd inning, the sunny afternoon had given way to weighty gray clouds. I paced the mound, squeezing the ball in my glove. If I thought for 1 second that all would go as smoothly for me on the hill as it had the first 2 innings, I would be wrong. After getting a quick first out in the 2nd inning, I walked back-to-back batters. 8 pitches, 8 balls, none of them close to a strike. To make matters worse, I was down 3-0 to the current batter. I couldn't afford to gift another base. As if all that weren't enough, nature was calling. Seems I had overdone it with trips to the water cooler. At least our team was still up a run. Ball in hand, I glanced over at our dugout. Dad wasn't there. In fact, he'd been absent since the inning began. I had no idea where he was. Maybe the bathroom, though that was probably just wishful thinking on my part. Christina adjusted her chest protector and slipped her hand behind her back. I wound up and threw one that Christina had to stand up to catch. 12th pitch in a row that was out of the strike zone. Ugh. The bases were loaded with jaguars. My stomach was twined in knots. I began to wonder if I'd ever throw another strike again. Christina called for time and scampered out to the mound. Coach Carlos came out too. "Everything okay?" Christina asked. "I don't know what's going on," I said. "Suddenly I can't throw." "Don't aim it," Coach Carlos said. "Throw like it's just you and Christina out there." I stretched my arm. "I'm willing to try anything at this point. A rabbit's foot, a shamrock, you name it." Coach Carlos smiled. "They're going to take a strike. Just lay it in there." I looked at the dugout. "Do you know where my dad is?" "He said he'd be right back," Coach Carlos said. "Not sure where he went." I imagined Dad losing his nerve and driving home, quitting on me, quitting on himself, like he'd done before. "Oh," I muttered. Christina slapped my arm with her glove. "Come on, you got this." "Have fun with it," Coach Carlos said. "You can do it." Christina and Coach Carlos left me on the mound.
Now batting, the center fielder, number 43, Ted Glasser,
the PA announcer said. Ted was a big boy, tree trunks for legs, no neck. He waved the bat over his shoulder and gave me a hard stare. I gripped the ball, imagining it was just Christina and me out there, that we were in my backyard practicing, that Christina was crouched behind a cardboard home plate. I wound up, smooth and composed, and threw a fastball down the middle. Ted watched it go by. Strike 1. Finally! Christina returned the ball and knocked her fist against her chest protector. I swapped my glove for the ball and sighed with relief. I settled my cleats on the rubber, kicked up my leg, and pitched another one into Ted's wheelhouse. Ted chopped a comebacker. I slid my hand into my glove and caught the ball. I turned my glove around as I tucked it under my right arm. I fished the ball out and threw home. Christina stretched, her cleat staked on home plate, and caught the ball. She pivoted and fired the ball to first base. Ted took up a lot of real estate, his wide body lumbering down the line. The ball whizzed past his helmet's ear flap. Gus stretched and made the catch. The ump called him out. A double play! Inning over! Shutout intact! "Way to turn it, guys!" I said, my arms reaching skyward. Gus left the ball by the mound. "That's how we roll," he said. "Let's go!" Gus and I did a chest bump near the baseline. We laughed hard as we jogged back to the dugout. I tossed my glove on the bench and clapped Christina's shoulder. "Sweet turn." Christina bit the corner of her lip. "Couldn't have come at a better time." I wiggled the brim of my hat. "And me having to pee couldn't come at a worse time. I'll be right back." Christina grinned. "Hurry." I hustled out of the dugout and down the corridor. Entering the locker room, I stopped abruptly. So did my heart. I couldn't believe my eyes. At the far end of the locker room, Dad was seated on a bench. His head leaned forward. He looked awful, with his face wet with sweat. The security guard who let us in earlier was standing beside him. "Dad!" I yelled, running over. "Keep breathing through your mouth, sir," the security guard said, tucking his walkie-talkie back into his belt strap. "That's good. Just like that. Paramedics are on site and headed this way." "What's wrong?" I asked, crouching in front of Dad. "Trouble breathing," Dad rasped, his lips quivering. "Chest pains." My heart was pounding in my chest. "Oh my God, are you okay?" Dad rubbed at his sweaty hair. He nodded. The security guard looked at me. "Help is on the way, don't worry." Easy for him to say. I knew all too well how easily life could slip through your fingers, and I had an awful feeling life was about to sock it to the Wayland family. Again. The doors to the locker room flung open. A gray-haired paramedic charged in, her wide hips swaying. She was carrying a medical bag. 2 other medics, young men, rolled a stretcher in behind her. "I'm gonna get Mom." I bolted out of the locker room, down the corridor, and up the steps to field level. The Jaguars were still taking warm-ups. I ran over to the wall dividing the stands from the field. Mom stood up from her front row seat, color draining from her face. "What's the matter?" "It's Dad," I said, my words breathy. "He's having chest pains. He's in the locker room." Mom didn't waste a second. She scaled the wall like a seasoned soldier and hopped down to field level. "This way." I bolted in front of the dugout railing. Christina, inside the dugout, shot me a concerned look. Mom and I ran all the way to the locker room. The male medics were positioning Dad on the backboard. An oxygen mask was strapped onto his face. Mom and I hurried over to the female medic and the security guard. "What happened?" Mom asked. "I'm his wife." The medic's forehead creased. "He said he's having chest pains and his breathing is labored. We checked his heart rate and it's elevated. We're going to take him to the ER at Brookhaven for further evaluation. It's best if you take your own car there." The male medics crouched at opposite ends of the backboard and lifted Dad onto the stretcher. I heard the patter of footsteps behind me. "Oh no," Christina said. I turned around. Christina and Gus were in the locker room, their mouths gaped open. Mom pressed her hand on my shoulder. "Stay and finish the game. I'm going to go with your father." "No way," I said. "Family first." On the stretcher, Dad lifted the oxygen mask off his face. "Stay in place, son. Please, don't let me ruin this for you. Come by after the game. I'll be fine." I turned to Gus and Christina. "I'll be at Brookhaven Hospital. My dad's having chest pains. Gus, you need to take over on the mound." Gus folded his thick arms across his chest. "You got it, cuz. I'll be there after the game." Christina rubbed my back. "Me too," she said. "You guys are the best. Now just do me one favor." "What's that?" Christina asked. "Bring home the championship." We did a 3-way fist pound. The paramedics wheeled Dad out of the locker room. I picked up Dad's baseball cap off the floor. Mom and I thanked the security guard and left. We exited the building and made our way to the parking lot. It seemed darker out, the gray clouds slowly blanketing the big sky. The ambulance was parked up front. The female medic slammed the back doors closed. She ran around to the driver's side and climbed in. The sirens wailed and lights started flashing as the ambulance sped off. I wondered if it was the same ambulance that Brendan and I rode in 3 years ago. Then it hit me. I was headed back to Ground Zero, the place where surgeons operated on me, the place where Brendan took his final breath. Mom and I threaded our way around the cars in the parking lot. I spotted Mom's minivan and ran to it, taking a seat up front. Mom hopped in and fired up the engine. I looked out the window and had a center field view of the field. The Jaguars were still in position. No Warriors were on base. The stadium faded out of sight as we merged onto the roadway. My part in the dream was over. The balance was in the hands of my teammates now. "You're a great kid," Mom said. "I know how much that game meant to you, and you gave it up without a second thought." "There'll be other games," I said. "I'm really scared, Mom. I have a bad feeling about all this." "Your father will be okay, I promise." Mom's hands clenched the wheel. I wondered if she were trying to convince herself as well. She too knew how life could turn on a dime. 1 second, fine. The next second, boom. "How can you know he'll be okay?" I asked. "I don't know for sure, obviously. But your father had an episode like this before. You were at school, and we figured it best not to tell you. It all turned out to be nerves. That's what I suspect this is." "Nerves?" "A panic attack." I took off my hat and rubbed at my forehead. "What if it's not nerves? What if something is seriously wrong?" "Try and relax, Sully," Mom said. "I honestly believe he's going to be fine." Mom weaved the minivan through traffic with a heavy foot on the gas pedal. My mind was so preoccupied, I almost forgot how badly I needed the bathroom. Almost. When we arrived, Mom parked in the emergency room lot. We climbed out of the car and zoomed inside the hospital. Glass doors parted and my cleats clicked on the shiny lobby floor. Mom marched to the front desk and spoke with the receptionist, a chubby woman with a squeaky voice. She buzzed us into the ER. I walked inside, feeling like my airways were constricting. The place was busy. Patients in hospital gowns, white-sheeted beds, machines beeping, IV bags dripping fluid, doctors and nurses on the move. The setting was all too familiar. I thought of my brother and me being rushed into this room on stretchers, covered in blood and clinging to life. Pinpricks assaulted my fingertips. Dad's bed was hidden by a gray curtain that hung from a track on the ceiling. White sneakers shuffled below the curtain. A broad-shouldered nurse approached. "They should be finished up soon," she said. "Take a seat if you'd like." "Thank you," Mom said softly. I asked the nurse where I could find the bathroom, and she directed me back toward the lobby. I wasted no time getting to the bowl and taking care of business. Pulling my baseball pants back up, I fought an urge to puke in the bowl. I exited the stall, approached the sink, and washed my hand. As I lifted my gaze to the silver-framed mirror on the wall, I shook my head at my reflection. I imagined that it was Brendan staring back at me. He would have grown to look just like me. I whispered, "I shouldn't have done it." I was sure Brendan would have known what I meant, that I shouldn't have pushed Dad to come back and coach. It was too much for him to handle. Dad told me as much, but stubborn me, I didn't want to listen. Just like I didn't want to listen when Brendan wanted to wait for Dad to pick us up. I was destroying people's lives. If only I hadn't been born. In a fit of disgust, I slapped off the bathroom light and marched out of the bathroom. The receptionist buzzed me into the ER. Mom was talking with a doctor in front of the closed curtain. He had kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. His hairline was receding. My stomach rumbled, awash with emotions. "Sully, this is Dr. Shaw," Mom said. "He was part of the surgical team that operated on you." I nodded at him, unsure of what to say. Dr. Shaw tucked something into the pocket of his lab coat. "Ball player?" he asked. I looked down at my jersey. "Yeah, pitcher." "Wow,
Fantastic. Good for you.
How's my dad?
As I was telling your mom, I think he'll be just fine. We're going to run a few more tests to be sure.
I breathed a sigh of relief. That's good news.
Dr. Shaw,
A voice echoed over the PA.
6481.
Well, great seeing you again, the doctor said, placing his hand on my shoulder. Wish it was under better circumstances. Be back in a bit.
Okay, bye, I said. A nurse pulled open the curtain. Dad lay in the bed. He was dressed in a hospital gown, a white sheet covering him. He had no mask on, and the color had returned to his face. Mom and I approached his bedside. How are you feeling? Mom leaned close and pulled up his covers. Dad cracked a half smile. Much better, thank you. No chest pain? Mom asked. None. I feel good, Dad said. I'm glad, Mom said. You really scared us, I said. Dad squirmed under his covers. I'm sorry you missed the game because of me. I wish you would have stayed and played. It's all right. I plan to be back playing in front of a lot of large crowds someday. Dad blinked bloodshot eyes. And I plan to be there cheering you on, not only on the field, but in all you do. A huge lump clogged my throat. The emotion behind his comment caught me by surprise. Mom massaged my shoulder. I'll be right back. Just gonna make a quick call. 'Kay, I said. Mom pulled the curtain closed and stepped out. After a few moments filled only by the beeping of machines, Dad coughed into his fist. They think it was a panic attack, he said. So I blew your big game over nothing. A false alarm. It pained me to see Dad blaming himself. All I care about is that you're okay, I said. Dad scrubbed his hand over his face. I'm sorry, Sully. It's fine, really. Dad adjusted the pillow under his head. I'm not just talking about today. There's something I'd been wanting to tell you for a long time. Dad was acting so strange. What's that? Huh? Sadness clouded Dad's features. I'm sorry about not being there for you and your mom like I should have been, after the accident. I stood there, my mouth hanging open, unsure of how to respond. Dad continued, and I'm sorry about not being there to pick up my boys. A shiver plunged down my spine. I thought Dad had written off ever talking about that day. Dad's eyelids drooped. I should have been there. I own what happened. There's not a day goes by that I don't think about my mistake, and about Brendan, and how much I miss him. I blinked my moisture-filled eyes. I miss him too. You would have come eventually, right? I mean, you would have come for us at the field? Yes, of course, Dad said. A tear slid down my cheek. Brendan wanted to wait at the field for you to pick us up. I pushed him to go. I own what happened too. Dad sat up in his bed and his face crinkled. Moisture collecting in his eyes, he said, Don't you ever blame yourself for what happened. You did nothing wrong. You hear me? I wiped my face dry with the back of my wrist. Mom pulled open the curtain and wrapped me in her arms. I leaned my head on her shoulder, glad she came when she did, and squeezed my wet eyes shut. Mom rubbed my back. Sometimes bad things happen and nobody is to blame, she said. We all need to let it go. We can't go on like this. I elevated my head and rubbed at my face with my jersey. Your mother's right, Dad said. We all need to stop beating ourselves up. I nodded my head and sniffled. Maybe Mom was right. Maybe sometimes bad things did happen, and nobody is to blame. I was sure Mom had said it before, but for whatever reason, her words were high key, hitting home right now. Brendan was never the type to blame anyone. He would want to ease our pain. He'd want us to be a happy family again. One thing was for sure. For the sake of our family, we all needed to let go of the guilt. Dad fixed his gaze on Mom. "And you've been right all along about me needing to get help," Dad said. "I was too proud to listen. Not anymore. No matter how much work it takes, I'm gonna take care of myself and get my life back." Mom smiled at Dad. "Good choice. You can do it." I didn't know what sparked Dad to let everything out, to uncork his bottled emotions. Maybe his health scare. Maybe being here again, the place where all our lives had changed forever. Whatever the reason, I was glad for it. I wanted my hero back for good. Mom and I sat on plastic chairs next to Dad's bedside, waiting for the results of his blood work. Dad was sitting up in bed, a patch of gauze taped to his forearm. We were talking, sharing memories. 2 weeks earlier, I couldn't have imagined the three of us holding any sort of civil conversation. I couldn't have imagined a lot of things that had happened. But in 2 weeks, your whole life could turn around. Here was Dad, suddenly part of my life again. And Gus, who had become like a brother to me. And Christina, now my girlfriend. I stood up to stretch. "Any update on the game? It should be long over by now." Mom looked down at her phone. "No, sorry, sweetie." Christina and I had been texting updates to each other. I had to use Mom's phone, since I left the stadium in such a rush that I forgot mine. But we hadn't texted for a while. At last check, we were all tied up and in extra innings. She hadn't responded to my last request for an update. I feared the worst, that she didn't have the heart to tell me we'd lost. So we waited. For Dad's blood work. For news about the game. The suspense kept building minute by minute. My mind toggled back and forth between possible outcomes. Dr. Shaw approached, his glasses riding low on his nose. I mouthed a silent prayer. "Good news," the doctor said. "Your numbers all look good." I blew out a long breath. "That's great news," Mom said. The doctor fingered through paperwork on his clipboard. "I have to finish up a few things, but I'll circle back and go over everything. Then we can get you all out of here." "Sounds great. Thank you," Dad said. The doctor nodded and walked away. One hurdle cleared. A minute later, Mom's phone buzzed. Mom quickly handed the phone over to me. I held the phone to my chest. I wanted to look, but at the same time, I didn't want to look. My mind raced. I told myself the outcome didn't matter, which of course was a lie. My heart beating fast, I turned Mom's phone around and pinched it between my legs. With a shaky finger, I punched in her password. A new text from Christina. I read it, and my jaw dropped. I feverishly texted her back, laying it on thick with exclamation points. "So, did we win?" Dad asked. "No, we didn't win," I said. Dad's lips set in a hard line. Mom groaned. The corners of my mouth turned up. "But we didn't lose either. Get this, it started to lightning out. They suspended the game while it was tied in extra innings." "Get out," Dad said. "The game resumes next Sunday at Guthrie Park. I'll be back to play." "Yes," Mom said. "I'm so happy for you." "That's awesome news, Sully. I'm so glad you'll be able to finish out the game." I pointed the phone at Dad. "How about you? Can we count on you finishing up the game?" Dad nodded. "You got it, son." Sweet! I started to dance in place, phone waving over my head, hips swaying. I didn't care who was looking. I was so excited. Chapter 18. The sun peeked from behind scattered clouds. I stood in my front yard and flung a frisbee to Christina. It sailed beyond her reach, scudded across my driveway, and settled under a folding table that was stacked with old books, toys, lawn tools, and board games. My parents were having a garage sale. Yep, the two of them, working together. Sparky chased down the frisbee and brought it back in his mouth. He pranced around the lawn, his tail wagging, and showed off his prize. Gus stood up from his folding chair at his lemonade stand. "Yo, Sully, throw like that in the championship game tomorrow, and we'll get smoked." Gus's original plan was to sell enough lemonade to pay Hunter back for the tire he punctured. It was nearly 4 o'clock, closing time for the sale, and Gus had made a mere $2 to show for all his effort manning his beverage station. Not that it mattered much. Gus had already hit his goal. Earlier, Gus put some of his PlayStation games up for sale, and a young couple purchased the whole collection for 100 big ones. Gus maintained a stoic demeanor throughout the transaction, but he was likely crying on the inside, especially when they walked away with a box filled with his stuff. It was a tough break for Gus, given that Hunter deserved the damage to his van. At least we were able to avoid dragging Gus's mom into the situation. The last thing I wanted was spoiling Gus's chances of being able to stay with us again, or ensuring he was sent off to military school. Christina and I let Sparky have his fun with the frisbee, and we walked over to the driveway. I looked at Dad and Mom, who were lounging on lawn chairs by the garage. They appeared relaxed and seemed to be enjoying each other's company. Although Dad was still living in our basement apartment, he and Mom were conversing regularly. It had been a week since Dad's trip to the ER, and Dad said he was feeling much better. He looked it, too. His life seemed to be on the right trajectory again. He even polished up his resume and was applying to jobs online. I flicked my hand at the cardboard sign that hung from Gus's stand. "So, where are those great salesperson skills you were bragging about earlier? You seem a little lonely over here." Gus shook his pitcher of lemonade, the ice cubes knocking. "Watch and learn." Christina giggled. "Oh, this is gonna be good." The lemonade pitcher in one hand, a paper cup in the other, Gus approached the only shoppers left at the sale. A woman, 40-ish, and a younger girl, who I assumed to be her college-aged daughter. They were checking out Dad's old cameras. "Ladies," Gus said, pouring a cup. He took a swig. Can I interest you in a refreshing beverage?" The women giggled. "No, I'm good," the older one said. Gus's gaze swiveled to the younger one, a blonde-haired beauty with a skin-tight Stony Brook University t-shirt on. "And you?" Gus asked. "Surely a smart girl like you would be willing to spend $50 for a full cup of the best lemonade in town." The college girl snickered. "No thanks." That's when Gus went for broke. "I guess dinner and a movie is out of the question?" The women laughed some more and made their way back to their car. I approached Gus and hung my paw on his shoulder. "Smooth, pal, very smooth." "People today," Gus said, shrugging. "They wouldn't know a good thing if it came up and bit them." Dad got up from his lawn chair and walked over. "I think that's a wrap for today," he said. "I'll start packing things up. Why don't you guys take down the garage sale sign on the corner and settle your debt with Hunter?" "Snap," Gus said, his hands jerking up, lemonade cascading over the brim. "Do I really have to give that idiot my hard-earned money?" "We made a deal," Dad said. Gus made a sad face, curling his lower lip for effect. "Okay, let's get a move on, before I think better of it." I pedaled my bike on a flat stretch of blacktop, my hand gripped to the handlebar. Gus biked past me on Christina's pink Schwinn. "Slow traffic, keep right." Christina, standing on the back pegs of her own bike, waved at me, her other hand clasped on Gus's shoulder. Race you guys to the telephone pole, I said. You're on, Gus said. I pedaled hard, my chain clinking, the wheels wobbling. Gus pedaled like he meant it. He was closing in fast on the finish line. Christina's hair blew in the wind. Come on, we got this. I caught up at the end to make it a photo finish. Who took it, Christina? Gus asked, out of breath. The cutest boy I know, Christina said. Phew, I knew I won, Gus said. Christina smacked his shoulder. Not you, silly. I laughed. Nice race, guys. Gus made a farting noise. If it were just me on the bike, it wouldn't have been close. I'm sure, I said. We coasted past the ball field and over the railroad crossing. It wasn't long before we reached Trent and Hunter's block. They lived in a house that was big and fancy, just like most of the houses on this side of the tracks. The whole clan was outside. Hunter was carrying a subwoofer to his van. Trent was sitting on the van's back bumper, the back doors wide open. Their mom was sitting on the porch, her nose to her cell phone. A toddler sat cross-legged on the blacktop driveway and was coloring. Gus and I braked to a stop at the front of their driveway. Christina hopped off the pegs. I stared at the cargo section of the van and recalled finding Sparky there. He must have been so scared. I felt sick all over again. Trent gave us a weird look. Hunter set down the subwoofer in the back of his van. He turned around and rubbed at his biceps. Nice pink bike. A perfect choice for you. Why don't you say that to my face? Gus challenged. I shoved Gus's arm. Stop. Let's just get this over with so we can split. Hunter strutted over to us, his gaze snapping to his arms every few steps. You better have my money. Trent shadowed his brother. We have it, I said. Their eyes opened wide in amazement. Let's see proof, Hunter said, beckoning with his fingers. Gus stood, his hands on the handlebars, the frame of the bike between his legs. First, apologize to Sully. Make me, Hunter said. Gus made a face. You know, you'd be begging for a chance to apologize if you pulled that stunt on my crew in Chicago. Why? Hunter asked. Are you a member of the pink bike gang there or something? I held back a laugh. I guess you don't want the money after all, Gus said. Fine, we're out. Okay, Hunter said, glancing at me. Sorry. It was clear he didn't mean it. I didn't care. I just wanted this whole thing to be over. It's fine, I said. Pay him, Gus. Gus and Hunter worked the money exchange, each of them counting twice to be sure. Trent and I had a sidebar conversation. How's your dad? Trent asked. Doing better, I said. Cool. Can't believe you met Jim Abbott. That was wild, Trent said. Yeah, he's great. Trent nodded. Good luck in the game tomorrow. Thanks. Hunter stuffed the money into the pocket of his undersized shorts. Smart move paying up. I was just masterminding another prank. This one was going to be legendary. I guess I'll have to give you a pass now. Here's an idea, Einstein, Gus said. Why not do something more productive with your time than prank kids? It's kind of sad, actually. I feel bad for you. Ugh, Gus couldn't just zip it. Here's an idea for you, Hunter said. Lay off the cake. Oh, good one. Gus's gaze drifted to Hunter's van. Oh, wow, I love the detail. The aspiring artist in pigtails had switched up her coloring palette. She'd gone from construction paper to the side wall of Hunter's van. There were beautifully scrawled swirls done in what appeared to be black permanent marker, right on his van's shiny white paint job. Christina, Gus, and I cracked up. Terror overtook Hunter's face. No, he said, running toward her, his hands on his head. Bad, Gabby, bad girl. Gabby folded her arms and cried. Hunter took off his t-shirt, revealing his bulging, acne-scarred back. He used the shirt to scrub frantically at the marker spots on his van. Hunter's mom rushed over and took the marker from the hysterical child. Then she reprimanded her 19-year-old, who was throwing a tantrum of his own. Gus and I spun our bikes around. Christina jumped on the pegs. "Later," I said, pedaling away. "Nice job, kid," Gus said. "Karma," Christina said. "Oh, sweet karma." As we rode back to our side of the tracks, Gus kept the mood light with his imitation of Hunter. Nothing could wipe the smile off my face, until the ball field came into sight. The field was empty, but in my mind, I pictured Brendan standing on the mound in his Warriors uniform. I steered with my stub and raised my hand to the sky. "Tomorrow, bro, we bring the championship home to Collingdale." Chapter 19. Dressed in my baseball uniform, I walked across my driveway. My cleats clopped with each step. Birds chirped in nearby trees. A bright sun hung low in a cloudless sky. Christina, with her jersey untucked, was headed my way across her yard. Brown locks flowed out beneath her baseball cap. "Ready to resume the big game?" she asked. "You know it," I said. Christina stood in front of me, hands on her hips. "So, do you want the good news first, or the bad news?" My face went slack. "Don't even. Not again. What now? Give me the bad news." A line appeared between her brows. "Now Craig's got that nasty stomach bug. He's not playing today." I gave myself a facepalm. "Come on, for real? What's the good news?" We still have 9 players. Enough to play. Enough to win." "Nice try," I said. "That doesn't count as good news. What else could possibly go wrong with our team? It's one thing after another." Christina shushed me, pressing her fingers to her pursed lips. She gestured for my hand, and I took hers. And, just like that, all seemed right in the world. Mom merged her minivan onto a main road that led to Guthrie Park. We were carpooling. Dad was riding shotgun. I couldn't recall the last time my parents rode in the same vehicle together. No doubt, it had been a long time. Gus and Coach Carlos were seated in the middle row. Christina and I occupied the back row. Sparky rested at our feet. A minivan filled with Warriors. Coach Carlos paged through the scorebook. He looked over his shoulder at me. "You're Craig's replacement. The coaches and umpires agreed to allow you to re-enter in Craig's spot in the lineup." "Cool. Can you go over the game situation again?" Coach Carlos closed the scorebook. "Same as we left off the game. We're still home team. It's extra innings. The score is tied. The Jaguars are batting. 1 out, runners on second and third. Full count." "Oh, great. A no-pressure situation," I joked. "Better you to deal with it than me, kid," Gus said. "You did great, Gus," I said. "Kept us in it." "Agreed," Christina said. "The pitching gene must run in the family." I looked out the window, and my smile slipped. We were approaching the stretch of road where the accident happened. I leaned down and petted Sparky's back. My gaze stayed on him until I was sure we had passed the intersection. The silence in the car told me I wasn't the only one feeling uncomfortable. Moments later, we entered Guthrie Park. Mom steered us along a narrow, winding road that intersected the vast forest. She turned into the baseball field lot and parked in a spot up front. A few Warriors were already at the field, milling around. Some Jaguars, too. A groundskeeper was kneeling on the infield dirt, staking the second base bag into place. I never thought I'd be back playing ball at this park. So many memories. Some awful. Some incredible. Gus slid open the panel door and climbed out of the van. "Can't ask for a better day for baseball than this." I clipped Sparky's leash onto his collar. "Let's make it a day to remember." I rose from our team bench and stretched my arms from side to side across my body. The Jaguars wrapped up their warm-ups and jogged off the field. They looked nice and relaxed. Unlike last weekend, when thousands of fans looked on, today's crowd size was only a few dozen. I wasn't going to complain about it, since now there'd be fewer people to let down if I'd screw up my reliever duties and cost us the game. The umpire, standing by the backstop, waved over the coaches from both teams. They exchanged handshakes and chatted a bit. Then they went their separate ways. Dad approached me with a brand new baseball in hand. He rubbed at the side of his neck. Worry creased his face. I couldn't help but wonder if another panic attack would sack Dad during the game. At the same time, I knew that this was the very place he needed to be. For the team, for me, for Mom, and for himself. Win or lose, we needed to go the distance. Together. Dad dropped the ball into the pocket of my mitt. Here we go. Here we go, I echoed. Dad's mouth twitched. Go get 'em, he said. I smiled at Dad. My hero. The umpire swept home plate clean. It's game time. Take the field, Warriors. My body buzzing with pent-up energy, I jogged out to the field along with my teammates. I stood on the mound and swept my eyes over the crowd. The metal bleachers were full, with mostly players from the ousted teams. Trent and Lance sat among other Bobcats. Terrence and Big Red sat in the top row. Under the shade of a tree, Mom unfolded a lawn chair. Sparky sat on the grass nearby. I dug my cleat into the loose dirt in front of the pitching rubber and began warming up. I threw soft toss pitches to Christina. My arm felt great. My nerves, not so great. 2 helmeted base runners for the Jaguars jogged out to the field. Recreating the scenario where the game left off, they settled at their respective bases, second and third. I had to keep reminding myself that the game was well underway. We were in extra innings, and my team was in a pickle. The umpire and Christina jogged out to the mound. I paced back and forth. What's up? The umpire folded his arms. We start with a full count. You're home team. It's a tie score. There's 1 down. You see the runners on base. That's where we'll pick up. Questions? Nope, got it, I said. Christina winked at me. She looked so cute. Her eye black was smeared on her cheeks. Let's go, Sully, she said. I slapped her glove with mine. Let's do it. Christina and the umpire got into position behind home plate. Tony, the Jaguars' starting pitcher, stepped up to the plate. He smiled, revealing braced teeth. My glove on my stub, I positioned my fingers across the baseball laces. There was no margin for error. Working from the stretch, I peeked over at the base runner, establishing his lead off third base. Christina crouched and gave me a target, her glove opening and closing. Tony got into a low batting stance. He waved his bat over his shoulder. I blew out a long breath, wound up, and threw a low, hard one. Tony swung and missed. The pitch one-hopped into Christina's mitt, a sweet backhand grab that likely saved us a run. Strike 3 on just 1 pitch. The crowd got loud. Some among them chanted my name. Christina fired the ball back to me. 2 down, I called out. We got 2 down. 1 out to go. The moment felt surreal. But with Eddie, the Jaguars' best hitter, coming up, all bets were off. Eddie spat on the ground and pounded his bat on the corner of home plate. He settled into an open stance. I got right to work with a fastball that blew by him. Strike 1. I came back with more of the same. Strike 2. 1 strike away. My breaths sawed in and out of my mouth. Up in the count, I mixed things up with an off-speed pitch. Eddie wasn't fooled. He waited on it and brought the thunder. A sharply hit ball right toward third base. The ball took a bad hop, bouncing off Scott's arm. The ball rolled into the outfield. No! I ran to cover third base, my glove held out in front of me. The lead runner scored easily. The trailing runner slid safely into third base. Scott chased down and picked up the ball. He turned and cocked his arm. He had no play. There were jaguars on the corners, and now we were down a run. "My bad," Scott said, throwing the ball back to me. "Wasn't your fault," I said. "You okay?" Scott rubbed at his bicep. "I'm good." "Cool. Shake it off," I said. "We'll get the run back." I returned to the pitching rubber, my head tilted downward. I'd allowed the Jaguars to take the lead. The pressure was solely on us now. We'd need to score at least one run next inning to keep the dream alive. But before all that, I needed to pitch us out of the jam. The Jaguars cheered for their cleanup hitter, Walter. He had a long, narrow frame. His nose was large, the angle sharp. I settled on the mound and glanced at the runner distancing himself from third base. I wound up and misfired, a high pitch that Christina had to leap to catch. To make matters worse, I fumbled the transfer of my glove. Darn. "Relax," Christina said, patting her hand on her chest protector. "You got this." I scooped my glove off the ground, working it onto my hand. Christina tossed the ball back to me. "We got 2 down, infield. Let Sully hear you." My teammates responded, cranking up the noise. The crowd followed suit. I retook the mound. The ball behind my back, I gave the base runners a look. I wound up and brought the heat. Walter swung for the fences, but he got under the ball and skied it straight up, the highest infield fly I'd seen at this level of play. My glove on and raised over my head, I raced to get under the ball. "I got it! I got it!" As the ball rained down, my ankle turned awkwardly. Falling, I drew my glove toward my chest. The glove's pocket turned skyward. I crash-landed, but was able to make the basket catch for the 3rd out. The crowd hooted and hollered. Me, though, I was reeling in pain. My ankle. Something was definitely wrong with it. I sat up, my butt flat on the dirt, and shook off my glove. Being injured was not an option. As a team of 9, we had no replacement players. If I couldn't continue, we'd have to forfeit the game. Just when I thought things couldn't get any crazier, and that we'd exhausted every possible roadblock. Now this! I punched the ground, frustrated. My teammates rushed over to me. Gus knelt beside me. "You okay, champ?" I struggled to my feet and stood there, my weight favoring my good leg. "Yeah, I'm fine." But I knew I wasn't fine. Standing made the pain 10 times worse. I attempted to walk it off, trying not to grimace with each ginger step I took. I wasn't fooling anybody. Dad jogged over to me. "You hurt, son?" "I'm okay," I said, eyeing my destination, our team bench. Christina and Gus came up behind me, one on either side, and hooked my arms around their shoulders. "We got you, bud," Gus said. "What did you hurt?" Christina asked. "Nothing. I can't be injured," I said under my breath. With their support, I arrived at the bench and plopped my butt down on it. Dad, Mom, and Sparky came right over. I petted Sparky under his chin as he panted. Mom handed the leash to Gus. "What happened, sweetie?" Mom asked, rubbing my thigh. "Turned my foot the wrong way. Nothing serious," I said. Mom took off my cleat and sock. I thought my ankle would look worse than it did. It was swollen, for sure, but it wasn't dislocated or anything crazy. She moved my foot side to side. I suppressed the whimper I so wanted to let out. "How's the pain?" she asked. "Manageable," I said. "If it were broken, you wouldn't be able to walk on it, so that's a good sign. But it looks like you got a good sprain going on here," Mom said. "We should go get it checked by a doctor." I looked out at the field. The Jaguars were warming up. No way was I leaving now. "We'll go later," I said. "Right after the game, I promise. I want to watch how the game plays out." "Just sit tight there on the bench," Dad said. "You don't want to injure yourself further." I looked down at my leg and wiggled my toes. I got the best seat in the house. We could make a comeback. 2 runs will win it. We agreed to wait out the inning. Coach Carlos brought me over an ice pack. I put my bare foot up on the bench and held the ice pack to the tender side of my ankle. Mom and Sparky returned to their spot under the tree. Dad made his way to the third base coach's box. He looked more stressed than usual. Gus walked up to me, took my hat from my head, turned it inside out, and stuck it back on. "It's rally time." I nodded. "You're big here. Hit one of your moonshots." Gus smiled. "I'm gonna try." Coach Carlos read the lineup. Kenny leads us off, followed by Mike, Christina, and Gus. "Let's go, Warriors!" "We're still in this," I said. "Let's get that run back." Kenny put on his helmet and approached the batter's box. A few of my teammates had rally caps on and drummed their hands against the chain-link fence. Mike, Christina, and Gus took warm-up cuts behind the backstop and rooted Kenny on. I made some noise myself, banging the ice pack on the bench. "Pick one out, Kenny! Give it a ride!" Tony, the pitcher who started at the stadium game, took the hill. He looked ready, showing off nice velocity on his warm-up pitches. Kenny stood in the batter's box, his knees bent, his bat cocked. Tony jumped ahead in the count, 0-2. Kenny, protecting the plate, chased Tony's outside pitch and hit a dribbler back to the mound. Tony scooped up the ball, turned, and gunned the ball to first base. 1 down. We were down to our final 2 outs. The dream was fading. Mike, who had replaced me in the game at the stadium, was due up, our weakest hitter. It took Tony 4 pitches to finish off Mike. 2 down. We were down to our last out. Christina and Gus would need to pull off a miracle. I prayed for the best-case scenario. Christina to reach base, and Gus to blast one to the heavens for the win. Calling it a long shot would be putting it nicely. "You can do it, Christina!" I screamed. "Pick out a good one!" Christina winked at me, then got settled in the batter's box. The last thing I wanted was her carrying the guilt of the dream coming to an end because of her, or Gus carrying that guilt for that matter. I looked up at the blue sky. It's rally time, bro. Christina fell behind the count, 1-2. I hardly noticed my ankle pain anymore. I was too engrossed in what was happening on the diamond. Each of my breaths came and left with effort. Tony wound up and brought inside heat. Christina turned on the pitch, the ball pinging off her bat. A hard-hit grounder. The shortstop dove and came up empty. We had our hit. We had our base runner. "Way to go, All-Star!" I screamed. Standing on first base, Christina pointed at me. Next up was Gus. He represented the potential winning run. Then it occurred to me. I was on deck. I put the ice pack down on the bench. I grabbed my sock and worked it onto my foot. Coach Carlos sat down next to me, the scorebook in hand. Exciting stuff. "I'm up next, right?" I asked. "If Gus gets on, I bat?" Coach Carlos shook his head. "Yeah, you take Craig's spot in the order, but you batting is probably not a good idea." I slipped my foot into my cleat. Ouch! "I'll be fine," I said. "If I don't bat, it'll be an automatic out for us. We don't have a replacement player. The game will be over. We've come too far to end on that note." "I understand," Coach Carlos said, "but I'm sure that's not what your parents want you to do." "I have to get up there and try." Coach Carlos's mouth snapped shut. "I'll defer to your father on that decision." "Come on, Gus!" I called out. "Lock in on one and give it a ride!" Gus tipped his helmet at me. He settled into the batter's box. From first base, Christina gave me a thumbs up. I nodded at her. Tony wound up and served a low and outside heater. Gus swung hard and belted a high fly ball to center field. A can of corn. Goodbye, dream. Ball game over. Christina, possibly forgetting that there were 2 outs, went back to the bag to tag up. "Run, Christina!" I called. "There's 2 down!" The center fielder drifted in, his glove open, the ball in his sights. I watched through splayed fingers. The fielder started to backpedal, fast. He'd misjudged the trajectory of the ball's descent. The baseball landed on the tip of his glove and fell to the ground. "Go, go!" I called out. "Go!" Christina stamped second base and headed for third. Dad motioned his hands downward. "Slide!" The center fielder picked up the ball, turned, and threw to third base. In a cloud of dust, the third baseman slapped a tag on Christina's helmet. The umpire motioned his arms like a scissor. "Safe!" Gus scampered to second base. The potential winning run was in scoring position. I stood up, pain radiating throughout my lower limb. I'd worry about that later. I put on a helmet and grabbed my bat off the rack. Dad left his post at the third base coach's box and walked over to me. "What are you doing?" "Batting," I said, standing with my weight shifted to my good leg. "It's my turn in order. We can't bat out of order. We have no replacement player. We lose if I don't get up there." Dad put his hand on my shoulder. "You don't have to do this, son. It's okay. We gave it a great shot. Nobody will question your heart for leaving the game injured." "Dad," I said, "do you really think I'm not going to at least try? That I'm just going to walk off the field and let us lose the game that way? My ankle will heal, but I'd never forgive myself if I don't get up there. I'm batting. I'm going to try to win the game for us in memory of Brendan. We're going the distance." "Nothing I say is going to change your mind, is it?" Dad said. "No." "All right. Let's see if he'll walk you. Take 2 strikes," he said. "Good plan," I said. "You're a warrior," he said. "Good luck." I nodded at Dad, then walked slowly to the batter's box. I turned back and looked at Mom. She was seated on the edge of her lawn chair, her hands clasped. She shook her head at me. "Sorry," I mouthed. She nodded and blew me a kiss. Yep, that was Mom to the letter. My biggest supporter. Always there for me. I smiled at her and limped up to the plate. Gus, standing on second base, clapped his hands hard and chanted, "Sully! Sully!" His chant caught on. Soon it sounded like almost everyone watching the game was chanting my name. Batting one-handed was hard enough. Batting one-handed and with only one good leg was insane. Dad's advice about taking 2 strikes was great. Even if I was able to put the ball into play, I had my doubts I'd be able to run down the line. I needed Tony to walk me. Walking, I could handle. Or I needed for Tony to throw a few wild pitches so Christina and Gus could score. In other words, my team needed a miracle. I stood in the batter's box, all my weight shifted to my good leg. I kept my injured leg slightly raised. My hand gripped the bat. The crowd's energy was electric. Tony got situated on the rubber, the ball behind his back. He brought the ball and his glove together. Then he sprung forward, his arms snapping downward. A fastball over the middle of the plate. Strike 1. The intensity of the crowd's chant didn't let up. In fact, it got louder. "Sully! Sully!" The bat on my shoulder, I winked at Christina, who was taking a modest lead off third base. Her beautiful smile helped me forget the pain for a second. Tony wound up and hurled another perfect pitch. Strike 2. We were down to our final strike. I closed my eyes and recalled a time when Brendan and I played wiffle ball in our backyard. the two of us taking turns at being the one to get the game-winning hit that would seal the deal for the championship. It's for real now, bro. We got this. I blew out a breath. One thing was for sure. I wasn't going down looking. Keeping my weight back, I settled into my stance. Tony gazed in at the catcher. Then he threw a low fastball. Kicking up my injured leg, I locked my gaze on the ball and swung with everything I had inside me. The ball pinged off my bat, a hard grounder down the first base line. The pain came hard and fast as my bad leg absorbed the weight shift from my swing. The ball bounced off the first base bag and rolled into the outfield. I hobbled down the baseline, grunting as the pain intensified with each step. Christina scored easily, and Gus motored around third base and was on his way home to score uncontested for what would be the winning run. However, I knew the runs wouldn't count if I got thrown out at first, that I'd be the third out and we'd lose the game. I channeled my inner strength. My arms pumping at my sides, I kept moving forward down the baseline like my life depended on it. The right fielder chased down the ball. The first baseman stretched, his foot on the bag, his glove out and open. "Throw it here! We got him!" I imagined Brendan in his uniform, standing on the bag, waving me to him. The right fielder crow-hopped and hurled the ball to first base. With my leg about to give out, I ground my teeth and kept moving forward. My cleat stamped the bag as the ball popped into the first baseman's mitt. "Safe!" the ump called. I overran the base, then hopped on my good leg. Tears of joy spilled down my face. I turned around and raised my arms to the sky. "We did it, bro. Our dream. We're champions!" My teammates ran out to the field. They were cheering, jumping around, and having a blast, celebrating the first ever championship for the Collingdale Warriors. Christina and Gus, still wearing helmets, ran out to me. Gus did a smooth dance move I had taught him, and then gave me a leaping high five. "Way to go, kid! That was the greatest thing ever!" I sniffled. "We couldn't have done it without you, buddy." Christina pulled me into a big hug. "That was amazing," she said. "We did it," I said, sniffling. Christina rubbed my arm. "Wherever he is, Brendan is smiling right now." My arms hooked around Gus and Christina's shoulders. I walked with them back across the diamond toward our bench on the third base side of the field. My teammates joined the slow parade. They were hooting and hollering, dancing around us, chanting my name. "We did it, Warriors!" I said. "We're champions!" I took a seat on the bench, glad to take a load off. Dad approached me, a smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. He stuck out his left hand. I reached out and shook it. "Way to go, superstar," Dad said. "Now that was something special. Are you okay?" "Yeah," I said. "Thank you for being here and coaching us." "You got it," Dad said. "I'm so proud of you." Mom and Sparky joined us by the bench. I leaned down and let Sparky lick my face. "We did it, boy! Yes, we did!" Mom took off my helmet and kissed my forehead. "Just want to see how the game ends, huh? You scared the life out of me running injured like that." "Sorry. How are you?" "Never better," I said, grimacing. She kneeled and gave me a hug. "You did great. Your brother would be so proud of you. I love you so much." I swallowed hard. "Thanks for always being there for me. I love you, Mom." She stood and rubbed the top of my hand. "Now, you'll hold true to your promise, and we'll go straight to the doctor to get that ankle checked, right?" "Sure thing," I said, smiling at her. Christina ran her hand through her hair. "Wait, first a group photo. Dad, can you take one of us?" Coach Carlos pulled out his phone. "You got it." Gus and Christina sat beside me on the bench, their arms hugging my back. Dad and Mom stood behind the bench, each of them placing a hand on my shoulder. Sparky sat in front of me, and I sensed Brendan's presence as rays of sunlight shined onto the field. All of us were gathered together. Warriors, champions, a family. Coach Carlos readied his phone. 1, 2. I raised my clenched fist to the sky. The streak ended with us. Afterword, from the author, Stephen Carman. Thank you for listening to my audiobook, Southpaw Sully, narrated by Josh Horowitz. Sully had a big dream, and he didn't give up on that dream, even when life threw some big challenges at him. I encourage you to never give up on your dreams. Turn your hurdles into your opportunities. Go the extra mile for whatever it is you're passionate about in life, and I promise you, it will be well worth the effort. Did you enjoy listening to this audiobook, or did it help you in some way? If so, or even if not, I'd love to hear about it. Honest reviews help readers find the right stories for their interests. Please consider leaving an honest review.